Alrighty, good evening everybody. Chief Meteorologist Joe Fitzwater, and we're hanging out in the weather lab to take a look at the severe weather threat here as we head into Friday. A pretty substantial threat that we'll be watching very closely as we make our way through the day here today. So we'll give everybody just a quick second to hop on here and get just taking a look at why this setup is so prevalent for the risk for severe weather. And we'll be taking a look at all kinds of different stuff. So let us know where you're watching from. If you do have any questions, we will get to them. Going to just kind of talk generally speaking to start with. We're live over on the Storm Tracker 59 page. We are live over on the news page, WVNS 59 News, and we're live over on my page on Joe Fitzwater, meteorologist. We're going to hang on here for a little bit just to kind of take a look. But here's kind of the time frame that we are expecting the issues here. So just a couple of sprinkles mainly during the morning hours. We will have a few scattered showers and storms as we head toward the late morning and early afternoon. And a couple of those could be on the strong side still yet, although that risk for severe weather should be a little less. Then we'll see a little bit of a drying period between that first round and the second round. And it's that second round that's really the one I think that's going to be of greatest concern here for the risk for damaging wind gusts, and that would be from 6 p.m. Until midnight. So that is definitely going to be something we'll be watching closely. The one good news is our cold front seems to be moving quicker. That's going to make for a much nicer weekend. So Saturday morning we'll have some showers, but by the afternoon we will begin to dry out, and Sunday looks really, really solid. So let's take a look at everything again. We're just now kind of getting started here. If you're tuning in, appreciate everybody that's hopping on. We've got getting a lot to talk about. So first off, let's just get straight to the point from the Storm Prediction Center. They have issued our region in a level 3 out of 5 risk. That's an enhanced risk for severe weather. Now, a couple of things. First, I do not think they will upgrade us any further than where we are right now. In fact, we'll probably stay the same for tomorrow. I think this is probably about right. Level 3 risk. And when we start talking about a level 3 risk for severe weather, that's not something we see every day, folks. We've had one day this year where we've had an enhanced risk for severe weather. We're talking about the potential for some widespread storms. Storms that are long-lived and generally cover a large area that can be impacted. And that's the kind of situation, that's the kind of setup that is looking probable here as we head into tomorrow, specifically during the evenings. Now, we take a look at the individualized storm threats here, and the obvious thing that you see there is that the damaging wind gusts are the primary threat that we're looking at. So damaging wind gusts are the biggest threat, and we could have some strong to severe wind gusts over a large area here as we head toward tomorrow evening. So this is a good time tonight to make sure you've got maybe some water, some food, right? Not everybody's going to lose their power. This is not going to be the 2012 derecho or anything like that. But with that being said, we don't want to minimize the risk of impact here. We could have quite a few power outages here as we head toward tomorrow evening. So make sure you've got some water, some food. A way to get alerts is really important as well so that you know what is headed into your region, whether that is through our app, which is free, or whatever you're comfortable with. I would always say it's better to have some kind of alert than no alert. So have a way to get that, whether it's the radio, whether it's a specific app that you like to use. Obviously, I use the Storm Tracker 59 app. I also use NOAA Weather Radio. But again, whatever works for you. The tornado threat is not 0 tomorrow, but it is low. So that's some good news. This was looking a little more impressive yesterday on that front, but not quite as impressive here for today. But damaging wind gusts, definitely going to be something we have to watch. We've also had some areas that have seen some heavy rainfall over the last couple of days. We will have to watch out for that in terms of the potential for flooding. We're not going to see widespread flooding or anything like that, but a spot or two of high water, especially where we did see the heavy rain over the last couple of days, is certainly possible. So let's take a look at the setup that we have right now. So we're going to kind of hop in here and put this into motion. So basically, we are under what is considered the unstable sector. This area is right in here. So all this that you see here is super unstable. I'm going to try to write this, but this air is all very unstable. And so thunderstorms that are going to form in this area are going to really thrive. And this is only moving into our region here as we head into the overnight hours. We had a few scattered showers and thunderstorms along this warm front this evening. We saw that in particular across portions of Virginia this evening. Those storms have since kind of died down, and we did have a severe thunderstorm watch earlier for portions of our region. That has since been allowed to expire. But this low pressure system, I'm going to zoom out just for a minute, is continuing to work up to the north and east, and this warm front is also moving up to the north and east. And then we'll be watching this cold front to work its way into and toward the area here as we head toward tomorrow afternoon. And you can already see some thunderstorms that have fired up across parts of Illinois. And watch how quickly they fire up. Watch how quickly these storms fire up here across portions of Illinois into Indiana. Did not take much to get these going. And again, that's because this is a very unstable air mass that we are seeing here in our region and areas back to the west. So why is it unstable? Well, we've got some things that are working with. I want to give a shout out. He's probably not watching this, but I want to give a shout out to a West Virginia meteorologist, a fellow West Virginia meteorologist that works at a news station in Kentucky. His name's Dylan Gaudet, and good pals with him, and he uses, and it's a common acronym, but it's an acronym that's used a fair bit, but he likes to use this, SLIM. That's what we're looking for. So the SLIM is SLIM, and that's three things, right? So you have a lot of things that we're going to be watching very closely here as we head into tomorrow. And instability is really the big part of this that is not something we normally see here in our region. So basically, when you start thinking about severe weather out west, you got to have a lot of things come together, a lot of ingredients, and that's what we're seeing here. And that's where the whole SLIM thing kind of comes together here. So the first thing, the S stands for shear. Well, you've heard us talk about this before, wind shear. You've got to have some wind shear, and we are certainly going to have some wind shear here as we head into tomorrow. The L in SLIM stands for lift. You got to have some lift for thunderstorms to develop. The I stands for instability. We're going to have plenty of instability. And then the M is moisture. And if you walk outside right now, it kind of feels awful out there. It feels like bath water. So you put all those together, and that is why we have this level 3 risk for severe weather here as we head into tomorrow. And again, this is the threat not to take lightly. So let's take a look at Predictor and look at the latest on what it is showing. So here we are tonight. Things are pretty quiet. We'll put this into motion here as we head into the overnight. Could see a couple of isolated showers. I really don't think there's going to be much in the way of issues here as we head toward Friday morning. As we head into the morning, now meteorologist Bradley Wells is on vacation, so we'll have meteorologist Matt Cassida in. And shouldn't be a lot going on during the morning newscast. We're pretty quiet here at 6 o'clock in the morning. But watch what happens here as we head toward the late morning. We will be watching a few thunderstorms pushing in here around 7, 8 o'clock. A couple of these could be on the strong side, so we will watch that very closely here as we push into the morning. These will generally weaken as they work their way off to the east, but this is not really the main dish. That comes much later in the evening. So then we see a bit of a break. So by 12, 1 o'clock, it's kind of quiet. Predictor tries to throw a couple of showers our way here as we head into the afternoon. Again, I think these will be somewhat sub-severe. Could have an isolated severe storm. But for the most part, not overly concerned at this juncture. And we see a couple of rounds of this. So another one here at 4 o'clock. But this is still before the main action arrives. And that's going to arrive later on in the evening. Let's zoom out just for a bit here. And you can see some of these thunderstorms, some of these complexes starting to get their act together. So we see here at 8 o'clock, some storms up toward Charleston, but it's this main line that we will be watching very closely that will be spreading its way through Kentucky here by 8 o'clock. And this is going to be the real issue that we're going to be watching closely here as we work our way through the evening hours. And watch how this thing just kind of continues to build. So by 10, 11 o'clock, here comes this complex. This would be strong to severe winds primarily. An embedded tornado or two cannot be ruled out, though, given the shear that we were talking about That is certainly still possible. But this has all the looks of a damaging wind gust event that will unfold here during the late evening hours Friday and early Saturday. And even though this is occurring at 12 o'clock at night, there's still going to be some strong wind gusts with this. This is still going to be a problem here as this pushes its way through. So we'll zoom back out here. Let's take a look. So if you're in our western counties, this is looking like, now I will say the models tend to make these a little slower than when they actually move through. So this says 12 o'clock. I would say it's safe to say that probably around 11 o'clock, our western counties will start to be impacted by this. Basically, I'd say this is probably about an hour ahead of what the model is suggesting. But what it is suggesting is damaging wind gusts. And I think that's going to be something we're really going to have to watch here as we head into the overnight. So here we go. Probably about 12 o'clock or so. Damaging wind gust threat continuing to work its way down to the south and east. And you see the reds, you see some of the purples. That indicates the potential for some heavy rain, perhaps even some small hail, and very gusty winds. And then we continue to put this onward toward about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. We've still got some strong to severe wind gusts in our eastern counties. Needless to say, this means I will be working late tomorrow evening. But the one good thing about this system is that the backside of this starts to scoot in rather quickly. So by 3, 4 o'clock, we're starting to see improvements. And after a few morning showers around 6, 7 o'clock, we are completely dry for our Saturday. The weekend looks really solid. So again, it's just that couple of complexes. Again, let's kind of go back through this one more time. So here's right now. The potential is there for a couple of strong to severe storms during the morning. And meteorologist Matt Cassidy will be watching those very closely. So that would be around 7, 8 o'clock. Then as we head toward lunchtime, we'll see a little bit of a break. And then perhaps another little round of storms. Yet another round, maybe around 4 or 5 o'clock. These will be isolated severe storms. And then the main action arrives here as we head toward 10, 11 o'clock at night. So again, basically any time on Friday, we don't want to let our guards down. We could see severe weather basically at any point during this time frame. Let's take a look at some of these comments, because I appreciate everybody that's on here. And again, we will answer the questions that you have here while we are live on here. I think that's important. So let's check the 59 Storm Tracker page first. Jason Christian, hey, that's another weather guy that big fan of. So give his page a follow if you get a chance. Old Jason lives down in the southeastern corner of our state, and I'm still hoping to grab some lunch with you soon. I didn't want to skate. We've talked about that. Carol says, I'm watching from Key Rock. Hope you're doing good. Robert, tomorrow could be a very long day. I agree. I think you guys know I've been down here for a hot minute. Worked up in Charleston there for a while. I really don't like to hype weather. Tomorrow is going to be an active day. Tomorrow is going to be an active day. Chris says hello. Jenna says, so nothing really tonight for Beckley Bradley. Yeah, most of us look fine tonight. We could have an isolated shower. The severe weather risk is pretty much done here for tonight. So, yeah, we're going to be fine there. Vivian says, what about Kentucky? Yeah, Kentucky is really... You think we got an active day tomorrow. Kentucky could be even worse. Autumn says, do it again. The evening storms, they look bad. Yeah, we'll show Predictor again here in just a moment. Let me show the convective outlook once again. Or how about I just show the timing here while I answer some of these questions, get caught up. And then we'll go back to Predictor. Betty says, what about Lewisburg? A little bit lower of a severe weather risk in Lewisburg, but I still think strong to severe wind gusts are going to be possible that far east. Again, this is not something that's really going to weaken that much as it works its way from west to east. There'll be some minor weakening, but still think we're going to have some strong storms in the eastern portions of our counties here as we head toward tomorrow evening. And yes, for those asking, pretty much everybody is involved in this. This is not held to a specific spot, anything like that. If you are in Union, you're looking at the risk for severe weather. If you're in Summersville, yep. If you're up at Snowshoe, if you're over in McDowell County, if you're down in Virginia, if you're in Beckley, if you're in Oak Hill, you're going to likely see at least some form of some strong to severe strong to severe storms at some point during the day and evening on Friday. So Elaine asking about Pineville. Yep. Adriana, Pipestem. Yep. Dave, good question. Top wind speeds for Raleigh County tomorrow night. I think for a lot of us, it'll be the 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. There will be some embedded stronger wind gusts, though. I do think that is possible here. So again, that damaging wind gust threat is definitely the primary threat that we are looking at here as we head into tomorrow. Folks asking about the tornado threat in Oak Hill. Yeah, there is a low tornado threat. We can take a look at some of these threats in particular. So stand by here as I load that. But we could take a look and... Sorry, I didn't have this loaded. I probably should have gone ahead and had this loaded. We could take a look at some of those individualized risks. But here we are. So again, that tornado risk is much higher farther back to the west. That is a risk that will lessen as this pushes east. So the best threat, or the largest threat, I should say, for a brief tornado tomorrow would be in our western counties. East of the Turnpike, it's a little bit of a lower threat, but it's still not zero. We want to emphasize that. It's still not zero. The biggest threat here as far as the threat for any kind of damage or anything like that with storms here as we head into tomorrow is going to be the risk for damaging winds by far. Damaging wind gusts are definitely the biggest threat that we are looking at, and I'm getting that loaded here momentarily, so stand by. Here's the hail threat again. Even some small hail, probably a good bet. Oops, that's for tomorrow. I don't know why that says today. Let me get that to change to Friday. There we go. So again, we still have that threat for hail tomorrow as well. And let me get the wind up. There we go. Looks like I had something up with the... there we go. And then there's the threat for wind. And this is the biggest threat, damaging wind gusts. We're talking about 30%. So we start seeing levels like that, and that's pretty legit. Will the storms earlier in the day weaken the storms later in the day, Priscilla? I do not really see that happening here. Again, I think a lot of us could still see some 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, to answer your question there, Adriana, and perhaps some locally locally stronger wind gusts are going to be possible to go along with that. Oops. Let's see. Let's take a look at some other comments over on the 59 News page. Terry, watching from Nicholas County. Hope you're doing well. Beccaroni Macaroni. I like that name. I'm doing fine. She says get well soon. I'm doing fine. I hope you're doing okay. Aubrey, how bad is Charleston going to get? Severe weather. A good bet. Jeremy says, what's the tornado chances for Greenbrier County tomorrow? It is lower. It is still not zero. Let's pop predictor back up here while I'm talking, and we can kind of dive back in. Again, we are fine here this evening. Things start to get active as we head toward the morning. Same thing, Aubrey, by Cross Lanes. Again, just about everybody is under the gun for some severe weather as we head into tomorrow. Rick says, State Track Meet in Huntington. What do you think? If it's tomorrow, I would say they probably should cancel it, if I'm being honest with you. Don't want to be stuck in this kind of mess tomorrow. Raven says, will this be another derecho? That's always a tricky question, right? So the term derecho is a posthumous term. So if you ever hear a meteorologist, whether they're on TV, whether they're on the internet, saying there is a derecho coming, block them. That is not correct. That is not how you use the term. Complex of storms tomorrow, yes. Will it be labeled and classified as a derecho? We'll see. It's possible, but I want to emphasize, as someone who has lived through the June 2012 derecho, it is not going to be another June 2012 derecho. That's why I don't like using that term. Most people associate that term with that event, and this is not that. Okay, we had 104 degree temperature, between 100 and 104 degree temperatures. The amount of energy in our atmosphere was multiple folds higher than what it is tomorrow. Just for perspective, from back in 2012. So we need to pump the brakes just a little bit on the comparisons. But will we have a line of storms? Yes, I do think we will. Rick says, yep, that was at 5 o'clock. Yeah, if I were them, I'd just go ahead and cancel that. James says it's going to rain. Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet. All right, so again, we take a look. And basically, let's kind of go through how this is setting up. Again, we could have this is kind of a sneaky time frame here during the mid-morning hours. So we could have an isolated storm even during that time frame. So we'll watch that closely. An isolated severe storm possible during the mid-morning hours. But I do think this is still, overall, in comparison to what will happen later on in the evening, I think this is going to be a little more minor. And that's just because we don't have any sun energy. All the energy from that will just be with the environment that's in place, which, granted, is pretty robust still. But, again, we head into the morning, and again, we will have showers. But the important thing to know is, just because we've got these showers, I know a lot of times people ask, well, we're going to see showers and things during the day. Isn't that going to help lower our severe weather risk? And a lot of times the answer to that is yes, but that is not really going to be the case tomorrow because our environment is just so loaded up with juice, with so much instability, with so much shear for these storms to work with. And then again, perhaps another strong storm or two in the early afternoon. I think overall that risk is going to be fairly low. And we kind of see a couple of waves of these. There will be plenty of dry time on Friday, but there will be storms intermixed. But then again, we head towards 7, 8 o'clock, and the main action, that's when the main action starts to approach. So again, we'll start to watch this line of showers and thunderstorms beginning to work its way toward the region here as we head toward the evening. So we get toward 8, 9 o'clock. Here comes some storms up to the north. We'll have to watch that closely because that'll clip some of our northern counties as it works its way in. But the main action then arrives here as we head toward 10, 11 o'clock in our western counties. And this is the one that's going to mean business. This is the one that's going to have the wind and is going to impact the most areas here. And that starts to work its way in here as we get toward 12 o'clock. This is what we call an MCS. This is a line of showers and thunderstorms that'll be strong to severe, which will then work its way and spread to the south and east. So that will continue here after midnight into the early morning hours of our Saturday. It will slowly start to weaken. By the time it gets to the Virginia border, it will have weakened, but I think before then, here along the Turnpike, for much of our region, this is still going to be a strong to severe line of storms. And that will then work its way off to the east. And after a few morning showers on Saturday, we are looking at plenty of improvement here as we head toward the weekend. Nick says tornado threat in the morning or later, both time frames, but especially for your area, Nick. Nick, Nick, I know you ask a lot about the threat and things like that. This is a relatively low tornado threat. The damaging wind gust is going to be the bigger threat here as we head toward tomorrow. So I hope that helps answer your question on that. That's not to say that we will not have a tornado tomorrow. It is still on the table. It is a low threat though, and we're talking about maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes versus just about anybody in our region could see damaging wind gusts tomorrow. Kelly says, do you think it'll weaken by the time it gets to Bluefield? No, not really. Maybe a small amount of weakening, but I really think this line is going to hold up well. And that's going to be one of those cases where if we see less in the way of activity during the afternoon, then we will see those lines, that line of storm, survive even better than what the models are indicating. So again, if we look at some of the timeline here of when we can expect these storms, again, we'll watch that 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. time frame because I think we could have a little round that'll work its way through then, although I do think that round will be less significant in terms of impact than what we're going to be seeing here as we head into the evening hours. So during the evening hours, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way up to midnight, I think especially from 10 to 12, that's going to be the time frame where we really see those storms kind of rip in and working their way through our region. So we will be, of course, watching that closely. I'm not going to be going anywhere. I'll be hanging here all evening until the severe weather threat has left. And just a note, we do not have a 10 p.m. newscast tomorrow. But if we do have storms moving through, we're just going to do this live on Facebook. So we will be live, taking a look at what's going on and kind of keeping you updated with what's going on. And then we will have that 11 p.m. newscast that'll be coming on normal time. At least that's the plan. Let's see. Sam says, what's the chance of weakening? I really don't think we're going to see a lot of weakening here in our region, folks. We've had a couple people ask about that, but I really think this is going to be a setup where these storms are going to be able to kind of handle maybe the not perfect environment that'll be in place at 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. So still, that damaging wind gust threat is going to be around. So same thing for you there, Jeffrey, asking about Lester there in western Raleigh County, out not too far from Boone County. All right. Well, I think let's see. We've been on here for about 25 minutes or so. I think that's a good stopping point. I hope this was helpful to you guys. We will be doing more Facebook Lives and things like that if we do need to do so, if we have any active weather going on. Again, meteorologist Matt Cassett is going to fill in for meteorologist Bradley Wells in the morning. And then I will likely be in at work early tomorrow, and we'll stay and hang out late. And if we do have any big weather going on, of course, we'll be sure to let you know. We'll keep you updated here on Facebook with anything that's going on, and, of course, on air to go along with that. Real quickly, Pat asking about the rest of the night. Tonight is pretty quiet. I think we're going to be in pretty good shape here tonight. So rest easy tonight, and then tomorrow we'll keep an eye on things as they happen, and then we'll have the latest coming up here in about 50 minutes or so on 59 News at 10. Chief Meteorologist Joe Fitzwater, thank you for tuning in. I hope this was helpful information, and we'll keep you updated. Alrighty, good afternoon. It is about 1:30 here on this Friday afternoon. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joe Fitzwater, and we are tracking severe thunderstorms that are working their way through the area here. So we're already starting to see at least some thunderstorm activity, and some of those storms have become strong to severe. So we are live on the Storm Tracker 59 Facebook page. We are live on the WVNS News 59 page. We are also live over on my Facebook page, Joe Fitzwater, meteorologist. So we have a severe thunderstorm watch. Let's just kind of break things down here for you real quickly. We have a severe thunderstorm watch. This goes until 6 p.m. for the counties in pink. That includes Fayette, Raleigh, Wyoming, McDowell, Mercer, Summers, Monroe, Giles, Bland, and Tazewell counties. That goes until 6 p.m. this evening. But we do have a couple of storms that we're watching rather closely here for the potential for some damaging wind gusts. So let's take a look at that here. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued until 2:30 in the afternoon for Tazewell as well as western Blaine counties. This storm has had a history of producing hail, has had a history of producing a lot of lightning and torrential rainfall. So this continues to work its way, generally speaking, from northwest to southeast. So we take a look here over the last, we'll say last half hour, and kind of look at the progression of this. You can see all the lightning. We'll show the lightning counters with this. There we go. And you can see that we've got well over 100 lightning strikes with this storm as it's scooting through Buchanan County right now, and eventually it's going to be into portions of Tazewell County. So what we'll do here is we'll zoom in on this, kind of put the tracker on this guy as he works its way down to the south and east here at about 35 miles an hour. So this is going to work its way into northern portions of Tazewell County here momentarily. Looks like I'm having a little bit of an issue here. Let's try that one. There we go. So again, this is going to be in northwestern portions of Tazewell County shortly. So if you are watching this, if you're in the Raven area, for example, if you're, let's say from Richlands points north, you're definitely going to want to get inside with this storm. We're not talking about rotation with this. This is large hail. This is damaging wind gusts. This is some big-time lightning, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning taking place with this as it works its way into the region. So, again, that is something that we will be watching. And, again, this is kind of exiting the Grundy area right now, scooting up into portions of McDowell County. Let me clear this off. And you can see that we have these storms that are continuing to scoot down to the south and east. Real quickly, as we look elsewhere, let's switch radar locations. We do have some steady showers, some occasional lightning strikes. We just had one here at the station not so long ago. This is mainly some light to steady rains, though, that are falling across most of the region at this hour. We will be watching farther back to the west. There is a complex of scattered showers and thunderstorms across central and eastern portions of Kentucky, and we will see if that can hold together as it scoots off to the east over the next couple of hours. That has a history of producing quite a bit of hail. Then we take a look at the national radar. We zoom on out. We turn off the storm reports. And this is actually our late night system that is starting to get organized already here across parts of Missouri and Arkansas. Now, for the next few hours, these are going to be little rogue thunderstorms, these supercells that are going to flare up, and that will cause quite the tornado threat across portions of northern Arkansas, central portions of Missouri, western parts of Illinois. That's why tornado watches have been issued for these areas. But eventually, these storms will grow and congeal into a line once they get into Kentucky. Once they get into Kentucky, they will start to what we call propagate. They will start to kind of feed off their own outflow boundary. And as that happens, we are expecting a squall line, something like this, to work its way through the area here as we head toward later on tonight. This is going to be after dark when this happens. As you can see, it's all the way back in Missouri and Arkansas. So it's got a lot of miles to cover before it gets here. So essentially, let's look at how this is going to be taking place. We've got this complex of scattered showers and thunderstorms right now. This is going to be a problem mainly in our southern counties over the next 1 to 2 hours. And in these areas, we could have damaging wind gusts. In these areas, we could have some large hail. Farther back to the west, we get in the central parts of Kentucky, and we get a little bit of a lull in the activity. So likely, let's say it's 1:40 right now, from probably around 4 until 8 o'clock tonight, will be fairly quiet in our region. Can't rule out an isolated strong storm to develop, but I think we're going to have a lot of dry time, and that will allow the atmosphere to recover a bit just in time for the evening hours. Then once we get beyond that, we will see these thunderstorms, this line of storms, back that's developing across Missouri and back across parts of Arkansas, develop and then work their way off to the east. So that's kind of the setup that we're looking at here for this evening. But for now, we take a look. Again, let's put the local radar back up here. Get that switched back over. We'll put the Jackson radar up on this. It's a little bit of a closer sampling. And this is definitely looking like some large hail that's going to be working its way into western portions of McDowell County already. So let's say toward Berwind, out toward Squire, just to the west of War. This is going to be impacting the War and Gary areas here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. And right over Bradshaw, again, Jolo scooting down to the south and east toward Coretta, all kind of scooting its way quickly south and east, I might add. We'll show the last half hour. And this thing has been really ripping it here over the last few minutes as it continues to work its way to the south and east, strengthening as it does so. We can show our hail tracker, see where we're seeing some hail, and there you go. So likely seeing at least some small hail across portions of Buchanan and McDowell counties. That includes the Bradshaw area, so we're likely seeing some hailstones coming down in these areas, and that will likely be a trend that continues downstream of this storm into portions of Tazewell, western Bland, and even western portions of Mercer County as this continues to scoot its way through. And although we don't have an official warning for southeastern parts of McDowell County, I would absolutely treat this as a warning. There should be a warning right here as this storm scoots its way down to the south and east. So let's take a look at some of the comments. Let's see. Hearing thunder and seeing some strong winds in Dawson. Yep. Nothing severe up that way, but certainly we are seeing that. Selena says, hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? I think we're going to have a busy afternoon and evening, especially tonight, Selena. Douglas says, here thundering, I assume, in Greenbrier County. A lot of people are hearing thunder. Wow, Sam says the power already out in the Scarborough area, so hope it weakens soon. We'll take a look at the power outage numbers here in a second. Nick, Monroe County, yep, same thing we've been talking about there, buddy. We're watching for those storms coming in later on. But you're okay where you are right now, though you'll have some thunder, some lightning over the next couple of hours. Let's take a look at the 59 News page. See who, doesn't look like we had too much in the way of comments there, but again, feel free to ask those questions. If you have them, we will get to them. We will answer them for you. Grayson says, is this in West Virginia? Yes, this is in West Virginia. Southern West Virginia and Virginia, to be specific. Debbie says, what about Fayette County? Okay right now, though you got some steady rains working their way through. Kind of an underrated player here as we head toward later on this evening. Something I'm going to keep a really close eye on tonight. We're going to be looking at repeated rounds of rain. Cannot overstate that there is still a high water threat here this evening, especially in those spots where we've had the heavy rainfall over the last couple of days. If you live in a low-lying spot, we're going to see some impressive rainfall totals in spots here. I mean, you think about it already. We have tonight's round coming in. We have this big old complex of storms across western McDowell and Buchanan counties. We've still got this line back into parts of eastern Kentucky. So we could be talking about 3, maybe even 4 rounds of storms before this is all said and done in some areas, if you happen to be one of those lucky people here as we head toward later on this afternoon and evening. So Again, for those tuning in, severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30 this afternoon. That includes Tazewell. That includes western Bland. That includes western Mercer counties. We also have, it looks like this severe thunderstorm warning in McDowell County has been allowed to expire. I would not be surprised if we see a new one kind of get popped up for this area in here, because this is definitely a strong to severe storm. We're definitely seeing signs of hail with this. Looking like we're seeing around an inch or so diameter hail at least being detected by radar with this here near the Jewel Valley area, scooting on up right up to about the Bradshaw area. That's where we're talking about an inch to perhaps even slightly larger hailstones, along with torrential downpours and plenty of lightning. We're getting lots of rain even here at the station right now. But yeah, look at this. This is quite the presentation that we're seeing here on radar. And again, this continues to work its way down to the south and east. If you are in Princeton, if you are in Bluefield, you should pay attention to this. This is headed in your direction slowly but surely. This is going to be a problem here in about a half hour or so. We're talking about hailstones. We're talking about damaging wind gusts. That includes Pocahontas. That includes down toward Tazewell. From about Tazewell up to Princeton, everywhere in that area, this is going to be a problem here over the next half hour to 45 minutes. And again, this is definitely not showing any signs of weakening. I'm going to switch to the Charleston radar just because we're a little closer to it at this point. But you see the pinks, you see the reds here. This is a problem that continues to scoot its way to the east. This could cause some power outages. There's going to be some damaging wind gusts with this being possible. And again, perhaps some large hail. Let's take a look at those power outage numbers here and see what we've got. Doesn't look like we have much showing up there, Sam. So hopefully that that area there in Scarborough that has the power out is a very limited area, because I'm not really seeing much in the way of issues on the power outages right now. I do think we will have some power outages as a result of some of these storms later on. And again, cannot overstate enough the risk for heavy rainfall. Meteorologist Matt Cass has been talking about that here this morning, talking about the risk for severe weather, talking about all the plethora of things that we could be seeing here. He was up and at 'em early while meteorologist Bradley Wells takes some vacation. And again, this is going to be a day where we are going to be keeping a very close eye on these storms as they work their way through. So again, this is something to take seriously. If you're down in, I would venture to say, all the way up to about the Turnpike at this point in Mercer and Bland counties, if you are in this area, this general vicinity from about Princeton down to Tazewell, in this little box here, I would definitely get into cover here, as this is a line of storms that continues to show no signs of weakening as it works its way out. It did weaken somewhat as it exited Pike County, but it's not showing any signs of doing that now. And then again, behind that line is another line of thunderstorms across portions of eastern Kentucky, out toward London, Kentucky, for example. And those storms will work their way in. You might even be able to hear some of the lightning here at the station. Nothing really severe farther up to the north near our station, up toward Hinton. There's some heavy rain, there's some lightning strikes, but this is non-severe stuff that is working its way through. The only severe thunderstorm warning that we have is in Tazewell County and western Mercer County for the time being. And again, there is a ton of lightning with this as it scoots its way off to the east. Let's see. Sam says, yes, it's saying only 23 out in this area, which is odd. Yes, that is odd. Hopefully they're able to get that back on. Excuse me. Jessica saying that's probably the number of people that have reported it. And that's possible, too. And let's see. So, yeah, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now for McDowell County, like we were just talking about. So, again, you'll see this area kind of fill in with a new warning here momentarily. Again, this is not rotating. This is not a rotation-type storm structure or anything like that at all. This is straight-up damaging wind gusts that we are looking at here in the short term. And this is going to be a real issue as we see this continue to work its way off to the east. Meteorologist Matt Cassa is actually standing right here, sitting right here. Now, Matt, tell us a little bit about everything that you saw earlier today.
Yeah, definitely. Let me scoot in just a little bit right here. Actually, this morning, I kind of feel bad for you, Joe, because, we're kind of swapping places with, me going from the morning and now you're going into the afternoon. This morning really wasn't that bad. I was really watching the complex of storms. Basically, all of this that you're seeing right here, this was over here about 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And just to give people like a general idea of just how unstable our atmosphere is, even at 6 o'clock in the morning, these storms were basically starting out as little pockets here or there, but by 7, 8 o'clock, they were ripping through the western part of Kentucky, and I was really paying attention to how they were going to move over to our area. Thankfully, I would say they've lost their strength, at least compared to what they were out west, but I mean, there's still nothing to really scoff at. I mean, there's still
Certainly
severe warned storms, even as they make their way closer into our neck of the woods.
Yeah, no doubt. These storms, a lot of people have been asking, and Matt, I think you bring up a really good point. Folks are asking, are this afternoon storms going to mitigate the severe risk later on tonight? And sure, maybe they could help slightly, but to your point, the atmosphere is just so unstable. Yeah. This is a kind of an uncharacteristically robust setup that we have in place here in our region. And when you have those kind of ingredients that are in place, you really don't need a lot to get these storms to continue.
Yeah, it's funny because our anchor Julia White, who was anchoring this morning, she actually asked about that, and she was like, wouldn't it just weaken the stuff as it makes its way in? And I kind of said, it's kind of like you loading up like an old musket. You have all the ingredients set up to fire off the musket. Now, these showers and storms, they might take a little bit of the gunpowder out, but there's still gunpowder in the system, so it's not completely out. Could mitigate it a little bit, but I mean, you still got a musket that's armed and ready to go. And
you're a fan of muskets, aren't you?
Can't quite say I am, so I'm not much of a gun guy myself, but you know what? For this example, I'll be a little bit of a musket guy. Why not? So.
Yeah, I think the perfect example to your point right now, man, is we've got these storms that are working their way through McDowell County right now. We've got a ton of lightning with them. Mm-hmm. We've got another line of storms that is right behind this system that's currently just kind of pounding Hazard, Kentucky right now. And again, this is one of those situations where just because it's rain doesn't mean you're done with the severe weather risk, for sure.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, once we get closer to about 9, 10 o'clock, all the way until about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, we're going to be in for another round of potentially severe weather storms once that line officially makes its way into our region.
Yeah, and again, if you're watching this and you're wanting to know about your area, everybody is under the gun for the potential for severe weather later on tonight. In the near term, if you are, let's say, from Beckley points north, the severe threat this afternoon is much less. A lot of this activity is being kind of confided to our southern areas so far this afternoon, and that looks to continue to be the threat here over the next couple of hours. But everybody's going to be looking at a threat for severe weather later on.
Yeah, because as you pointed out, let me get my mouse here really quick. All of this you're seeing here.
Yeah, let's pop the national map up.
Yeah, so that might be a little bit better, actually.
Yeah.
So let's pop that guy right there. So all of this you're seeing right here is basically going to be a big old line of showers and storms that's going to make its way in, like I said, about 9, 10 o'clock. That's when we're expecting it to first start making its way in out towards western West Virginia. It's going to move over to the east. It's going to take some time as it does, but that is the eventual line that we're going to see make its way in into our neck of the woods once we get later on for tonight.
Yeah, Matt, why don't you just go through Predictor, and I think that'll help visualize exactly how we're seeing this.
Yeah,
It's kind of struggled with some of this morning activity for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely struggled a little bit. Actually, I think the fairly early morning hours it was doing a very good job because it didn't really have these showers and storms moving in until basically around lunchtime, and it's essentially a little bit after lunchtime right now, so it's done a pretty good job of doing that. But it's basically trying to show up that we're going to have these scattered showers and storms around for the next 1, 2, 3, even 4 hours. So we're looking at a general area of about, up to 4 or 5 o'clock. And again, we're expecting a couple of, strong to maybe potentially severe storms from this. But then once we get once we get this initial batch out of here, we're going to have a little bit of breaks here there. I do think we will have still the chance for a few hit or miss storms.
Sure,
I don't think it's going to be as complex as the line that we have right now. But even Predictor is trying to throw up a few spotty showers once this line is officially out of here, even if it is struggling a little bit on the complexity of those showers and storms. Then here comes our line right there. And basically you see it right there. It's rolling in around 9, 10 o'clock. And this is going to be I don't want to say the main event, but this will.
I think it is the main event.
This essentially will be the main event right here. And we're looking at a severe weather threat by 9, 10 o'clock all the way up until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I think once we get this initial line out of here, we're looking at severe weather quickly diminishing past 2, 3 o'clock. We're just left with some lingering, eastern mountain sprinkles by the time we get to 5, 6 o'clock on Saturday, and then Mother Nature wants to throw us a completely dry weekend because she just wants to do that for us.
Yeah, and again, if you look at some of the data that Matt was showing there, the one thing that kind of has my eye raised is the amount of rain that is going to be falling here this evening, folks. If you live in we've been talking a lot about the severe weather risk here over the last couple of days, but one thing that I would not underestimate is how much rain we're going to be looking at here when this is all said and done. We put this, let's set this to now. There we go. We move this forward, and we're going to have some spots here, and we could have some areas see 1 inch to 2 inches of rain. Now, this is not going to cause widespread flooding issues, but when you think about some spots that have already seen a couple of inches of rain this week and some localized spots from those storms that occurred earlier this week, that could be enough to at least renew some flooding issues. And again, some of those areas, especially over in the mountains, are fairly sensitive to flooding issues developing based on the rain that's falling.
Yeah, I'm going to take a page out of meteorologist Bradley Wells' book here for a sec here. A lot of our big rivers are in good shape, which is some good news. But in general speaking, what we're keeping an eye on is the smaller creeks and streams that once they have all this rain come in, they just can't handle it. And also the areas that are just a bit more prone to flooding. We're talking the low lining issues. We're talking the areas that are next to the smaller creeks and streams. And once those waters start coming up, there's nowhere left for it to go. Areas that are clogged drains, areas that are a little bit low lining with the mountains dipping in a little bit more. Like, those are the areas that we're especially keeping an eye on, especially across our eastern mountain counties where that sag in those little in those roads right there, that tends to be a bit more of a little bit more of an issue across those areas right there, Joe.
Yeah, those low-lying spots, that's definitely something we'll have to watch this evening. Of course, we always say turn around, don't drown. Never try to cross flooded roads. And again, we're already seeing some storms this afternoon. I think this Princeton camera might get pretty active here in about 5 or 10 minutes.
I'm expecting it to. Also, a good reminder for folks, like, it's especially dangerous to try to drive through flooded roads, especially during the overnight where we're expecting a big swath of this rain to officially come in. And like, if you think it's dangerous during the daytime, try driving during the night when you can't even see it 5 or 10 feet in front of you. So again, if you even suspect that there's high water in front of you, just please turn around, don't drown. It's quick, simple, it's an easy process, and it saves your life, it saves your family's lives, it might save anybody that might be driving with you.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these comments. Want to give some love to the commenters on here. Let's see, Linda, they're going to be high winds tonight. Yep, that will be something we'll be watching. Strong to severe wind gusts are possible later on this evening. This is kind of the round one, so to speak. Yeah. The main action still expected. Tina, the temperature dropped quick in Beckley. I believe it. Yeah, we're probably down to around 60 degrees, maybe 65. Probably a lot cooler. Kelly says, hey, I'm not looking forward to these storms. Well, yeah. Not going to be the greatest. If you're not a fan of storms, this is not going to be your best day because we're going to have lots of them. Betty, a lot of lightning and thundering in Wyoming County, Oceana area. Yeah, again, not severe, but we are seeing a lot of lightning with this system. I mean, granted, the southern part of the system is where the severe action is, but there's quite a bit of showers farther up to the north, even some strong storms that are trying to develop up toward the US 50 corridor, up toward Clarksburg. We don't have to worry about that here.
Yeah.
Nick says, you don't see any tornadoes being a concern. We're still going to be watching for the potential for an isolated tornado or two. But, Nick, as we've been talking about for about the last 2 or 3 days, that's not the big concern that we're looking at. Damaging wind gusts will by far and large be the bigger concern. Let's see. Janelle says, lightning, thunder, heavy rain, hail in Bradshaw. Hey, yeah, if you were in Bradshaw, we would love to see some photos if you took any, Janelle.
Yeah.
So, yeah, please, we encourage you to either email them or upload them to our website at wvnstv.com. And head over to the Weather Together tab. Looks like the in-house is trying to show a little bit of rotation. Let's see what we got. Yeah, we got a little bit of rotation showing up. This is some broad stuff that's showing. But, yeah, we'll watch that closely here near the Pocahontas area. Let's see what it looks like from the, not really seeing much from the Roanoke radar.
No.
But, Yeah, perhaps some broad rotation showing up there. I don't really think that's an area of too much concern here at this point, but we will keep a close eye on that here as we work our way into the next few minutes. Again, that would be in northern parts of, southeastern parts of McDowell County. But let's pop this radar back up, and Matt, it is absolutely pouring buckets in parts of McDowell County.
Yeah, it's thundering like nobody's business over there. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, even if I tell people all the time of like, even if you don't have a severe warrant storm that's, not been, issued as a severe warrant storm, I mean, you're still going to have torrential, lightning strikes like this. I mean, it's still going to be a very wicked storm that wants to roll through there. But I mean, we're going to keep an eye on it as it moves its way down to, I believe it's moving down to the south and east at that point. So, I mean, people in Bluefield, people over in Princeton, now's a good time to just basically keep in mind that, you're about to have a storm that's about to be knocking on your door within the next couple of minutes, Joe.
Yeah, and damaging wind gusts are the primary threat with this. Lots of lightning. One thing I always like to use, this is kind of a tool that we'll use generally speaking, but you can always use the number of lightning strikes to give you an idea of whether a storm is strengthening or weakening. So at this point, the storm is weakening somewhat as it works its way east. We're seeing the number of lightning strikes dropping with this as it scoots east, but we're still seeing some wind gusts that are going to be strong enough to cause some power outages as this now starts to move into portions of Mercer and northeastern Tazewell counties. We're kind of switching back and forth here because we should get a really good shot of this from the Princeton camera here momentarily.
Yeah.
So we'll stay on here until this crosses Princeton. But you can already see the wind. The wind's, I mean, it's been kind of a breezy day as it is. But you can see the wind starting to pick up.
Yeah, definitely. It was even a breezy one this morning. You can hear it on. You could have heard it on the rooftop over here at our station during the 5 o'clock show. We were about to do entertainment segment, and Julie was just like, "What was that?" And I was like, "That's a wind gust." It was gusting at 5 o'clock in the morning right there. So, just Kelsey, just it's going to be a breezy day, Joe.
Yeah, it's going to be breezy, that's for sure. And again, let's take a look at some of these comments that we've got coming in. Let's see, what are the current predicted wind speeds? I think 50 to 60 miles per hour is going to be a good bet for a lot of us here with that line, Emily. So if you've got anything in the yard, get it picked up. Let's not leave anything in the yard that could get thrown around. So folks asking about your specific spot, if you are anywhere in our region tonight, we are looking at the potential for damaging wind gusts later on tonight especially. But for now, it's mainly Beckley points south. So we're looking at the Princeton and Bluefield areas and up toward maybe about as far north as Athens over the next 15 to 20 minutes. And you can see the purples here. We're likely seeing some hail in the Annawalt area. This is going to push right over Pocahontas momentarily.
Maybe also southeast of War right
yeah,
there, too.
No doubt. Definitely seeing some hail probably in southern portions of McDowell County down toward the southern tip there. And then scooting off to these, we should get a great shot of this over in Princeton in the next few minutes. So we'll stay on here for that.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's pouring rain here and thundering a little bit there in Fairdale. Yeah, Kristen, appreciate that. Yeah. Kelly says I received a notification from the 59 weather app stating a dangerous storm is approaching. Not sure where you're at, Kelly, but yeah, this storm means business here as it works its way off to the east, and there has been some very minor rotation. It looks like this is already kind of rotated out, but there was some brief broad rotation right over and near the Pocahontas area. We're not seeing any signs of any types of issues in terms of rotation here at this point. So this is a damaging wind gust and hail issue that we're looking at. Let's take a look at some of the other comments. Let's head over to the 59 news page. So if you're watching on there, appreciate you tuning in. And let's see. Rick says state track meet at about 5 in Huntington. Don't think that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
But the better threat for severe weather at that point will be south, so maybe you'll be able to get it in, Rick. Hoping the best for you on that. Let's see. Lights flashing, loud thunder and lightning in Oak Hill, says Jessica. Appreciate that report. Same thing kind of there from Kristen, reporting heavy rain and thunder and lightning there in Pineville. Is there a chance of a tornado in the Alloy, Fallsview area come from the storms tonight? The rule of thumb tonight is we cannot rule out an isolated tornado, folks, but generally speaking, this is a low risk that we are looking at. Damaging wind gusts are by far the bigger threat. In fact, the interesting thing is just in the last few minutes, this complex now over in parts of Monroe County is strengthening, so we may see a severe thunderstorm warning get issued for that here momentarily. Watch how this is starting to kind of get itself to, more organized, and we're seeing more lightning strikes with this portion of the storm. right over the central parts of Monroe County toward Union, back to the west toward southern portions of Summers County down toward the True. We'll be watching that closely. This is not severe level of type of strength just yet. In the short term, we are watching this complex of storms that is pushing through McDowell and now into Mercer and Tazewell County, still with the potential to drop some small hail around 3/4 of an inch, perhaps as much as an inch of hail. And let's pop that camera back up there, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. It's very gloomy and very overcast right there. I was waiting to see if we were going to get a few sprinkles. It looks like the first bits of rain bands are starting to come through into Princeton, but probably not going to see much of anything until about another 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, look how quickly the clouds are moving. You can see how fast this is heading on in. So this is not messing around, folks.
No, like these are not storms that are going to be here. Like they're not storms that are going to last for a while. They're going to be quickly moving on out, and they're going to be here for a cup of coffee, and they're basically going to move out. But the problem is like there's just going to be so much of it at once, and that's going to be kind of the issue that we're going to be seeing potentially with the risk for some high water tonight, Joe.
Yeah. So we zoom back out here just for a moment because again, don't let your guards down in these areas. We have this complex of storms coming in, but we've got another complex back to the west, and this one is also kind of hauling it as it works its way, generally speaking, from east to southeast. So again, this is going to be a complex of storms that impacts areas that are mainly from Beckley and points south. So if you're watching this, it's kind of the back end of this complex of storms for now. We get a kind of a break in the action, and then we'll be watching this complex. This is right now just about 4 or 5 supercell thunderstorms, and these are all rotating, but eventually what will happen is they will congeal into a line as they get into portions of western Kentucky and central Kentucky later on this afternoon. Yeah. Then this will become a damaging wind gust issue that we will be having to track very closely as we head toward later on tonight. But in the near term, it is in our southern counties where we have the issues in terms of the potential for severe weather. We have this complex here. We have this complex here across eastern parts of Kentucky. And although it's not severe, we are seeing some strengthening with this little complex in portions of Monroe and Summers County, Matt.
Did I see a wind advisory get posted for Pocahontas County right
Yeah,
now?
It sure looks like it. So, yeah, it looks like the National Weather Service, just for the fact of how windy it is outside, has gone ahead and issued a wind advisory. That goes until 2 a.m. Sunday, so that's not even for through tonight or anything like that. So it's going to be a breezy day on Saturday as well behind that front. We'll see the northerly breeze. It'll dry us out. And, Matt, one really nice thing about this weather coming through is that it's coming in a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
So that's making things look a lot better for this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like it's funny. I've been preaching like all morning of like I made most of my show talking about like the storms and everything. I mean, rightfully so. It looks like they're trying to. Looks like our product's trying to put up a little bit of another broad rotation.
This is some very This I want to emphasize though our in-house is picking this up, but for the most part, this is some pretty broad stuff that is scooting through. Just to the southeast of Pocahontas.
It's very broad rotation.
Let's zoom in on this here real quickly before we get to that point. I'm going to turn this off just for a second so that we can see this. But again, if we were looking for something really tight, we'd want to see these bright reds and these bright greens close together. Yeah. We're not seeing that with this. Although there is some broad rotation with this, there's nothing here that is suggesting that there would be a tornado. The tightest rotation that we're seeing is right here southeast of Falls Mill. Right over toward the Brush Fork area. But again, when we talk about, this is what we call 35 miles per hour of gate-to-gate shear. That is not enough to be a concern at all. We would need about double that to start looking at a real issue. We will watch this, though, because this has had a history of having this broad rotation kind of periodically showing up here, and our in-house product has been picking up on that. So we'll continue. This is an outdated one. If there's another one that pops up, it'll be right over this area. But we'll watch that. But Matt, back to our point. This is at least shaping up to make for a decent weekend.
Yeah, it's like we were saying before our in-house product decided to ruin the conversation right there. But basically, I was just preaching all morning that like we're gonna have like a really nasty day for Friday, and then this weekend, unfortunately, I'm a little jealous of John because he's gonna have a pretty easy weekend coming.
John's just had it good on the weekend. The poor guy. We had that Nicholas County supercell his first weekend.
Yeah.
The one that dropped all that hail out toward Cowan and Tioga and all that. And I think since then the man hasn't had a raindrop hardly.
I think he's had like a few raindrops.
Maybe.
But he's not had this. So.
he's had it good, that's for sure. Let's take a look. Let's see. We take a look at the Rick. Yeah, we already were talking about that. Rain, thunder, lightning in Lewisburg. Yeah.
So let's talk about that a little.
Yeah, I bet you are seeing some storms, and that you're going to see a little more lightning with that complex scooting a little farther up to the north and east. We're zooming out because we kind of got 3 areas of interest here at this point. Let's go back to the storm tracker page. Could this storm weaken tonight in Fairdale? I mean, we were talking about this earlier, man. I just don't think we're going to see a ton of weakening.
No.
We might see a little bit of weakening
Maybe
when this
a
line
little
forms
drop,
in our eastern counties primarily, but I just don't see a lot of weakening taking place with these storms.
It's just like like I said earlier, it's like our atmosphere is just so primed at the moment, and unfortunately, we're just going to be essentially under the gun for the rest of the day into the early morning hours for Saturday. It's a little bit of good news, though. It does look like that Monroe system is weakening a little bit.
Yeah, it also could be where we're getting away from the radar a little bit. But let's switch.
Let's switch to F. Yeah, right there.
So again, we've got some purple showing up here. Could have some small hail east of Union, scooting up to the north and east. But this is sub-severe. The severe stuff is getting ready to cross the turnpike. So again, we're periodically switching back and forth here because we have our awesome Princeton camera brought to you by Stevens Mitsubishi, and it is going to get a really good shot of this here in a few minutes. So we will probably, here in about 5 minutes or so, we're going to leave this camera up and just talk while the storm works its way through.
So this camera is basically looking out, let me put up a little tracker right there, essentially looking out, if it wants to move out there.
Yeah, sometimes it's got a little bit
It's basically looking out this way. So once these showers start moving in, like it's going to go from probably really clear skies, or at least not grayish, hueish clouds, to basically really dark clouds pretty quick. So, and I think it's going to be a pretty cool thing to see on our camera right there.
Yeah, we're already seeing the breezy conditions. We're already seeing the clouds. You can see the birds kind of struggling out there a little bit, kind of running into that headwind just a little bit. Yeah. So again, this is a storm to take seriously. If you're in western portions of Mercer County, if you're in Tazewell County, this is not a typical garden variety storm that we're looking at. This is a storm that has had the potential of
no warning issued.
Oh, we got it. So we got a big old warning now. Yeah. So the weather service over in Blacksburg is not messing around. We're gonna hang on here now. Matt, I know you do have to get some work done, so you feel free to scoot off as soon as you need to. But we're gonna hang on here just a bit longer. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 3:15. That includes pretty much all of Mercer County except for the northern tip. That also includes central portions of Bland, all of Giles County, and then southern portions of Monroe County. And that is because of this complex, man.
Yeah, definitely. And to be honest with you, actually, I got all of my stuff done. So it's
nice.
That's the reason why I came back over here is to check to see how you were doing. So, but yeah, I'm basically pretty much done. And I might dip out just a sec once we get these showers and storms rolling through the Princeton camera, because I think that would be a pretty little of a neat shot across our camera once that starts rolling through.
Yeah, it's going to get close real quickly. So there's the camera right now. We're going to be checking this quite a bit.
Yeah.
Again, if you are in any of these counties, so let's kind of put the tracker on this if we can. This thing was giving me a little bit of a hard time earlier, so let's see if it works. But this is moving to the east and southeast at about 55 miles an hour. Yeah, it's still going to give me a hard time. Something to do with the hand tracker. It does not like that. There it goes.
There we go.
So I'll just have to keep the hand tracker turned off. But again, Princeton 2:15. That's going to be right on your doorstep here. So next, I'd say 2-4 minutes, you're going to really start to see things deteriorate. The worst of this storm, though, is farther down to your south and west. So if you are in Princeton, this is still going to be a rough ride, but this is not fun down in Bluefield. This is not fun down toward Pocahontas. This is not fun even farther down to the south toward Tazewell. The one thing of interest, though, if we put this into motion, the number of lightning strikes is continuing to lower with this. So that suggests that there is some weakening taking place with this, man.
Yeah, definitely. And hopefully it continues to do so.
Yes, that would be nice.
As it moves off to the east. Because generally speaking, it's a very broad area of warm storm, because it seems to be affecting basically all of our counties down in Virginia, including Bland and Giles County, at least a little bit of more stretch. Then it's affecting most of Mercer County, the southern edge of Summers County, and a good chunk of Monroe County down to the south and west right there. I wouldn't be surprised if it maybe gets a little bit here from Monroe, but once we get past that one, and basically that one little system should be out of here. But the other issue is that we're going to be watching this guy right behind that too.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see if that line holds together behind the energy that this storm is taking out. So far, it has done so, but we'll be watching that closely. But again, if you're basically anywhere in our far southern counties, if you're anywhere south of Union, if you are down toward Princeton, if you're down in Bluefield, this has been a complex of storms. We'll check some of the power outage numbers here in a minute, but this storm has definitely made history. I think we're just, you want to kind of leave this camper up here for a couple of minutes?
Well, let's check the power outage map just really
we can do that,
quickly.
and then we'll answer some comments. Looks like we got 100 customers out in the Blaine.
I believe that's how it was just a few minutes ago, too. So, hasn't updated completely yet, so we might have to wait on that just a sec, but let's go back to Princeton cam right there. And I think we're just going to keep this guy rolling.
Yeah, we'll leave it up here for a few minutes while we answer some questions. Joanne says, very dark, heavy rain. Let's see, Dennis, is McDowell County in the clear after these storms? I've been hearing talk about a derecho, if I spelled that right. Yeah, so we'll be looking at a complex of storms later on. I don't like using the term derecho, Dennis, because it's a posthumous term. So basically, we are expecting a line of storms area-wide to impact the region here later on tonight. So don't let your guard down.
Yeah.
Just because these storms have worked their way through. And that was a nasty storm that just came through portions of McDowell County. So it's important to not let your guard down here as a result of what has passed through Dennis. So I hope that helps. We will be seeing more storms later on. Karen says, what about the Beckley area? We're seeing some scattered showers. Those showers working their way through. Steady showers with a few rumbles of thunder, but nothing severe up your way here at this point. But, man, you can really, look how quickly these clouds are working their way in.
Yeah, definitely. And I think in about a second or so, we're going to start to see, like I mentioned before, these clouds are going to turn from a milky grayish color to very overcast. In fact, I think you can actually see at the very top right there, those clouds starting to roll in right there. So, again, and even over here, we're starting to hear a bit more of that thunder activity.
Yeah.
So even if our area here in Gent and Beckley isn't necessarily like under a severe warm storm, we got some thunder and lightning going on over here, folks.
Yeah, this is the storm that came out of McDowell County, so this was really packing a punch out toward War, out toward Gary, Anawalt, Avondale, down towards Squire and Berwind earlier, and now this is scooting its way off to the east and is now pushing its way into portions of Mercer County, down into parts of Tazewell County as well. And again, we have that severe thunderstorm warning that extends all the way out to the east into portions of southern Monroe County and Giles County, and that goes until 3:15. Yeah. Dennis says, man, it was super scary and dark. I've seen worse, but I'm hoping tonight doesn't top that. Yeah, we will be watching that closely. Again, it is kind of a question as to whether these storms, as strong as they are, will limit any of the severe potential later on tonight. I kind of have my doubts at this point. I still think we're going to have strong to severe thunderstorms later on tonight. But one thing is for sure, we will be staying on top of it for you.
Definitely.
And for folks asking, Stephen, for example, Rodell asking if see if anything bad later. Yeah, we'll have some storms later on this evening. So, again, the important thing here is to not let your guard down with these storms that are working through here this afternoon. And also, as Matt was pointing out a little bit earlier, if you do live in a flood-prone area, it is important that you keep an eye on the streams and creeks because we will be looking at more thunderstorms later. Joanne says sheets of rain in Bluefield right now. Yeah, Bluefield's kind of getting pounded by this.
Yeah.
This area, the Princeton camera should be a good camera to see the storm rolling through, and that's why we've got it up right now. You can see how quickly the clouds now are moving in, but definitely worse farther down into Bluefield. Then, real quickly, Dennis says, do you guys have a time frame for the worst of the storms that's supposed to come through in McDowell County tonight? I'd say probably about 8, 9 o'clock at the earliest, up to about midnight, Dennis.
Yeah.
Up to about midnight.
Yeah, then after midnight into 1, the severe weather threat for McDowell County should be pretty much over at that point.
And Aaron says currently freaking out in Bluefield. Real quickly, let's take a look at what's going on down there. We'll switch right back to this here momentarily. But again, the worst of the storm has been working its way through Bluefield. Likely some small hail if you can do so safely. So Princeton's right here, and downtown Princeton is just missing out on the meat and potatoes of this system.
Yeah, they are.
This is not fun at all in Bluefield and up toward northern parts of Blaine County, toward the Clear Fork, North Gap, about down to Hicksville or so. This is not fun activity at all. And again, Princeton will get a good shot of this working its way through. That's why we keep going back and forth.
Yeah.
But definitely a lot worse farther down to the south, man.
Yeah, definitely, man. Joe, you're not kidding. Those clouds are just ripping right
They are
through.
racing through. This is real time. You can see the cars moving right here. We are not
we're not speeding things up or anything. We're not going on and off with the camera here. I mean, this is real time. Like, so if it just tells you that's how quickly these storms are moving through, just look at the clouds right there. I mean, they're really just ripping through Princeton right now.
Yeah, and the good thing is, again, if you're watching this in Princeton, it looks like the worst of this is going to stay down to your south. The Bluefield area is getting hammered right now, and Aaron is confirming that, but that is about to work its way out of the Bluefield areas. Aaron, if you're in your house maybe, and you're able to take a picture, that would be great. If you do maybe see or hear some hail, wait till the hail stops. It'll take a minute for it to melt. And we'd love to see a picture of what's going on. I mean, you guys in the comments, let us know what you're seeing. We appreciate you guys that are commenting what you're seeing, because there might be somebody that's a few miles east of you that wants to know what they can expect, right? Some folks do have storm anxiety, right? That is not an uncommon situation, especially given that we've had some bad weather in our region over the last several years. So letting people know what you're seeing in your town definitely helps, and I encourage you guys to put that in there, and that's why we appreciate that. Let's take a look at the 59 News chat. Kind of trying to bounce back and forth here, so we will do that. Stand by while we keep this up here, and let's see what we've got going on that channel. Let's see. Sonny says, "What about Lewisburg?" And over in Lewisburg, we're seeing some thunder, but not seeing anything severe. And you can see how dark these clouds, by the way, have gotten in Princeton. So this is kind of picking up in a hurry.
Yeah.
Linda says, what about the Union area? You've got some thunderstorms that have been nearby, but those are sub-severe. I want to give a real quick shout-out, and Matt's probably interviewed them before. I don't know. The Greenbrier County Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Yeah. They are awesome.
Yes, they are.
They commented on here. And I just want to give them a shout out because they really do a great job of keeping their social medias updated with things going on as far as what's going on in the county that could affect folks. A great example was when we had the big power outage in Greenbrier County here a couple of nights ago. Man, they were doing such an awesome job of keeping people informed on what was going on. And again, it's just great to have an asset like that, and for folks in Greenbrier County to have a page like Greenbrier County Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Really great. Hopefully other counties are able to make something like that for people in the future. So big shout out to them there real quickly. And for the record, not sponsored in any way.
Not sponsored at
Just
all.
think they do an awesome job, and I like to give
all.
people credit that do go out of their way to try to keep people safe. Let's see. Yeah, that's about Oceana raining, thunder, and lightning. Yeah. Hey, Matt, these clouds have really started picking up here over the last little bit.
Yeah, it does. I think we just lost a cam. Did we lose the camera right there?
Oh, we did. No. I hope we didn't lose power.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's not fun.
Oh, no.
Yep, so the Princeton camera might be down, folks. We're going to give this a minute. Rip.
I just saw the car stop moving. I'm like, oh, no, I think we lost the camera.
Yeah, we may have just lost our Princeton camera. Man, and this is the one that's weathered the storm this week. I feel like all of our cameras have gone down except for this one. Yeah. So we'll give it a minute, but it sure is looking like we've lost our camera. So that's rather unfortunate.
Oh no. Oh, we were kind of looking forward to that.
I know, yeah. I kind of feel like I got let down.
we both got let down with this.
Nothing against Stevens Mitsubishi at all. They just sponsored the camera.
Yeah,
but, we do love using our cameras.
We do,
and that's why I like to give them a shout out. But yeah, it looks like we may have lost. We may have a power outage or something. If you're in the Princeton area and you're watching, let us know what's going on. Hey, did you just lose power or anything? It sure looks like this thing's down. So let's switch back to the radar. We'll check back here in a few minutes and see if this guy's back in action. But definitely looks like we have lost this. Dennis, let's see. Thank you guys so much. We just recovered from the horrible flood. Yeah, I bet you did if you're in McDowell County. That was a bad one. And the power was out. Phone kept going off for a flood emergency. So I'm hoping the power doesn't go out tonight with these storms, because if so, then I have no way to know anything. That was a scary night with those floods. I want to emphasize something real quickly, Dennis, to your point. We're not looking at flooding like that this evening.
No.
We are not looking at historic flooding.
No.
Nothing like that in any part of our area. Now, with that being said, we could have some low-lying issues where we see the heaviest rain set up in multiple spots from these storms. So we got to keep that in mind. Joanne, neat camera in Bluefield. Hey, Joanne, good news down the pike on that. We'll keep you updated. I can't say too much, but we'll just say your wish might get granted here before too long. It's not going to happen today, though. I'm near the courthouse in Princeton, no power. Oh, no power outage currently. So I guess that means there is power?
Maybe.
Can you clarify, Brandy? I'm not the smartest person in the world.
We do weather.
We got to be smart to do the weather.
We do.
But, that's about all I'm good at. Let's take a look at what's going on right now. And again, the worst of this, Matt, is right along the West Virginia border. I like to think on that turnpike right there at that Welcome Center.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I bet that Welcome Center is getting hailed on right now.
Yeah.
I've
been in that Welcome Center before, too, and it's a very good Welcome Center.
It is, yeah. Look at these storms continuing to work their way through. Again, the thing to watch are the lightning strikes, which are picking back up, I might add. Mm-hmm. So these dropped for a little bit. We dropped below 100 strikes. Now we're up to about 130. Mm-hmm. Also, last thing that I want to emphasize also, this severe thunderstorm warning was allowed to expire. We now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for western McDowell County. Okay, this is going to go until, let's see, this goes until 3 p.m. Now, the good thing with this is, this line is showing signs of weakening. We also have a tornado warning on the south side of that, so we'll watch that. But this line does appear to be weakening as it works its way to the east. But still, this is some damaging winds, and yes, you can definitely see we've got a hook there on the southern tip of that, headed toward the Wise area of Virginia.
Let's see if we can get a velocity.
Yeah, that is going to be a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
right
so
there.
This is a classic issue.
Yep. Right
this means business there toward Wise. Now, that's not in our region, so we want to make this clear. And this particular part of the storm looks to just miss us to the south. This would scoot like this. This would eventually head toward the Wytheville area. Mm-hmm. But still, that is something we will have to watch very carefully.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that.
We'll keep a real close eye on that. That is quite the structure that is showing up there. And again, that'll be something, definitely seeing some rotation with this near the Wise area. So if you know anybody who lives near Norton, near Wise there in western parts of Virginia, just a complete side note, that storm is definitely rotating as it works its way off to the east. That is not something we are going to have to worry about here in the short term. We're looking at damaging wind gusts. We have this complex here that is strengthening. We also have this complex. So we've got two different complexes, Matt, and that is keeping us busy.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a busy day in the weather lab. It wasn't that busy this morning, but once the afternoon and the overnight start going through, that's going to be where we're going to keep an eye again with more of these strong two severe storms. Again, we're going to keep an eye on that tornado warning down there. Hopefully it does just barely miss us.
It will, yeah. So that storm should stay down to our south.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on it for our folks in southern Tazewell.
Yeah.
But again, the southern tip of this little complex should stay down to our south. But what this means is there is still a ton of wind shear in the atmosphere for these storms to work with. So that is the important thing here. Don't keep your guard, or don't let your guard down here with these storms that are working through here during the early afternoon. Because like I said, once this complex goes through, we don't have anything behind this. We've got several hours where we are going to dry out here as we head toward later on this afternoon. And when we do dry out, the storm, our atmosphere is going to re-energize itself, and we're going to be looking at more chances for severe weather later on tonight. So we're not trying to hype anything. We're not going to tell you it's going to be DEFCON 5 in your neighborhood, because chances are it probably will not be. But we will have strong to severe wind gusts that will be possible across our entire region as we head toward later on tonight, Matt.
Yeah, and let's go a little bit of a look-see of our second line that's going to make its way in.
So this cell right here, or this line here, let's put the Jackson radar up so we see a better presentation of that.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a little bit better of a representation of that rotation that we got going down near the Wise area. Let's see. Yeah, generally right there, that is a little bit of a, well, I'd say a super classic look of a hook, but I mean, that's basically as, clear definition of what we're looking for when we try to see radar indicated tornado signatures. I mean, this classic little line that you see right there, that is all she wrote right there. And that thing is slowly moving off to the north and to the southeast. Man, that is thundering over here.
It sure is. So again, for folks that are just now watching, yes, there is a tornado warning down in southwestern portions of Virginia. That should stay down to our south. We are watching this line of storms that is going to be approaching. We have 2 rounds, so I'm going to switch back to the Blacksburg radar here, because we've got to worry about this complex. We also have to, just in general speaking, very heavy rain that's taking place with all of this here as it works its way to the east. Matt, this is definitely not a lot of fun to be driving in.
Yeah. You want to put up a rainfall total for the past
let's
hour?
take a look at rainfall totals here over the last hour or so, and
Yeah.
as you can see, we've got some pretty impressive rainfall totals that have taken place here.
Yeah, we're looking at radar indicated, of course. But we're looking at about, swaths of areas that are potentially getting half an inch to a little bit over an inch of rain. And when you talk about, just the past hour alone, that's a lot of rainfall in just a 1 hour span right
Completely agree. Yeah, this is when you think about some of those city spots, if you've got any clogged drains in Bluefield, right, that's enough rain to at least cause some minor issues. And the thing is, we've got another round of rain coming in. So we gotta be aware of this. Now, there's a little bit of a break, but this is another line of storms that continues to work its way through, and this is another line of severe storms that is continuing to work its way off to the east. But again, we're looking at the potential for damaging wind gusts. We're looking at the potential for some large hail and lots of lightning and lots of rain as this continues to race its way down to the east. Now, I will say, we were talking about the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Summers, for western Monroe. This looks to stay down to your south in those areas. We could have some lightning, some brief rain, heavy rain, perhaps as far north as maybe about the Ballard area there in Monroe County. But most of Monroe County is going to be fine from this.
Yeah.
I think Summers County altogether is going to be fine from this.
Yeah.
Giles County, get ready. You're going to get smacked by this here in about the next 20 to 30 minutes. And this is about to cross the turnpike there in Bland County momentarily. And again, this is quite the swath of rain that continues to work its way into that area.
Yeah, and I think it's a good reminder for folks that, Joe, this is just the first round of rain. I mean, we eventually have another one that's going to make its way in later tonight. If you're just now joining us, and what I mean by saying that this is round one, this whole thing is round one. We're going to get a little bit of a lull because we have all this back here. That's round two.
Yeah, and just since we've been watching, this has been building rather quickly here.
Yeah.
So, again, this is an environment that has not had any rain. And so we look at the last hour. I mean, watch how quickly this starts to grow in both sides. And, again, we're starting to see storms forming up here. This is going to be a major issue. There we go. I was going to say we had a hiccup there. This is going to be a major issue in terms of tornado potential out across parts of Missouri and Arkansas over the next couple of hours. But you get the idea here. We will see a line form eventually. So we're going to start to see this fill in time. And as that happens, then it will start to propagate east, and this is going to become a big issue for the bluegrass state of Kentucky and eventually over into our region later on tonight. But again, in the near term, in the next half hour, we'll switch the local radar back up. And again, we have just a whole wall of rain that's just kind of working its way through. So again, can't emphasize enough to keep an eye on those streams and creeks. Again, we don't have any reports of flooding or anything like that, but along with the severe weather risk, that is something that we'll be watching. And Brandy, by the way, did say there is power in Princeton. Let's actually switch that camera. Let's see if it's back. Did it ever come back? Let's see.
No,
it did not come back. Wow. I wonder if that part... Let's check the power outage map. So, rip to the Princeton camera. I will let our engineers know.
Yeah.
In fact, I should be able to check the email. I did not get an email that camera was down. That's very interesting. Huh. I wonder what is going on with it.
Maybe the Wi-Fi got knocked out.
Yeah, maybe the Wi-Fi did get knocked out with
it. Can't message you, unfortunately.
Yeah, so we don't have any reported power outages over there, but definitely something going on with the Princeton camera, which is very disappointing because wanted to see... Wait, it's back.
Oh, wait.
We're back. We are so back. Okay.
And it is gloomy over there.
Yeah. All right, well, the Princeton camera is back, so this is a look at what's going on in Princeton. Again, the worst of this is down to the south, Matt.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And a good thing to actually point out, because, we were talking about this a bit ago, but with this kind of complex, we were kind of looking at three different areas. This little cell, or complex, I should say, that's just out to our west right now. You have this complex right here. We're also watching this complex right there, but this complex is officially moved out of our region and now moving into north central Virginia. So, again, for areas that just saw this storm, you're basically in the clear with this right here. It's going to be, again, these two storms right here that our attention is going to turn to for at least the next hour, maybe an hour and a half, Joe.
Yeah, I think probably by about 4 o'clock, this is going to be all out of the area.
Yeah.
And we're going to be dry for a bit. And again, the important thing is to not say, wow, well, these storms were not fun, and they were rough, and we should be okay now. Because we will have another storm coming in later. Matt, let's take a look at Predictor.
Yeah.
Why don't you run through Predictor with them?
Yeah, definitely.
And show them what we can expect. Now, keep in mind, this is not exactly how this is going to set up. Models really struggle when you have robust setups.
Yeah.
They struggle kind of getting an idea of how this is going to work, but we will have a line of storms coming in later.
Yeah, for example, we're literally at 2 o'clock right now, and you...
Doesn't have much showing.
Yeah, you're seeing on Predictor here that, there we go. You're seeing, we have all of these storms right here. There's nothing on Predictor. Right. So, Predictor, in general, I would say, it's not a perfect science. It's not going to give you the perfect thing all the time. But it gives you a general idea of what you can expect. And I think that's what is going to be really important, that it gives you the general idea of what we're expecting later tonight. Again, we're going to be watching for the potential for a few showers and storms for the next hour or so. I think Predictor's overdoing this a little bit.
I don't think this is going to be around at 5, 6 o'clock.
No, I'm not expecting this to be around either. But unfortunately, that's not good news for us because while Predictor wants to throw up some showers at 5 or 6 o'clock, I'm not expecting that in the slightest. What's unfortunately that's not good news for us is that it gives us a lot more dry time and a little bit more time for us to kind of refuel our atmosphere a little bit for eventually this another line. This is the line that we're seeing out to our west right now with all those convective showers and storms forming up.
This is the Missouri. Will be the Missouri line that will come through.
Yeah, this is eventually the Missouri line that will move through. And again, we're talking 10, 11 o'clock is when the line's going to officially start to come in out to our west. And we're really not expecting the severe weather stuff to be completely out of here until 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning. Yes, we will have some showers still behind that, but those showers should be below severe limits. Maybe a couple of rumbles of thunder, but again, nothing like what we're going to see for 10 through 2 o'clock in the morning. Again, Predictor, I think, in general, does a pretty good job of just, once all of these showers are out of here, once we officially get all of this stuff out of here, it's going to be basically a clearing out kind of day for Saturday. And honestly, if we, potentially get some power outages, it could also be a recovery day for people who may potentially lose power from any of these strong storms, Joe.
Yeah, really, the only issue... is that it's going to be windy. Our engineering guy said, I just heard you in... Well, Adrian, if you're watching,
love you,
if you're hearing, we have it back. It is back.
I love you, Adrian.
It did come back, thankfully. So we're glad that the Princeton camera is back on here. Kelly says Bluefield was hit hard. Kelly, if you're able to, send some pictures. Head over to our website, WVNSTV.com. I'm going to actually show you how to do that right now. So stand by here. And I'll show you exactly what we do to get on here. So we're going to disappear for a second. I'm going to pop WVNS up. So there's the home page. So you've got Matt's page on here. And to upload a photo, all you got to do is go to the weather tab, which is right here. So you pop the weather tab up. You see all these different sub-tabs that come up. You just hit this Weather Together tab, and that will take you to where you upload your photos. We would really appreciate it. If you can do that. That would be super helpful. We've had people send all kinds of different photos. We've got a whole bunch of photos. So we would appreciate it if you do that.
Yeah.
You can also email them. I don't have a problem if you email them, but I think Weather Together would be even better. And again, we'd like to be able to use those graphics. So let's pop up back. Let's get back on here and show what is happening right now. And let me... get our radar back up here. There we go. Took me a second there.
We go.
So again, we've still got these storms that are working their way in, and boy, they are a real problem, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. They're still basically gunning through the southern portions, very southern portions of our area right now. So it's kind of funny because Giles County really hasn't seen much activity. They saw a little bit maybe of this northern section of storms, but they really haven't seen much. But you're starting to see this little bit of a nasty cluster right there that's going to make its way into Giles County over the next couple of minutes here. So again, if you're in the Parisburg area, Bain area, Poplar Hill area, you're going to be seeing these showers and storms move through, but probably within the next 5 or 10 minutes, and it's gradually going to move off to the east, and there is hopefully it weakens some more before it gets over there. But again, even if it does weaken some, you're still going to have a lot of lightning strikes, some heavy downpours. It's, in general, Joe, it's not going to be a fun outing for the people over in Giles County in Virginia.
Yeah, this is a real doozy that continues to work its way through, and we're still seeing quite a bit of lightning with this. We have that complex scooting through, and then again, we have this complex that's scooting through. So we've got still a couple of different complexes that continue to work their way into the area. One that's kind of moving into the eastern portions of our region, and a second one that's moving into our southern areas right now. Let's take a look really quickly and check the 59 news page here for a minute. Let's see what we've got going on there in terms of commenters. Storm gone in Bluefield, says Joanne. What is the direction of the storms moving, asks Priscilla? Generally speaking, basically due east.
Yeah, east-southeast a little bit.
Yeah, Elizabeth says huge old lightning strikes in Princeton. I believe it.
Yeah.
It was enough to where it messed our camera up there for a minute. I had to really kind of knock on that thing to make it come back there. But thankfully we're in good shape there. And again, big shout out to our engineering folks for always staying on top of stuff.
Yeah.
And again, we are keeping an eye on this system down to the south. Again, we've had quite a bit of rotation down into portions of southwestern Virginia. That doesn't look quite as strong right now.
No.
But we will watch that as it works its way toward the far southern portions of our viewing area.
It does look like it's losing its rotation a little bit more, so that's definitely a good sign right there. Hopefully it continues to do so as it gets a little bit closer to our area. But again, I'm not generally expecting that to impact our area. I think it's just going to barely miss us in the grand scheme, Joe.
Yeah, so if you're in Bluefield, things are looking a lot better for now, although there is a storm system back to your west that will move back into the region over the next, we'll say 45 minutes to an hour. Princeton, you're looking okay as well. Still some lightning around, though. The worst of this is farther down to the south and east into portions of Bland and Giles counties, and that is where the worst of this in our region is currently. Man, that is not fun to be driving in the turnpike. That is not fun if you're up along the upper New River Valley and, let's say, Parisburg and Pembroke. You were about to get smacked here in about the next 15 to 20 minutes.
A little bit of lag of information. No, okay, never mind. I was just catching up right there. I was like, it looked like it immediately paused right there. But I guess I was just overthinking things. But yeah, Joe, it's not fun at all. No, not fun in the slightest. And again, just gonna be a little bit of a. Just it definitely tells it's just been going to be more of an activate. Man, I'm having tough with words today. Maybe it's just because I've been up since like 3
I was going to say, you have been up since like 3 o'clock this morning.
I've not even finished. This has been my This has been basically my hydration all day, and I haven't even finished it yet. So
you got to drink that. Come on, man. You got to drink have the doctor in you.
I'm trying, man.
Yeah, we've gotten about an inch of rain. So again, some low-lying flooding issues can't be ruled out here. This is within the last hour, so you think about that. That's a lot of rain in a very short period of time. We haven't had any reports or issues with flooding, but again, some minor street flooding issues can't be ruled out.
Yeah,
especially with the secondary line that will be working its way in here as we head toward later on. But you see the purples, you see the dark reds. This is stuff that is definitely strong to severe in both Bland and Giles counties. And then again, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning until 3 p.m. for McDowell County. Now, I will say there have been signs of weakening with this, and we are not complaining about that one bit.
No.
There is signs of weakening with this line. Always have to check the book. We call these bookend vertices, but you always have to watch out these bookends here on the top of these little complexes up in Mercer County. But again, at this point, showing at least some signs of weakening as this works its way off to the east, but still severe thunderstorm warning nonetheless.
Seems like the worst of it seems to be could be potentially impacting the Richlands and the Tazewell area right there. But farther up to the north, still bad, but not as bad. Huh?
Yeah, and it's impressive how much just plain old rain is falling. It's just a wet day in Fayetteville. It's a wet day in Beckley. It's a wet afternoon in Lewisburg. We're not really seeing much in the way of severe storms, just kind of good sleeping weather, if you ask me. And Lord knows I am going to be sleeping like a baby later on tonight once this is all done with.
Lord tells you I'm about to be passed out about an hour from now once I officially get on home. So
poor Matty Cakes has been, we jokingly call him that. He's been here for pushing on about 10, 12 hours.
Yeah. Dude, I have so many nicknames here. Like we could literally run through the gambit of the amount of nicknames that I have here. But Matty Cakes is one of them. I won't go into the depth of detail right there. What's the other one? So, looks like that tornado warning was allowed to expire, Joe, and it looks like they've just replaced that with a severe thunderstorm warning that's just right outside of the Tazewell area. It looks like right there.
Yeah. So that rotation seems to have kind of gotten rid of itself here for now. We'll see if that continues to maintain its severe strength here over the next little bit as it works its way off to the east. But at this point, at least in my opinion, this is showing some signs of weakening as it scoots its way off to the east. Now, it could still re-strengthen as it does scoot east, so we'll watch that. But at least at this point, you can see by the number of lightning strikes, we've gone from 227. Now, granted, that was with that exiting storm, but we've gone from quite a bit of lightning to a much lower number. So we've gone from about 250 lightning strikes down to about 80. So that's quite a bit less than what we had earlier. So we'll see if that is allowed, if that severe thunderstorm warning is allowed to go farther to the east. But at this point, that's probably a little more fringe territory. This is still quite a bit of lightning that we're seeing. Again, in Giles and Blaine counties. This is pretty much exclusively outside of West Virginia. So we're not really seeing much in the way of severe weather in West Virginia at this very moment, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. It's just kind of like I love well, not necessarily I love it, but it's just interesting to see the duality of what we got here. It's like if you're way down to the south, you're catching some very strong to severe storms. Up to the north, you're not really catching much of anything. Yeah, it's gloomy with rain, but maybe a few rumbles of thunder like here at the station. But in general, it's all just been down to the south at this point, Joe.
Yeah, and again, farther up to the north, we've been totally fine. Basically, especially Beckley up north, it's just been plain rain.
Just been plain rain.
And it's been raining plenty. Lots of steady rains, but nothing overly heavy. And beyond that, this has just been more of a southern West Virginia and portions of Virginia storms that we've been seeing kind of moving over the same areas here over the bit. So we did have a storm report just to the south and east of Bluefield reported to the National Weather Service. We had 3/4 inch diameter hail. So again, that was just about a mile southeast of Bluefield. So
not surprising.
Again, yeah, not surprised to hear that at all. And we haven't got any photos or anything to my knowledge.
That seems to be the only storm report so far.
Yeah, we'll be continuing to watch those, of course.
Yeah,
and seeing if we do get any reports that come in here. And again, let's see. Having a little bit of issue with the Facebook Live, so hang on here just for a second. There we go.
There we go.
Should still be. There we go. Still should be good to go. And again, for those that are tuning in, we appreciate it. Please let us know what you're seeing in the comments. That way we can relay that information. And we will be continuing to watch this closely here as we work our way through the next couple of hours, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. Again, folks, it's going to be like one of those things we're just going to keep an eye on for the rest of tonight. Again, if you're just now joining us right now, this is, I guess you could say, Act 1 of our multiple rounds of severe weather that we have going on for tonight. Again, this is just round 1, folks. I mean, we still got round 2 that's well out to our west, and that's going to make its way in later on tonight. And we really will not be done with. We really won't be out of the gun necessarily until we get to the very early morning hours for Saturday. So, I mean, we're still going to be under the gun for a little bit longer. So, hopefully, Mother Nature can throw us a bone and not make things a little too messy for us once we head into the afternoon and evening, Joe.
Yeah, and again, we continue to watch this new line of showers and thunderstorms that is now pushing its way in from the west. So this is definitely was looking stronger in eastern portions of Kentucky, but this is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of McDowell County, the west central parts, until 3 p.m. So we'll see if that gets extended because this likely won't be all the way through McDowell County until that happens. And we take a look at this here. I'm going to zoom in just for a moment and pause this. With this in particular, there is some very broad rotation with this. This is nothing that's going to drop a tornado, so we don't have to worry about that. But it's still enough to where we'll have to keep an eye on this over the next bit. Anytime you start seeing these kind of these complexes with these little notches trying to show up, that just kind of goes to show that there's a lot of rotation naturally in the atmosphere here this afternoon. And again, that line is scooting its way to the east into McDowell, into Wyoming counties. If you're up to the north, we're not seeing much. It's just plain rain with an occasional lightning strike. Really good classic mystery weather. You ever watched an old mystery movie where it's thundering in the background and you got the rain hitting the windows and all that? That's the kind of storm and rain action that we're seeing farther to the north. But again, we have one complex here. Not to sound like, not to beat a dead horse, but we've got one to the west. We've got that complex west. We've got this complex that'll be out of here soon. That's in Giles and Blaine counties. So we're kind of, at this point, waiting to see what this guy is going to do as it scoots its way to the east, whether we're going to see a weakening trend or whether this is going to be something that we're going to have to watch as well.
Yeah. I was thinking, old haunted house.
Yeah, old haunted house.
Old haunted house kind of weather. Just, try to get out of the old haunted house, but wait until the weather is officially away from the old haunted house, and then you can officially get out of there. But yeah, Joe, we're kind of just seeing, I would say kind of the tail end of our first round right here. I mean, this little system down near Bland and Giles County, it's almost out of here. It's maybe got like another half an hour left.
Maybe not even that.
Maybe not even that. Maybe 15 minutes to half an hour, and that's going to be about it. And then this little complex right behind it, of course, we're going to keep an eye out. But Joe, you made a very good point that it does look like it does continue to maybe potentially weaken a little bit, especially up to our north a little bit. Down to the south, not so much, but it does seem to be showing some signs that it is weakening ever so little bit.
Yeah, we'll take it. This part of the storm, not weakening. This is continuing to be severe stuff that is going through Giles and Blaine County, so we zoom in. Again, this is mainly south of Harrisburg here at this point. Tons of lightning out toward Eggleston. But this is going to be out of our region here in the next 20 minutes or so. And this will start to impact the Radford and Christiansburg areas. Heavy rain down toward central and western portions of Blaine County. So from Bland itself back to the west toward Eagle Oak and areas like that. This is some very heavy rain that's taking place. Then farther back to the west, again, we have this line that Matt was talking about, but we are seeing signs of some weakening taking place with this. This is a good sign. Not saying this is sub-severe just yet, but definitely looking a little bit better than what it was about 15, even 20 minutes ago, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. And again, we'll take it. The less severe weather that we have to deal with in our region, that's better for you. It's better for me. It's better for the viewers. It's better for your cats and dogs, everybody in between. So, we'll take it, folks, at this point. Especially given just, how potentially active the rest of the day can be. But, again, we're going to be keeping an eye on that for the rest of the day, Joe.
Yeah, Lily says, happy to see you guys live during these storms. Yeah, we have big weather going on. We'll plan on being live, so you can expect. One thing to emphasize, just to make you guys aware, we do not have a 10 o'clock newscast tonight. So if we do have storms moving in around 10 o'clock, we'll be live on Facebook. But we'll be live anytime we're not on air. And, of course, we'll be on air at 11 o'clock. If we have storms going on after that, we'll be live after that. So, we'll be keeping you guys updated on that. Karen says rain and thunder. And Jen can confirm here at the news station. It has been raining and thundering. So, Karen,
right.
+1 on that. Christine, how bad is Beckley going to get hit tonight? Again, if you're just now tuning in, we've been live now for well over an hour. We're closing in on an hour and a half that we have been live on here. If you're just now tuning in, this is going to be one of those situations where, yes, we have strong storms that are working their way through the region. But we have another round that is going to be here later on tonight. So, again, don't let your guards down with this because we have more coming later on tonight, Matt.
Do you want to show people the area of concern?
Yeah, we might as well. So let's put the national radar back up. So this is what we've got going on right now. So, again, this is using the national composite, so it's not as detail-oriented. We have this storm here. Excuse me. Let's get that going. There we go. We have this complex that is about to exit in Giles County and Blaine counties. We have this complex that is entering our region from the west. So this is going to be going to provide some gusty winds in the Hanover area, out toward Brenton in Wyoming County, Pineville here in the next 20 to 30 minutes, as well as McDowell County. That will continue here as we head into the next little bit. Western McDowell County as well. And then we have this complex here, and this is the next round. Mm-hmm. This is the round that's going to be the problematic round later on tonight. At least that is the current thinking. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to go back about 3 hours with this so that you can see the progression of this and how quickly this has been developing. Yeah. So we go back 3 hours, and you can see how this is
ripped.
Yeah, this is blowing up big time here. So just in the matter of 3 hours, we've gone from literally having nothing to a good 10 to 12 supercells that have formed in Missouri and Arkansas. These will congeal into a line and then work their way off to the east later on this afternoon and eventually into our region as we head toward later on in the evening into tonight.
Yeah, and, we've been telling the people all day long, but our atmosphere, we like to say, is primed right now. And just to give a little bit of example, I understand also that further out to the west today, it is definitely a little bit more primed compared to what we got. But, these little guys, just regular old rain showers, that's what they popped up right now. But then right around 12:30, there you go, and there you go, right there when we start to see these storms starting to pop up. And that only occurred in about an hour, Joe. So they formed really quick, and they got very dangerous very quickly in a very short amount of time. So, folks, if you want an example of just how primed our atmosphere is, there it is right there.
No doubt. And again, this is going to eventually head its way into our region. So this is going to kind of arc out. So this will kind of arc up to the north and then will kind of curve its way back down to the south and east here later on tonight. Yeah. And that's going to be the trajectory here as we get toward later on this evening.
Yeah, and again, for people who may be thinking or who are just joining us and saying like, oh, but we have all of these guys right here, shouldn't that help us out? Well, the issue is that we have these guys, we have this. All of this, apologize for my scribble, that is a lot of drive time. Like, we have probably another, I would say, probably 5 to 6 hours until these guys get over to us. That is a lot of drive time. And even if it occurs during the evening and overnight, that's still plenty of time for our atmosphere to recover as much as it can before these guys get over to us, Joe.
Yeah, so let's zoom back in on what's going on in the now, and that is these storms that we've got still in the area currently. So we pop back on. Again, we are kind of seeing these storms. So let's switch to the Blacksburg radar here for a moment. These storms, perhaps the strongest, but they are about to scoot out of our region. We are almost done with these. Yep. So these are all but over. This was the complex that brought all the storms and activity into Bluefield a little bit earlier, back into parts of McDowell County. Now we're watching this complex of storms. So we switch to the Charleston radar. And again, we got this line of storms. To me, this appears to be sub-severe in McDowell County. We'll see if the new warning gets issued because this one's going to expire at 3 o'clock. This looks sub-severe. This stuff farther down to the south and east is severe. And that will continue to scoot toward the Wytheville area. And that's where we have had at least a little bit of rotation.
Yeah, our in-house product keeps trying to put something up down there.
Yeah.
But it's very broad rotation.
Yeah, but as far as this is all wind-whipped right here. So this is all going to continue to work its way to the east. That's not going to be fun in Beckley. If you're watching this in Beckley, if you're watching this along the turnpike, you're going to get a big gust of wind here in about 15, 20, 25 minutes. And this is not going to be much fun as it works its way through. We'll see if that weakening trend continues, though, because this line has had a sign of weakening. Oops, let's switch that back to the last half hour. And so we can see a little more detail, seeing those trends. Notice how those the lightning counter continues to slowly drop here. Mm-hmm. And again, it looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for this line. Man, I'll tell you what, all love to RLX, but they have hated Eastern McDowell County today. I don't know what is up with that, but they'll probably issue one here shortly for Eastern McDowell County. But that's a new severe thunderstorm warning, kind of right over the same areas. So this includes Princeton, this includes Bluefield, and this goes until 4 p.m. Mm-hmm. So again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Matt take over this Facebook Live here for a few minutes. Basically, we have an afternoon meeting that we do here at the news station. I'm going to head off here for about 10 minutes and let Matt take the controls for a bit, and I'll be back here in about 10 minutes to kind of continue our Facebook Live. Again, if you do have any questions, feel free to post those. We welcome them, And again, Matt will be hanging on here for a little bit, and we'll be back here in just a bit.
Yeah, definitely. You go enjoy that meeting, and I'll take over for just one quick sec for next 5 or 10 minutes here. Again, if you're just now joining us for this Facebook Live here, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Tazewell County, western portions of Bland County in Virginia, and then if you move up to the north, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for basically central western portions of Mercer County, and that all goes until 4 o'clock, and it's all because of these little clusters of storms right here. So basically, all of this right here that you're seeing is slowly moving off to the east right now, and that's the reasoning why that warning has been issued, is because of these complex lines of showers and storms over here. And again, Joe has made up a very good point that it does continue to show signs of weakening a little bit. But again, when you get these sort of lines of these showers and storms right here, again, even if it isn't going to be severe warn, we're going to be watching for the potential for some very strong wind gusts. And it looks like another warning got added on top of that right there. So now it seems to be going for eastern sections of McDowell County, and a bit more of the southern central areas of Wyoming County, and the very southern edge of Raleigh County, and that all goes for 330 right there. So they actually did add a little bit onto that severe thunderstorm warning in our area. So again, it's all because of this little cell right here. And this little cell, we've been watching it for probably the past hour to 2 hours. It was over in Kentucky, and it's slowly moved off into our region over the past hour or two. And again, it's just gradually moving into our region as we speak. So for people who are currently in the Princeton area, for people who are in the North Fork area, let me just go through the counties here a little bit. For those in the Pineville area, into the Mullins area, we are talking about the potential for a strong, we have the severe thunderstorm that will be going through your area within the next half an hour, and even down into southern Raleigh County. We're talking the Odd area, we're talking near the Madeline area, Eldry area, and near the Basin area, between the border between Wyoming County and Raleigh County. And again, let's go over to McDowell County for a little bit. If you're in the Welch area, if you're in the Gary area, Kimball area, Ottawa area, again, we are talking this storm slowly moving into your region within the next half an hour. Again, let's go over to Tazewell County. Again, we are talking this storm moving in within the next half an hour to an hour, especially for those further out to the east right here. So again, if you're in the Tazewell area, Shenandoah area, Pocahontas area, Mud Fork area, this storm is going to slowly move into your region within the next half hour to an hour. And again, we're going to be watching as it moves into the Bland County area. Again, we're talking about the Clear Fork area, the North Gap area, Eagle Oak, and even maybe stretching into the portions of the Bland area right there as well. Again, this is going to be moving into your area closer to about 3:30 to about 4 o'clock right there. And even if you don't live in those areas right there, it's always a good reminder just to remind folks that even if you know somebody that lives in those areas, if you don't directly live in those areas, give them a shout out. Let them know that they do have a severe thunderstorm that's going to be slowly entering their area within the next half hour to an hour. Now, the good thing is that we've been watching these complexes of showers and storms. This complex that was basically kind of like our second wave right there. Our first wave was over here near Monroe and over into the Lewisburg area. That system is basically over here right now. We don't have to worry about that system anymore. Our attention is now going to turn slowly to this cell right here, because this cell is basically out of here at this point. In fact, let's bring up the Blacksburg radar right there. And again, you're seeing that this system is essentially almost out of here. It's really just hugging the southern and eastern sections of Bland County and the southern and eastern sections of Giles County at that point. This system should be out of here probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes, which is some good news for us because that's one less system that we're going to have to worry about. But then our attention will then turn over to this cell right here. And again, this cell is going to slowly move into our far southern areas right now, including Tazewell, McDowell, the southern edges of Wyoming County, the very far southern edges of Raleigh County, the far western sections of Princeton County, of Mercer County. Sorry, I got confused when I saw Princeton right there. The far western sections of Mercer County, and even down into Bland County right there. I'm going to let Joe come back in right there. Yeah, they basically issued a whole other warning, Joe, and basically they are like, yep, a whole other section. They were just going to encompass that whole area right there for 3:30, 4 o'clock right there.
Yeah, it's probably a good call. I mean, this line is still pumping plenty of wind, and we're seeing a lot of lightning with it still yet. This is not going to be a lot of fun on the turnpike here in a little bit,
No,
isn't it?
it is definitely not going to be a lot of fun. They still got some, or in-house product still has some broad rotation going down there near the Lebanon area, right down there. Again, I think it's still very broad rotation. We're keeping an eye on it though still to see what it does. But again, definitely not going to be fun for anyone mainly in the McDowell County area, down at the Tazewell area, far western sections of Bland County, far western sections of Mercer County. Again, this also covers the far southern sections of Wyoming County and the very southern edge of Raleigh County. So it's a lot of area to cover pretty quickly. But as I was just pointing out, Joe, the good thing is that this will basically be our last cell that we'll have to worry about, because this guy, or should I say our second batch that we've been watching over here, this guy's basically almost out of here. We got maybe like another 10 or 15 minutes with that guy, and that's all she wrote with that one right there. And then we're just going to be watching this guy as he kind of just rips his way through our southern portions of our viewing area.
Yeah, that is definitely ripping in parts of Tazewell County. It's kind of hard. This is kind of what we call a donut hole, so there's not really a great radar to view this from.
Yeah.
You kind of pick your own poison here. But one thing you can see is that there's definitely a denoted line here that it kind of extends all the way up into portions of western Raleigh County. So if you're anywhere along this line here over the next half hour to 45 minutes, this is not going to be fun. So if you're out toward the West Virginia Turnpike, for example, and let's pop a couple of these cameras up, Matt. We're in your show here, so I'm going to let you probably handle most of this. But I see we got the jet camera there. You can see the dark clouds. This is not going to be fun on the turnpike here in about a half hour to 45 minutes. So,
yeah, maybe we might have another. Maybe we might be able to have some more fun with the Princeton camera. Hopefully, it doesn't go down this time. But yeah,
it's getting dark again.
Yeah, very dark clouds. Over there at the moment. Let's pull up Oak Hill camera. Yeah, not fun over there if you want to park a car over there in the driveway. No, driveway. Why am I saying driveway? Folks, I've been here since 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting a little bit tired, so it is what it is. So parking lot right there, not fun for anybody trying to drive out. And again, very dark and ominous over there in the West Virginia School of Osteopathic Medicine camera right there, which again, very good camera that we love to utilize here in the weather lab, Joe.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, this is going to be one of those deals, folks, where we talk about the risk for severe weather. So let's look at this here real quickly. We have a level 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather today. What does level 3 out of 5 risk mean? Usually means that we have widespread severe weather that is going to be expected here. So again, this is off of a scale from 0 to 5. So 0 is general, marginal is 1, slight is 2, enhanced is 3, moderate is 4, and high is 5. And enhanced is what we've got today. That's a 3 out of 5. I think we've had one of these so far this year.
Yes.
Yeah, we've had one so far this year, And again, this is where we're talking about the potential for widespread storms and large areas being impacted as a result of these storms, Matt.
Yeah, and enhanced risk isn't usually something we see all the time. We usually get it every once in a while, but generally speaking, it's not something we typically, see, once every week or so. It's usually like we might get it probably once every 1 month to 2 months down the road, but I mean, it's just something the nature of, with us being in storm season at that point. In general, in our area, we tend to get a bit more of the slight and the marginal risks for that one there. And those two kind of denotions right there, it's a bit more of an isolated threat. Once you start getting up to more of the enhanced, moderate, and high, there's an increased confidence that it's not just going to be an isolated issue. It's going to be more of a widespread issue. Again, we're not talking a moderate or high issue, because if we were talking these right here, again, we were talking a bit more of a trying to like get my words out of my mouth here. A bit more of enhanced. Well, I'm going to say enhanced risk, but it's a bit more of a higher denotion that we're going to be seeing some stronger storms. But again, enhanced. Again,
I mean, for perspective, I think our area has had maybe 3 or 4 moderate risks since I've been alive. They are not issued very often.
Yeah.
We've had, I think, 2 since I've been here. It's been very busy 3 years down here for sure.
I think you brought the severe weather to southern West Virginia.
Yeah, no kidding. No high risk ever in West Virginia, so we've never had that. These enhanced risks, we usually get a couple of those a year. Don't see them that often.
No.
But again, this is the second one we've had this year. I think we had 3 last year. I try to write down how many of those we get.
We definitely did have at least one moderate risk, and that was when we had that. That was when we had the tornado warning that went through the Hyco area up in Fayette County. So I remember that day all too well. I was out there doing coverage that day. So again, moderate risk.
And Matt was practically out there chasing the daggone.
I was. You were on air, and I was basically chasing that thing with DJ the entire time. So.
I thought that Lewis Nissan camera was back. I got an email. I'll have to look into that. Wonder what's up with that. All right. Well, let's take a look at. I think we're at our piece. I think Pioneer Community Bank is back, so we can take a look at that. Maybe not. That's okay. We will take a look at the radar right now.
Yeah.
And again, lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, most of these. This storm is about pretty much, well, it is. It's pretty much out of our area now. Yeah. So now our focus is strictly on this line. So I'm going to switch to the RLX radar. We will have to watch. We've got a little bit of rotation showing up right there on that southern tip. It's not anything extreme. Now, this is just south of our region. Yeah. So Tazewell County, of course, is right here. There's the town of Tazewell. But right there on the border, we do have a little bit of rotation, and that's another little area of rotation there east of Lebanon. Yeah. So the southern fringes of this line have had some tendencies to at least spit out some weak rotation. However, the southern end of this is going to stay away from our region. So this is some great news. Farther up to the north, we're looking at the damaging winds, and that continues to be something we're watching. Now, we have to switch the radar when we get up here, because we have what we call I call it the dome of silence. You can't see very well in this area on the Charleston radar. So we have this line like this, and that continues to scoot off to the east. It does still seem to be weakening as it does scoot east. But again, severe thunderstorm warning. That goes for Mercer County. That also includes eastern portions of Wyoming, extreme southern parts of Raleigh, basically just including about the Gin area, and that's about it. So that does include us. Down toward Tazewell, Bland, Giles County, still all under severe thunderstorm warnings. The ones in Giles and Bland, the one in Giles and eastern Bland should be allowed to expire here shortly, though, because that storm has moved out of the area.
Yeah, again, Joe, a good thing to note that it does seem like this line that's moving through right now, it does seem to be weakening some more, not just on the radar coverage, but also with the lightning coverage that you've been preaching for the past hour to 2 hours now, that the lightning counter is definitely going down, which is good news for those for that line of storms that's moving through. Do we have a new one?
Yeah, we did have a report of some hail toward the Whitegate area there in Giles County. So that's over in the western portions of the county. So if we go back, we pause what's going on right now. We'll switch back over to the Blacksburg radar. And Whitegate is over in, doesn't look like it's going to show up on here, but Whitegate is over in the western portion of the county here. So it's over in this area right in here. And we did have a report of some hail over in that part of the county. Interesting. Oh, there it is.
There it
a
is,
little
right
farther
there.
up to the north. But anyway, we did have a report of some hail in the western part of the county, and again, that was about a half inch according to the National Weather Service. Other than that, the only other report so far has been some hail. Right there on the southern side of Bluefield, we had 3/4 inch diameter hail earlier, and that has been it so far. But if you do see some activity, we encourage you to report that, send it to us, or send it to however is easiest for you, so that we can send that over to the National Weather Service.
It does seem like they're cutting down the watch a little bit further up to the north.
Yeah, they're allowing that to chop just a little bit now that that's starting to scoot through. And this watch will be allowed to expire in time. In fact, I'm kind of surprised they haven't chopped this backside off yet, but they will. But again, we've got our doozy waiting on us here farther back to the west. And again, that will take several hours to organize and get together. But I would say by 6, 7 o'clock, it'll be over toward in between Evansville and Lexington, and will then race its way off to the east.
You can start to see the line starting to form.
Yeah, we'll have a big old line here that'll be really congealing over the next hour or two, and it'll be fun to see that get organized.
Yeah.
But in the near term, again, it is here at home. We have storms. We also have rain. We've had a lot of rain.
A lot of rain.
And so, again, we do have the flood watches that have been posted that Matt was talking about. And, again, we've seen an inch to an inch and a half of rain in an hour. We look at some of these 3-hour rainfall totals, and we do have some isolated spots that are starting to close in on 2 inches of rain.
The good thing is, though, those areas are basically seeing the, I don't want to call it the butt end of those showers moving in, but they're starting to get a bit more of those lighter showers, which will definitely help alleviate any more of the potential for some more downpours over there. But again, this is just round 1, Joe. We're going to be watching round 2, which again will bring in more heavy rainfall later tonight, this evening. So again, we're just going to keep an eye on that for tonight, and we're just watching a whole bunch of stuff tonight, Joe.
Kelly says that Charleston radar looks more scary than the Blacksburg radar. Yeah, it all depends on how you scan. Things scan, right? So the Blacksburg areas, that radar is going to scan the storm from a certain angle at a certain height. The Charleston radar is going to do the same thing. John, I'm not sure why you're calling me an idiot, but appreciate that. All right, Hank, the Kroger driveway. Not sure what you mean by that. Elaborate on the Kroger driveway. I'm curious by that. Let's take a look over on the WVNS page. Debbie says, I live in a trailer in Anawalt in McDowell County. Should I be concerned? I think you'll be okay, Debbie. We'll have some damaging wind gusts that'll be possible, but I think you'll be okay. But I would also encourage you to keep an eye on those storms, have a way to get those alerts. That way you can at least take cover if we do see and when we do expect those scattered showers and thunderstorms to work through later on. Jody says, how strong will the storms be tonight around midnight for Greenbrier County at Quinwood? Still think they're going to be on the strong side.
Yeah.
Gusty winds are going to be the primary threat, though. Not so much the hail threat with that second round. It's just going to be a big push of wind that'll be taking place. And again, as we look at this line is weakening for sure as it works its way to the east. So if it continues with that trend, that storm down toward Lebanon is still severe. But this is starting to weaken. If that happens, we'll probably head off here and start getting ready for the 5 o'clock newscast here in a bit. But we'll continue to watch this. This severe thunderstorm warning does go until 4 o'clock. But again, if it continues to show signs of weakening, we'll at least take a break off here. Janelle says another storm in the Bradshaw area. Yep, you're getting hit with that secondary storm. Let us know how strong that one was in comparison to the previous one. Julie says thunder, lightning, and heavy rain in Panther. Appreciate the report. Things have since calmed down over in those areas. She reported that just a little while ago. Let's see. Lily. I like that name. Lily. I like that. Lily says, what time will Beckley have the bad thunderstorms tonight? That would be in the 10, 11, 12 o'clock time frame. And again, keep in mind, we have this going on right now. We're going to calm down. But as what Matt's been talking about here, we have several hours where we're going to be dry. We're just waiting. We're just now watching this getting organized. This is what is coming later tonight. So this has got to travel several hundred miles before it gets here. It's got a long way to go. We got to get through eastern Missouri. We got to get through Illinois. We've got to get through Indiana. We've got to get through Kentucky. And then this line of storms will arrive. So several hours before this even becomes a problem for us. But it will be a problem as we head toward later on tonight with the damaging wind gusts, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. And would not be, I mean, it's kind of going to be expected at this point that more watches will be posted
Yeah.
once once that line really starts to make its way through, especially for those states just about ready to get hit by that line. Especially over there in Kentucky, maybe a little bit over there into the Illinois, Indiana area right there. But again, we're going to keep on a watchful eye about that, especially once this initial batch here is officially out of here. And, you know, it will be nice to get some hours of dry time, but again, the hours of dry time is not going to be good news for us around here.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point, right? So we have a lot of counties in our region right now that are under a severe thunderstorm watch. That is going to be allowed to expire soon, right? It goes until 6 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised if it's allowed to expire before that because these storms are racing out of here rather quickly. But when they expire that severe thunderstorm warning, it's important that you remember that there will be another round later, and we will likely see new watches issued as a result of that later on tonight. Now, it might be 9, 10, or 11 o'clock before that watch is issued, but chances are we will probably see another watch get issued later on tonight. And again, that's where we'll have to stay vigilant on what's going on. Let's take a look at that Princeton cam one more time here, because I feel like we're about to get another good show. It's getting dark there.
Yep.
It sure is. And the rain is starting to pick up once again as that secondary round starts to work its way in from the west into the east, Matt.
Yeah, the Princeton camera is going through a whole mix of emotions today. It goes from light gray to dark, and then goes back to light gray, maybe a little bit of clearing, and then it's now back to dark gray and ominous. And once those showers move in from Wyoming and McDowell County, it's going to get basically back down dark again. So feels like these storms are just bringing all sorts of emotions for the Princeton area, Joe.
Now, one thing that I think is interesting, I don't know if you noticed, Matt, if you look at that camera, if you look at that camera closely, the clouds are moving in a different direction now than they were with that first round.
Mm-hmm.
So these clouds look like they're almost moving away from the camera. They're moving this way.
Yeah,
you see that? That's really interesting.
That is very, very interesting, actually.
So again, the rain is starting to pick back up in Princeton as this new round of rain works its way in. Let's take a look at Predictor again. And again, Predictor not the greatest with initializing this stuff, right? Mm-hmm. But watch what happens here. So Predictor tries to throw another round of storms in here. I don't buy this at all. I think we're going to be quiet. This is kind of the round that we're seeing right now, honestly. Behind that, we're pretty quiet. An isolated strong storm or two is possible. And then we get beyond that, and we'll start to watch for our risk for storms beginning to pick up here. And here we are as we head toward 9, 10, 11 o'clock. And Predictor at least showing a little bit of a weakening trend with this, so that would be a nice thing to see, but not sure that I buy that. In fact, if we, let's see what the latest high-res model is showing. So if we pop that up, and we look at the latest product on that. So this is what the high-res is showing. So if we show this, it's just a different model that we can use. So it has the storms exiting, which I think is accurate. I think by 3:30, well, about 20 minutes from now, we're going to be seeing things really quieting down. And we'll zoom out just a little bit. Let's see what it has evolved. So it has absolutely nothing here at 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, and then starts to bring some storms back into the picture here by 9, 10 o'clock with a line of storms. So I think this is definitely going to be the more likely scenario that we see here. So we see this line of storms once again, kind of working its way in through the area. So by 1, 2 o'clock, this starts to work its way east of the region, and that severe weather risk will exit then by about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So going to be a little bit of a camp out for old Joe, but that'll be fine. Always have fun here at the station anyway. And then once we get past 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, a couple of morning sprinkles, and we're looking good. We'll be fine here by 9 o'clock. But that just goes to show that we are likely still looking at that complex of storms later on tonight.
Yeah. Again, still jealous of Mr. Marcy, who will have a very easy weekend coming up.
The guy gets it way too easy.
We love you, though, John. He actually just, I don't know if you saw, he just graduated from Virginia Tech.
So, big time.
Big shout out to our boy John for officially becoming an adult right there. That little storm right there down south of Tazewell is really starting to rip a little bit.
And you think about it, this is an area that has not seen any rain today.
No.
So the southern periphery, it's kind of acting as a good thing that we saw the rain earlier, because this area that's been untapped is where we're seeing the strongest storms developing, and we will almost certainly see some severe thunderstorm warnings that will continue eastward toward Whitfield. Thankfully, this is, barely to our south. Our border is literally, right here. So just to give you a perspective, right on the other side of the border, we've got a doozy of a storm. But the rest of this, Matt, does seem to be weakening still yet. It's really showing a lot of signs of weakening as it crosses the turnpike.
Yeah.
Let's show the gent camera here real quickly. But I think this is going to be a good time to probably cut things off here in just a minute and kind of regroup. And then, of course, we will be back live later because we've been on here probably close to 2 hours.
A little bit over 2 hours, I think.
Yeah, just under 2 hours. So we've been on here for a hot minute. We are seeing the downpours on here, but we hang on here because we want to keep you informed on what's going on.
Yeah.
And, we've been having some fun. It's always fun to get to hang out with Matt. I personally don't get to hang out with Matt that often, so for me it's always fun getting to hang out with him. No different than Bradley. I never get to see Bradley very often, so it's always fun the few times that we get a chance to hang out. Don't really want people's stuff getting damaged, but it's always good to catch up with people. And again, we do have these downpours that are working their way through, but I'd venture to say that these are well below severe limits
they're well below
as they do push east. The severe portion of this is mainly down to our south and is across the I-81 corridor down toward Whitfield. This is not going to be a fun corridor to be in over the next hour for our friends in, let's say, down toward Marion, down toward Wythe County. And again, these kind of scooting their way down to the south. We'll have to watch the southern tip of Blaine County here in the short term, but I think this is a good time for us to go ahead and kind of pull the cord on this Facebook Live. Again, we appreciate everybody that's tuned in. We want to... Selena says, does a camp out for Joe include Bob's Wings? Boy, that's like heaven for me, pal. I love me some Bob's Wings. And listen, we are not sponsored by Bob's in any way, but Bob's makes some awesome chicken wings. Mm-hmm. I just had some day before yesterday. I had the Carolina Reaper ones. They were delicious. I love hot food, so there you go. But anyway, for those that have been tuning in, we've been on here for close to 2 hours. We appreciate that. Hopefully this video was helpful to you. Hopefully this provided some information for what you can expect for tonight. Again, to summarize real quickly, we are still expecting a line of storms later on tonight, so do not let your guard down. Mm-hmm. So for folks asking, I see Kristen asking about Fairdale, for example, you will still have a line of storms later on tonight that will be capable of damaging wind gusts. The one thing that you can know for sure is we will keep you updated. We will do another Facebook Live if we have more significant weather that works its way through, but for now, this line seems to be weakening. So I'm going to get ready for the 5 o'clock newscast. Poor Matt's got to work on some beauty sleep. And, we will continue to keep you updated. But, again, thank you for tuning in. And, Matt, I'll give you the final word. Anything else you want to add?
No, just stay safe tonight, folks. Don't let your guard down. Just be careful out there. And enjoy the weekend, because the weekend will be very nice once we get past today. So.
Yeah, Kristen asking, when will you be back on Facebook Live? We will be back on Facebook Live as soon as the threat for severe weather returns. So, at this point, it's probably going to be a little bit, probably a few hours, unless we have some rogue thunderstorm that pops out. That can't be ruled out. But chances are it'll be later on this evening. Again, we do not have a 10 o'clock newscast tonight. So we will be on at 11, so I'll be on during the newscast then. But if we have storms going on after the newscast, we'll be live then. If we have storms going on before the newscast, we'll be on then. So we'll keep you updated. But for now, I think this is a good time to call our quits. Again, if you have any friends in the Whitfield area, that's outside of our region, but those storms are absolutely ripping down there. In our region, though, these storms, although they are producing some heavy rain, some lightning, they are weakening as they push their way to the east. And so with that, I think we'll go ahead and pull the cord on this, Matt.
Yeah, let's just pull the cord and just say just be safe out there tonight, folks, and, just keep an eye on the skies.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated here in the 59 Weather Lab. Chief Meteorologist Joe Fitzwater, Meteorologist Matt Cassida, thanks for tuning in, and we'll keep you updated. Stay safe out there. And lastly, never try to cross flooded roads. If you see any low-lying spots, just stay away from them. We do have the rain that's coming down. We will see you at 5 o'clock over on CBS. We'll see you then. Alrighty, good evening, everybody. We are live once again. It is 10:30. And we are playing the waiting game. We are watching thunderstorms that are severe back to our west, and they are approaching our region, and they are doing so rather quickly. So this is going to be in our neck of the woods here in the next 2 to 3 hours for most of us. And again, we're already starting to see these storms approaching. You can see all these polygons. We've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that are back to our west. And we'll see how well these storms hold together as they push their way into the area. But for now, we are seeing a healthy line of scattered showers and thunderstorms here throughout the state of Kentucky, and these are working their way off to the east. Now, close by, we'll zoom in. We do have tornado warnings up into portions of eastern Kentucky. So again, we'll watch that closely. That is a tornado watch where you see the yellow. So we have a tornado watch that basically goes right up to our doorstep, and we'll see if that continues, if they extend this tornado watch here down the road. But again, as of right now, none of our region is under any kind of watch other than the flood watch for the potential for heavy rainfall. So again, we're going to hang on here for about 15 minutes or so. This is just a quick update. Of course, we'll have the 11 o'clock newscast. That will be on CBS, and then I'm going to be hanging here for a while tracking these storms. And if we do have any warnings, of course, we will hop on here and let you know what's going on. But for now, again, nothing going on in our region locally. So here we are. We're in the clear, but we're watching thunderstorms back to the west that are slowly but surely working their way toward the region. And they're moving at a pretty good clip, and that does help somewhat in terms of that risk for flooding, just with the fact that they are moving a little bit on the quicker side. So, again, we're not seeing anything in our neck of the woods currently, and that's the important thing. So we're good for now. But again, in our far western counties, we can expect to start seeing some action probably around 11:45-ish, probably something like that. So close to midnight in our western counties, and then quickly spreading east into the 1-2 o'clock time frame in our eastern counties. I mean, we have this complex of storms back here. This is still at least 2 or 3 hours away from impacting our region. We've still got quite a while before that happens. But again, this is just kind of an update. Where you see the yellow, that's where we have a tornado watch. That goes until 3 a.m. That includes our friends in western West Virginia. That does include Mingo and Logan counties down into the coal fields. That does not include anybody in our region. So we are not no one in our region currently is included in the tornado watch. However, we do have storms that are severe not too far away across eastern parts of Kentucky. So, and there you go. Again, these storms are having plenty of lightning, and these are continuing to work their way off to the east. So Robert saying long night ahead. For me, yes, probably. But that's what I live for, right? And again, we have some strong thunderstorms moving into the Huntington area as we speak. So again, these storms are just now starting to move toward the region. And a couple of tornado warnings in eastern Kentucky right now. But again, this is still back to our west, and that will continue to be the trend here for the short term. And then again, we have this line of storms back across south central parts of Kentucky. I see meteorologist Matt Cassida. The man must have woke up. He pulled the old 12-hour shift earlier. So big shout out to Matt for covering for Bradley. And again, been a busy day. Jessica says, Mercer County, I'm very scared for me and my children. Well, we will keep you updated. If we do have any warnings, we will be on here. So not to worry, we don't have anything like that going on right now. So again, if you're watching this, there are no warnings in our region. There's not going to be any warnings for quite some time still, at least another hour to an hour and a half. But we are watching these storms back to the west, and these storms are going to continue to push toward our region. And so, again, that is that's kind of the stage that we are at right now. We're still in the watching stage, but wanted to provide an update. We hadn't had too many updates here this evening, so just wanted to provide an update on what's going on here across the region. The good news is once we get past this time frame, once we get past the 3-4 o'clock time frame in the morning, the weekend is going to be fantastic. So again, really nice looking weather here as we head towards Saturday afternoon. It will be breezy, but again, Saturday afternoon looks great. So again, this is the line, so I'm going to kind of center on everything. And basically, we have 2 lines essentially. So we got one little line here, and this one's kind of broken. However, this line is strengthening. And you can see the new severe thunderstorm warnings, and you can see kind of that Boeing signature. Let me pause that radar just for a second. You can see kind of the Boeing signature here. That would indicate some damaging wind gusts that are in eastern Kentucky. But we also have some storms here near the Huntington area. In western West Virginia, we have another little supercell thunderstorm across south central Kentucky. And then we have this big elongated line of storms that's back to the west, and that's basically our cold front that's kind of draped like so. And then much cooler air is in behind this front as it continues to work its way off to the east. And we'll zoom out just a bit to show kind of the expansiveness. So basically the entire state of Tennessee under a tornado watch, most of Kentucky, most of the southern half of Ohio, and then western portions of West Virginia and southern parts of Indiana are all under a tornado watch. And again, we'll be watching to see if that gets extended farther east into our region or whether we see a severe thunderstorm watch. I do think we will have a watch of some kind issued for our region later on tonight. Now, whether that is in the form of a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch kind of remains to be seen. We kind of need to see how these a couple of complexes of storms develop over the next hour or two, but the Storm Prediction Center will ultimately have a decision to make here once we get probably to about the 11:30, 12 o'clock time frame. And then again, of course, if we do have any warnings, we'll be sure to let you know. Tracy says, should people start making their dinner for tomorrow in case we lose power because of the storms? Well, if you don't have power, I mean, there's always going to be that potential that we could have the potential for some power outages. The best bet for that will be in our western counties. We should see a weakening trend with these storms as they move east of the Turnpike. I think if you're west of the Turnpike, that's the greatest risk that we're going to be looking at. Once we get toward the eastern half of our region, we will start to see these storms begin to weaken. That's not to say that in our eastern areas, out toward Lewisburg, out toward Union, out toward Giles County, for example, that we couldn't have a strong to damaging wind gust, but that threat will be a little less farther to the east, and it will be a little farther back to the west. So we take a look at some of these comments. Let's see. Kelly says, when will that system in the back be severe also? This guy over here is 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, so we've still got a good 2 to 4 hours before this starts to become a problem. So that's kind of the last hoorah that we will be watching. So Kristen asking about Fairdale. Again, area-wide here. It doesn't matter if you're in Summersville, if you're in Beckley. We're all still watching for the potential for severe weather here, and we're kind of just playing the nowcasting game for the time being and kind of just providing an update for what's going on. Again, we do not have any watches. We do not have any warnings that have been issued for anywhere in our region outside of the flood watch. However, I do think we'll see some kind of watch issued at least up to probably the Turnpike area before too long. Whether that is a severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch remains to be seen. Let's see. Matt. Matt says, I actually just woke up. Probably won't go back to bed until this stuff is out of here. Yeah, Matt's been a trooper today. That's for sure. Thanks, buddy. Nick, I'm in Monroe, and it's covered by NWS, Blacksburg. Yep, and we should have some weakening as this heads to these. We were just talking about that. So, again, Nick, to kind of answer some of the questions you've been asking earlier, we are still expecting some weakening to take place, but the risk for a strong to severe storm out your way is still entirely possible. So, again, this is kind of what we're looking at here at this point. So, folks asking about, if you're asking anywhere, I mean, right, we could talk about every single town that the folks are asking, but I mean, if you are anywhere in our region, we could see a strong storm or two, okay? So it doesn't really matter. The best chance for those storms, though, are going to be in our western counties. So, we've got some folks that are up to the north toward Charleston. If you're basically along and west of the Turnpike, that's going to be the area that's most likely to get a strong storm or two. And again, a couple of people commenting about being in double wides and things like that. I think you're okay to be in those. I think that's fine, but we just need to stay vigilant on what's going on, and we will continue to do that for you. We will continue to update you on what's going on. But for now, if you're just now tuning in, because we've got quite a few people that are on here right now, we do not have any severe weather in our region just yet. We are watching strong to severe thunderstorms in central portions of Kentucky and eastern portions of Kentucky. So that is, for example, a tornado warning right over Moorhead, Kentucky, and that is pushing its way off to the east. Tons of lightning up toward Huntington. Let's put the short-term radar up. The actual, let's put the Charleston radar up here, and we'll see how strong that is. So yeah, likely going to see a severe thunderstorm warning here up in Cabell County here shortly. That is a ton of lightning that's taking place with that. So that'll push up toward Charleston. So I got a couple of people on my page asking about the Charleston area. look out in about 30 to 45 minutes. That's when that's going to work its way in, and that is nasty. We have this tornado warned storm that's showing a lot of signs of rotation in Moorhead, Kentucky. That's really the only storm that's showing signs of rotation, though, that's anywhere close by. Lots of storms back toward central portions of Kentucky. And again, where you see the yellow, that's where we have the tornado watch. That goes until 3 a.m. That includes Mingo and Logan counties. That does not officially include anyone in our region here this evening. So, again, we will be remaining on here. We're going to have the 11 o'clock newscast over on CBS. And then as soon as that 11 o'clock newscast is on, if we have any warnings, I'll be hopping back on here. So I'm not going anywhere tonight until this threat for severe weather is over, and we'll continue to keep you updated. But again, the rule of thumb is if you are west of the Turnpike, you have a better chance of seeing some damaging wind gusts here before this has a chance to weaken as it works its way to the east. We'll see a gradual weakening trend taking place with these storms as they push east into, let's say, Summers and Monroe and Giles and Greenbrier and Pocahontas counties. But farther back to the west, we will have more of a risk for severe weather, where their storms have less time to weaken. So, again, the important thing is make sure you have a way to get alerts. That's really important. Make sure you have a way to know when those watches and warnings are issued. Of course, we'll be sure to let you know, but I want you to have multiple ways to get those. Now, as far as when we head into tomorrow, that is when we see improving conditions. So we will be fine here as we head towards Saturday afternoon. But again, folks asking about specific locations, again, just to emphasize, if you're east of the Turnpike, you could still see a strong to damaging wind gust. That threat for you is going to be less, though, than back to the west for areas west of the Turnpike. If you are west of the Turnpike, it is a better threat for some damaging wind gusts. So again, that's just kind of a quick update on what's going on right now. We have no warnings in our region. We'll be sure to keep you updated. We are going to be live on CBS here in about 15 minutes or so, so I'll be live on there. And then again, we'll be hanging out here in the weather lab tonight. If we have any warnings that are issued, we will pop on Facebook to let you know, and we will keep you updated. But in the meantime, we will hop off here. Again, we will be back on here if we do have any warnings, so no concerns there. And again, most of us still looking at an hour to an hour and a half before we even start to see any kind of storms working their way in. So it's likely going to be closer to midnight before that happens to begin with. We will be sure to keep you updated. You guys take care out there, and of course, we will keep you updated. We'll be live on CBS at 11 and on Facebook with any warnings thereafter. Alrighty, good Saturday morning, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Joe Fitzwater. It is 12:18, and we have more severe weather that is working its way through the region. And we said we'd be live. We had some severe weather working through, and sure enough, here we are. So again, 12:18 in the morning. Good Saturday morning. Welcome to the weekend. And we have some severe thunderstorms that are working their way through. And in particular, although we will take a look at multiple threats that we're going to be watching here over the next hour or two, the big threat in the near term is the threat for damaging wind gusts. And we are seeing this likely from about Charleston down to Madison, along the Route 119 corridor. That is scooting off to the east. There is a ton of lightning with this. And this is headed east into Fayette, Nicholas, and eventually parts of Clay County as well over the next half hour. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 12:45. That includes Fayette County in our region as well as western portions of Nicholas County. And this is a pretty potent storm that is working its way through the region. So again, if you were hopping on here, let us know where you're watching from. Let us know what you're seeing. Let us know what type of weather that you are seeing here in our region this evening. That is always helpful in determining what others can expect here as we roll on into the next hour or two with these storms working their way through. In case you missed, the entire region is under a severe thunderstorm watch. That goes until 5 o'clock in the morning. I do not think we'll have severe weather going on at 5 o'clock in the morning. But we still will have the threat for severe weather around for the next hour or two as these storms continue to work their way to the east. Now, I will say these storms have had a hard time organizing. They're not overly organized, which is good. That doesn't mean that we're not seeing severe weather, but we're not seeing the widespread severe weather in terms of our entire area, for example, seeing severe weather. and you can kind of see what I'm talking about. We kind of see some broken complexes of storms. And again, right now the greatest threat is across Boone County and Kanawha County. This is going to head into Fayette and western Nicholas counties here over the next 20 to 30 minutes. And again, a ton of lightning with this storm. We'll zoom in here. Again, this is headed to the east. So this is quickly working its way off to the east and northeast. So if you know anybody that's in Fayetteville, if you know anyone that's going to be in Anstead, anyone in Cedar Grove, western portions of Nicholas County toward the Drennan area, southern parts of Clay County toward Lismore, maybe about as far north as Bickmore, and then farther back to the west into parts of Kanawha County out toward Campbell's Creek, for example. These are areas that are about to get really doused with an impressive thunderstorm here over the next handful of minutes. And again, you can see all the lightning with this. This is an impressive complex of thunderstorms that continues to work its way off to the north and east. And again, kind of using that rule of thumb, we're seeing an uptick in lightning production here. So that indicates that this particular part of the complex of storms is likely strengthening just a bit. Now, further back to the east, we also have some thunderstorms that are working their way through Nicholas County and western portions of Greenbrier County. These are not severe thunderstorm warned. However, a couple of things that you'll notice here as I pause this, there is an outflow boundary with this. So what that indicates is that these storms are going to be forming along that boundary, and they'll be weakening as they get farther away from the boundary. So for example, these storms up in Anstead will probably weaken shortly, while new activity will likely form along this boundary, which extends back toward Marlinton. So we had someone in the comments saying that we're seeing some thunder in Marlinton, and that's because you're seeing thunderstorms building along this outflow boundary that's very close to you. You may notice the wind picking up in Marlinton over the next handful of minutes, and that's because that outflow boundary is pushing its way through. So again, that's something that we can see on radar there. These are not severe thunderstorm warned, but we're still seeing some lightning strikes. We can pop the Oak Hill camera up, and let's see if we can see anything. So we can see the wind blowing out there. Let's leave this on for just a quick second and see if we see any lightning that pops up. While that's going on, let's check some of the comments. And again, we are hanging out here live on Facebook. It's about almost 12:30 in the morning. We are going to hang on here probably for a little while. Probably just go ahead and, unless these drop below severe limits and don't show any signs of re-strengthening, we'll probably stay on here until this line of storms continues finishing its way crossing through. So we checked the comments. Again, I've got the Oak Hill camera up just to see if we see some thunder for a quick second. Then we'll switch back over to the radar. Yvonne asking about Summersville. Again, there was a little bit of thunder out there in the distance in Oak Hill. We'll have some storms. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not sure what you're asking for, Yvonne, but we will have the threat for damaging wind gusts. That's the primary threat that we're looking at. Sam says, when's this going to be wrapping up? In our western counties, probably by about 1:30, 2 o'clock. In our eastern counties, probably closer to 3 o'clock. Nothing to be scared about, Jessica. It's always about being prepared, not scared. We are watching those storms coming in, but we're going to be staying live on here as those do so. Lewisburg is fine right now, but we'll be watching some weakening storms here in just a bit. Jasmine saying thunder, lightning, heavy rain, possible hail in Mount Nebo in Nicholas County currently. Appreciate that report, and be careful out there here tonight. And again, if you're just now tuning in, let's pop the radar back up here. We don't have a lot of action showing up here. But again, this is what we've got going on. Severe thunderstorm warning until 12:45. So that's what's going on up here. Now, folks are asking about tornadoes. There is only one storm that we have to be concerned about for the potential for tornadoes, and that is across eastern Kentucky. If these storms were to hold together, this would work its way into our far southern counties in about an hour or so. This is a tornado-warned storm. This storm in particular has had a history of producing some catastrophic damage back into parts of Somerset, Kentucky, and is still spinning. So we will be watching that closely. Where you see these purple polygons flashing in eastern Kentucky, again, this is not in our region. I want to emphasize that. But where you see these flashing polygons, that indicates confirmed tornado. So there is a confirmed tornado on the ground with this system, or with this storm, near Hazard, Kentucky, and that is scooting to the east. and our in-house product again, indicating some very intense rotation with this system as it works its way off to the north and to the east. So anytime you see a storm with that kind of structure, you definitely have to be careful. And again, that's kind of everything that we're looking at. A lot of shear with this, so that's a problem with this particular storm. But again, that is not in our region right now. So again, we need to make that very clear that we're not seeing anything that is tornado worthy or anything like that here in our region right now. This is back into parts of eastern Kentucky, but it is headed toward our southern counties in Virginia. So we will have to watch that closely here over the next couple of hours, and that's why I want to give a shout out to our director, Bree. She's hanging here at the station so that if we do need to break into TV coverage, we will be able to do so rather seamlessly. But for now, that is not the concern. We're not looking at anything like that here in the short term. What we're looking at are thunderstorms that are strong to severe. And again, you can kind of see this boundary, kind of have a boundary that looks about like this. And so my guess here, if I'm forecasting, we'll likely see some strengthening here across western parts of Raleigh County here shortly along this outflow boundary. So we'll watch to see if that happens here momentarily. The only severe thunderstorm warning that we have currently is across portions of Kanawha, as well as Boone County, and then east into portions of Fayette County, western parts of Nicholas County, and then south central parts of Clay County. And again, a lot of lightning with this. It is showing some signs of weakening, though, over the last few minutes, so we love to see that, but did peak momentarily there about 10 minutes ago or so. And again, this continues to quickly race its way off to the east. Notice, though, that as this outflow boundary continues to race its way to the south and east, we're seeing storms that are becoming strong right along that. And that's very common that you see that. So as those storms, again, move away from the outflow boundary, no different than here. So this storm over Marmet and Pratt that originally enabled that severe thunderstorm warning to be issued, that portion of the storm is weakening. And that's why I expect this storm, this section here across western parts of Raleigh County into Boone County to likely strengthen here over the next 5 to 10 minutes. Meanwhile, we have other areas that have strengthened, including over in southern portions of Nicholas County, near Marlinton, and west of Oak Hill. Let's pop the Oak Hill camera back up, see if we see any more lightning, and again, pop the comments back up. Kyle says, apparently Corbin London got hit pretty good. Yes, there is some pretty devastating reports that are coming out of portions of Kentucky this evening, specifically out toward the Somerset area. Somerset, Kentucky was hit very hard by a tornado a little bit ago, about an hour and a half ago. So again, we want to keep those people in our thoughts and in our prayers here as we think about things here over the next day or so, because a lot of us are not going to see damage from these storms. But again, that came from this storm that does continue to be tornado warned in south central parts of Kentucky. That includes the Hazard area right now. So Hazard, Kentucky currently is under a tornado warning. If this were to continue and not weaken, it would work its way toward Tazewell County. So that would be the area of concern here in about an hour or so. We will be live on Facebook and we'll be watching that closely. My personal opinion is that I don't think that will last that long. I think this will weaken before it gets here. But we will be here regardless in case we do continue to see that. Again, this is basically a system that's becoming outflow dominant. And what I mean by this is these storms are basically following along an outflow. And the reason that you can see this is you can literally see the outflow boundary. So again, this is a boundary that looks like this, and you can literally see it on radar. It looks like a little mini line. So if you put this into motion, watch, see how that there's a little thin line out in front of these storms. That is an outflow. So that's that gust of wind that you feel usually right before a storm moves in. And basically these storms are following and are forming along this outflow boundary. That's good news for that tornado warned storm, because tornadoes do not like outflow boundaries. Different kind of shear that we're talking about, different kind of setup for thunderstorms. And so with that being said, chances are, I don't think that storm will make its way east, but we will watch it closely. In the meantime, I think if you're in Beckley we could see these storms re-strengthen here momentarily as they follow along that outflow boundary. And again, this is starting to become quite strong near that boundary across portions of Fayette County. So a lot of lightning likely being experienced in portions of Fayette County, into parts of eastern Nicholas County, western portions of Pocahontas County as well. And then again, another strong cell that's just there on the eastern side of Mingo County, southern portions of Logan County, western parts of Wyoming County, and again, right along that outflow boundary. There's the outflow boundary right there. And it's this little pivot point that we'll have to watch for some strengthening here over the next few minutes. All right, let's go and take a look at the comments. I'll put this into motion while we're talking. Again, we'll answer some comments while I get a drink of water. Vanessa says, "What up, Beckley? I live on the second floor. I have nowhere to go, and that is all up. I am closer to Bradley." Yeah, so again, these storms will be on your doorstep here in about 10 minutes or so, Vanessa. Marie, you are not under a tornado watch in Oak Hill. You're not under a tornado watch. You're under a severe thunderstorm watch. Big difference there. Want to make that clear. No tornado watches in our region as of right now. I do not expect that to change. I don't expect that to change at all. But with that being said, we're still watching that tornadic thunderstorm that I was talking about in eastern Kentucky, and that's it right there. Hank says it's starting to rain here in Oak Hill with some lightning and thunder. Yes, I believe that. Let us know what you're seeing there over the next few minutes, Hank, because you're right on that outflow boundary. It's not uncommon that you see a little extra lightning take place along that boundary. Adriana says, how long before this gets to Hinton? Probably about an hour or so. Shinny asking about Kanawha County cross lanes. In good shape over in cross lanes at this point. The worst of it is over. The southern part of Kanawha County is getting whacked. That's where that severe thunderstorm warning is. What about Logan County? Logan County has seen most of the worst of the action. That gust of wind is pushed to the east. There's still some activity back to the west, but this is all below severe limits. Let's see. Storms over Camden Galley now, says Kathy. Thunder lightning in Webster County, says Jessica. Guys, there's no need to have anxiety up. I mean, I understand it, but, as long as you've got a way to get the information, you'll know that, if we have anything going on, you'll be able to be prepared, and we'll keep you doing that. So that's the point of doing these Facebook Lives, is try to ease that anxiety. Let's see. Rosa says, when will it be safe to go to bed in Fayette County? Give it about an hour. About an hour, Rosa, and you'll be just fine. We've got some steady rains back to the west, but this is all weakening. How high is the wind going to be in Anstead? Asked Bruce. Whatever you're seeing right now, that's about the worst of it. A lot of lightning over there. We're going to have tornadoes in Anstead. No, Bruce, we are not. Not in that area. Damaging wind gusts, though, are possible. Selena asking when these are moving into Beckley. Pretty soon, probably in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Folks asking about Wyoming County. We're seeing the storms moving in the western portions of the county right now. Gap Mills, that'll be a little bit later. And that includes Hanover. That's getting ready to hit in the Hanover area here shortly. So you'll see some storms working their way in here shortly. Those are not severe, though, Scott. Selena, no, I am not staying at the station. I will be here until this severe threat is over. I admit I've been here since about 11 o'clock this morning. I'm very tired, but we will hang out here until the severe weather threat is over. And I think that'll be about probably 2:30, 3 o'clock when we start to see things begin to wrap up. Adriana, to be honest, I am with you on that. I love storms. I'm not anxious about them at all. I love talking about them, so that's why I'm on here. And again, that's why we try to help answer some questions and things like that. I can't guarantee that I will be able to hear see every question, but if I don't answer your question, wait about 10 minutes. Like I said, we're going to be on here for a while. Just wait a few minutes, ask it again, and then I will come back and check this. Let's see. Nathaniel says, as this comes into the central areas of West Virginia, do the mountains deflect it a bit toward the northeast? No, not so much. This is all due to the trajectory of the system doesn't really have to do with the topography of our region. That's an interesting question, though. I appreciate you asking that. Frank says thundering in Glen Daniels. I believe it. Again, we'll zoom back in here in a minute. I just wanted to get a little caught up with some of these comments. We've got quite a few people that have tuned in here, and we appreciate you tuning in. The one thing that I do request for the people who are watching this, if you are seeing storms, no different than what some people are commenting right now, it's really great that we have people letting us know what they're seeing in their area, right? For example, Frank is saying he's seeing thunder in Glen Daniels. There might be somebody a few miles east that maybe is a little more anxious about the weather, right? And might want to know what they can expect. They know that Glen Daniels is a few minutes to the west, so when you comment what you're seeing, it might help that person out just a little bit to give them an idea of what they can expect. So, I mean, I'm going to be on here, and we're going to be talking about what's happening, but it's always better to see that ground truth, right? To see what is going on from folks that are in the areas, right? So, again, we can kind of work together, so to speak, to kind of paint the picture and visualize and see what is happening in the area. So your reports, of course, only comment or look out the window when it's safe to do so. We don't want anybody getting hurt or anything like that. But, when you're able to, that is some really helpful information that people can utilize here. So, all right, let's do some more radar scanning here. Again, we're kind of looking at the big picture. And if you're just now tuning in, because we've got quite a few people that are on here, most of us, 90% of us, are looking at strictly a damaging wind issue here over the next hour or two. And a lot of lightning. Thankfully, so far, these storms have fallen just below severe limits in most areas. That's not to say that we're done with the severe weather threat yet. But in most areas, we are not seeing severe wind gusts. The only severe thunderstorm warning is in Fayette County, and that's for that storm that I was talking about. We're seeing a lot of lightning with that. The area that we have to watch will be our far southern counties in Tazewell and maybe Bland counties, and that is because of the supercell storm that's in eastern Kentucky. Let's take a look at this one more time. That is a mammoth of a storm that is in eastern Kentucky right now. So we're going to pause this just for a moment. Again, if you're up to the north, you're not going to have to worry about this. If you're up toward even Pineville, if you're up toward Beckley, if you're in Fayetteville, if you're in Lewisburg, you are not going to have to worry about this. But if you're in Richlands, for example, this would be a storm I would be watching. Now, I expect this to weaken as it approaches, but as of now, as of 12:37, it has not weakened and is still showing quite a bit of rotation. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Anytime you see bright greens and reds like this, we have some very strong rotation that is showing up with this. So this thunderstorm, by all means, is probably still producing a tornado here. This is near the Hyden area. We are likely still seeing a tornado, and this has been a long track supercell that has produced multiple tornadoes this evening. So we will be watching that. But again, I want to preface this that even though I'm talking about this storm, and that it could be something to keep an eye on in the Richlands area later on tonight. Most of us are not going to have to worry about the threat for tornadoes at all. So if you're watching this, if you're somebody that doesn't like tornadoes, especially if you are north of, let's say, Princeton, you are not going to have to worry about this threat for tonight. This would be in our far southern counties where we would have to keep an eye on this. The southern periphery of this is where we would have to keep an eye on the risk for this. Again, I expect this to weaken as it pushes its way to the east. I expect it to weaken as it pushes its way to the east, but for now it has not, and so we will continue to watch that closely. All right, so again, that would eventually move its way toward the Jenkins area. So this would push toward Jenkins like so, and eventually, if it were to hold together, would move right toward western portions of Tazewell County. That's the only storm that we have to worry about that is rotating. Everything else is damaging wind gusts. Let's pop things back up here. This is a ton of lightning that's taking place in Fayette County right now. This is some very heavy rain. Let's pop the Oak Hill camera back up here for a moment, see what's going on there. Yeah, there we go. So again, tons of lightning taking place. The rain is coming down heavily. Those are some really big and fat drops that we're seeing on our New River Health camera here this evening. Why am I saying evening? It's in the morning. We're at 12:40 in the morning. And again, we are tracking these thunderstorms. A lot of lightning showing up here. Looks like we've got some kind of emergency crew or something out there. So it'll be interesting to see what that's about. Wonder if maybe a line or something has come down right there. We'll have to watch that. But anyway, we have some heavy rain that's taking place in Fayette County. Torrential rainfall. And this does not look like it's producing particularly strong winds, that's great news. But a good bit of lightning. So let's go back to the radar now. Take a look. And again, that's this big old mess right here. And this is dropping some very heavy rain. Again, kind of an underrated player here is the rain. We've seen another ½ inch to an inch of new rain in some spots. And again, when you think about some spots that have seen some impressive rainfall over the last 3-4 days, this could certainly renew, at least provide the risk for a couple of low-lying flooding issues here as we head toward the next hour or two. But again, this is kind of a wide look at what we're looking at. Where you see the reds, that's where we see the heaviest rain. Radar is always a rain-dependent thing, right? So if you see a red area, that doesn't mean you're seeing severe weather. It means you're seeing heavy rain. So the brighter the colors here, the heavier the rain. So where you see the purple, that's where we could even have some hail mixing in. And there's something, again, I want you to notice as we look at this. We're seeing this outflow boundary really sticking out here. So, again, this is all outflow boundary dominant. And that usually means that we're only looking at damaging wind gusts. That would be our threat here, along with a lot of lightning. This is a classic lightning kind of setup. Let's see if I can get one of the Beckley cameras. I think the Lewis Nissan camera went down again. Let me check. I think it's down. Yep, it is down. Let's see if Pioneer Community Bank is back. It was back. Yep, it is back. So this is a camera that could get... Yeah, we're starting to see the lightning out there. Let's take a look at the Gent camera as well here. And again, we have wind advisory. I'm just moving some graphics around here so that I can get organized. Let's take a look at that Gent camera. And hopefully, probably be able to see some lightning out. Yeah, definitely can see some lightning out in the distance here on the Gent camera here this evening. So, again, those cameras coming in pretty handy. Quite a bit of lightning, as a matter of fact. And that continues to, that's probably more or less that storm that I was talking about that's still farther up to the north into parts of Boone County that's just now scooting into parts of Raleigh County. We take a look at the latest on power outages, and thankfully we're in pretty good shape here across the region. Not anything too significant here in our neck of the woods, so no complaints on that front. Again, we continue to be under an enhanced risk for severe weather here tonight, and that is that level 3 risk for the entire area. I don't know why that switched to a marginal, but yes, we are looking at enhanced risk for severe weather. Let's pop the radar back up here and look at the latest. So again, there are those storms. Let's get back to the comments. Again, a lot of people... Hey, Billy just said slim. Yeah, I don't know where you got that from. I don't know if you were watching that from yesterday or if you got that from somewhere else. So what Billy means by slim, you need 4 things to really create a severe weather setup here. And it all starts with those 4 letters, slim. So again, that's kind of an acronym that we like to use here in the weather world. So if you were paying attention yesterday, you got a pretty good lesson about how that works. And let's see. Caden says, do you have Logan cams? I do not. I will tell you all this. We have a few cameras right now. Down the pike, we're going to have many more cameras. That is something we are working on here at the news station. So stay tuned on that. It's not going to be something that's going to happen in the next week. It's not going to happen in the next month. But we do have more cameras that are going to be happening. Looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has now been issued. This is for portions of Fayette County. So this is really for the majority of Fayette County. This also includes Nicholas County. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning for northern and central portions of Fayette County. Nicholas County, pretty much all of Nicholas County except for the northern tip, southern parts of Webster County, and literally the extreme northern parts of Raleigh County, like a little corner of Raleigh County. And that goes until 1:15. So again, damaging wind gusts with this, torrential rainfall, and lots of lightning. That's what we're seeing here. This portion of the storm is trying to strengthen across northern parts of Wyoming County. That is a lot of lightning in northern parts of Wyoming County. That's a lot of lightning showing up in Mingo County. And that's also a lot of lightning in Pocahontas County. So you can see the progression, and this is moving rather quickly. I mean, we're already seeing storms almost in about half of our region, and it's only 12:45. So at the rate we're going, I think the severe weather threat will be over probably in the next couple of hours or so, probably by 3 o'clock at the latest. That's good news for my sleep schedule because I could use a little bit of sleep. All right, somebody was asking about this supercell. Again, I will show you guys this, but I don't want to freak you guys out because, again, I do think this is going to weaken before it gets here. But let's take a look at it. And there it is. It is still spinning out there just on the western side of Hazard. So, again, that is the concern here in the short term for Hazard, Kentucky, is that this is a tornadic thunderstorm that is still showing a lot of signs of rotation right in there. So again, we'll be continuing to watch that, and if that were to continue to push its way to the east here at about 65 miles an hour, there you go. Still well west of our area here in the next 45 minutes if this were to continue to maintain its strength as it works its way to the east. So that's kind of the update on the supercell that we were looking at a little bit earlier. But again, in the near term, we have severe weather that is pushing through the area right now. This is just buckets of rain that's coming down. Let's go back to that Oak Hill camera here for a bit. See what we got cooking out there. Yeah, raining pretty heavy. That parking lot now is completely soaked. And we are seeing some lightning out there in the distance. Again, we've been live on Facebook now for, I don't know, probably about 35 minutes or so. So if you're just now tuning in, we're going to be hanging out here until the severe weather threat is over. No, yeah, this is why I'm really hesitant on showing that supercell. This is not heading toward Fayette County. That supercell is not heading anywhere toward Fayette County. Wow, some pretty heavy rain there. That is staying way down to the south. So again, I'm not going to be showing that stuff too much if it freaks people out because, again, we don't want to cause any kind of panic or anything like that. Really coming down. We've got some heavy rain blowing through Oak Hill right now. And again, that is really just kind of pummeling Oak Hill currently. Let's take a look back at the radar to go along with that. And again, that severe thunderstorm warning for central and southern parts of Nicholas County, central parts of Fayette County, that goes until 1:15. So we've got about 25 minutes for that particular cell. And again, that's following along that outflow boundary. Now keep in mind, we have the dome of silence right here because of the mountain that blocks the radar. So we cannot see anything in here until we switch on the Roanoke radar. So we're going to show that. And there we see the thunderstorms that are right on the outskirts of Beckley. So if you're watching this and you're in Beckley, even though the Charleston radar is not showing much, there are storms here, and they are getting ready to hit. So let's pop the Beckley camera back up on the Pioneer Community Bank camera. It's probably not raining yet, but boy, is it going to get ready to. And this is going to probably be a very wet camera here in about 10 minutes or so as this continues to scoot off to the east along that outflow boundary. A lot of folks asking questions on here, so again, let's pop the radar up. We'll get back to answering some questions on here, and I'll put the animation on. Somebody was talking about they got a warning on their phone, probably for that warning in Fayette County and Nicholas County. That's that new severe thunderstorm warning, and again, that goes until 1:15 here this evening. I got to drink some water from time to time because if I don't, I'll lose my voice and then I won't be able to keep doing this. So bear with me for a second when I drink the water, if you don't mind. All right, Selena's saying, getting a pretty good lightning show. I think Selena's over at Tor Beckley, if memory serves me right. So, yeah, she's probably getting a pretty good lightning show over there. And, Selena, appreciate you being on here this evening. Selena's kind of one of our loyal viewers for sure. So, appreciate that. Scott saying lightning in Hanover. Bruce says, yeah, we could check the New River Gorge cam. But that camera is not very good quality, to be quite honest with you. But, sure, we can check that out. I'll listen to the people. Let's see what we got. And, all right. Yeah, well, you can see the flashes. That's about probably as good as you're going to be able to see it. Honestly, when that car goes by, might get a little bit of a better view here. See what we got cooking here. Yeah, we're getting those flashes. I was hoping maybe even though this is not a good resolution camera that we'd be able to see a lightning bolt or two with this. A lot of flashes, though. So that's kind of neat. And it is kind of cool that without the cars of what's going on. Let's see if we can get a good flash without any of the cars being there. Oh, that was a good one there. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave that up for a minute while we answer some questions. Uh-oh, Virginia says she lost power after a lightning strike. I don't know where you're at, Virginia. Hopefully it comes back on. Cadence, do you think Logan will get the tornado? Nope. Do not. Damaging wind gusts, though, are possible. Although the worst of this is behind you now in Logan. The worst of this is behind you in Logan. Rebecca is on here. You know what? Howdy, howdy. Hope you're doing good. Her husband works over at the news station and is a good friend of mine. Somebody I care about a lot. So, and we got Alexia on here. My goodness, Alexia is our morning producer. So we got a couple people that are chilling on here this morning. And again, it is 12:50 in the morning. Let's see. Severe thunderstorm warning just hit for Raleigh County. Let's check. Let's check what we've got. Did something just get dropped? Let's take a look. And don't see one yet. Don't see one yet. But that is a lot of lightning that is showing up here. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see one get issued. But I don't see any warnings taking place. Rebecca's saying, sitting on the porch in Fayetteville, it is storming pretty good. I believe it. It is absolutely raining cats and dogs up toward Fayetteville right now. Let's pop that Oak Hill camera back up. Let's get the high res back up. I like that New River Gorge camera, but this is just not, this isn't doing the job for us. Let's get something a little bit better. Look at that. It is pouring in Oak Hill right now. Getting lots of lightning. And again, we'll leave that up for a second while we answer some questions. Caitlin says, is this going to pass soon? Yes. I think everybody's going to be about done by 3 o'clock in the morning. Western counties will be done way before then. But areas like Greenbrier County, Summers County, Monroe County, those will continue until 3 a.m. We will stay on here until the severe risk is over. If these weaken significantly, we'll hop off here. But at this point, we're still strong enough to where we're going to be hanging on here for a bit. Wow, look at this. This is some sheets of rain that are coming down in Oak Hill. Man, this is not fun, folks. You would not want to be driving in this. So again, next 3-4 hours, if you happen to know anybody that's going to be driving, just tell them to stay off the roads, right? We don't want to be driving in this. At minimum, you're going to have hydroplaning issues, visibility issues. I mean, the rain, it is absolutely pouring out there in Oak Hill. So, and this is probably taking place in Fayetteville as well. That's a little bit closer to where Rebecca is that had commented. So Alexia's saying it looks rough in Oak Hill. Yeah, definitely. Definitely looks rough up in there right now. And again, this is kind of what we're looking at here this evening. At least the wind is not too bad with this. But boy, that is some really heavy rain that's coming through. No tornadoes expected in Beckley. Again, we are not really expecting the tornado risk here. Caitlin says, I'm in Summersville. Caitlin says, and it is bad. I believe it. We'll leave this up for just a second while I kind of read over some of these comments, and then we'll pop the radar back up so you guys can see that. A lot of lightning and thunder in Jaeger, says Deidre. Deidre's another loyal viewer. You know, Deidre's one of the, I think Deidre is one of the very first people that I interacted with as far as with weather, probably 8 years ago, something like that. So, shout out to Deidre. Let's see. Check some other comments. Again, a lot of people checking in. Caitlin says, do you have the Summersville camera? I wish I did. I've been trying to wrangle that away from our WowK friends. Trying to. Kelly says our creek here in Anstead is high. Yes, that is a concern. I do think that most areas will be okay on the flooding areas, but where we do see those heaviest rainfall totals here over the next couple of hours, can't rule out some isolated high water issues. We are not expecting major flooding to take place, though, so I want to make that very clear. A lot of people saying we're getting some pretty good lightning. Just hit Rock Creek below. Glenn Daniels says Tiana. About 20 minutes ago, no major wind, just some rain and lightning. Where does it look like a war zone, Billy, over in Logan? You're going to have to elaborate a little bit on that. Smithers, lightning and thunder. Allison, I was in Smithers literally on Thursday. Excuse me, on Tuesday. Tuesday, I was in Smithers. I was over at the Valley Pre-K through 8, and then I had lunch at Burger Cart. And let me tell you something. When you're near Burger Cart, you do not miss lunch at Burger Cart. Every time I'm in Smithers, it's one of the few times I will pass up the Tudor's Biscuit World over there. I do not have any cameras in Boone County, Tyler, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I do not, but I wish I did. And again, we're just kind of watching this storm push through Oak Hill. Then we'll pop the radar back up. I know a lot of people don't care about Oak Hill. Sam saying lightning every 10 seconds in Elkview, homie. Sam's one of my dudes from high school. We kind of stayed in touch after high school. Probably talk more now than when we were in high school. He's a good dude. David says, do you expect 60-mile-per-hour winds in Gent area or less? Probably a little less. This is starting to look more like one of those 40, 50-mile-per-hour wind gust type setups here tonight with some really heavy rain and some lightning. So a lot of people asking about specific locations. That's generally speaking what most people can expect. Let's pop the radar back up here. Let's pop the radar back up. So again, there is that big old storm in Fayetteville and up towards Summersville. So we've had a couple of people talking about that. You could see the lightning strikes. This is all working its way to the east. This is all working its way to the east. And this is going to continue to work its way to the east into western parts of Greenbrier County, into Pocahontas County here shortly. So again, torrential rainfall occurring. We had some reports. Somebody was saying their creek in Anstead was running high. And the reason for that is because in Anstead, we've picked up a quick inch of rain roughly. You know, you see that in an inch, or you see an inch of rain in an hour, that's going to be enough to cause at least some minor issues, especially considering how much rain has fallen over the last few days. Some areas over the last few days have seen a lot of rain. In fact, we can show you that. The last 7 days. This is the 7-day total rain. Look at some of these totals, folks. 2.5 inches. How about Wyoming County? 4.8 inches. How about parts of McDowell County? 5 inches of rain. Granted, this is not all falling at once, but you get the idea. This is why those creeks are getting a little aggravated when they see a quick inch of rain in about an hour or so. That is why they see that. So, again, that makes sense. And the good news is, in Anstead, the worst of that rain is over. Now, you will have some light to steady rain over the next hour or two, but the heavy rain is over. New severe thunderstorm warning for Greenbrier County. So Greenbrier County now under a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 2 a.m. This basically includes most of Greenbrier County except for Lewisburg and that far southern portions of the county. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Greenbrier County until 2 a.m., and that is for this storm that is across Fayette County. And I'm here to tell you, this will be through Greenbrier County before 2 o'clock. I can assure you of that. So there's our storm working its way down to the south and east, generally speaking here. And there's that outflow boundary I was talking about, right there. So, if anything, this complex might actually weaken a little bit, and we'll likely see some new development along that outflow boundary, which is currently draped about like this. So there's our outflow boundary, and basically these storms are going to be pushing along and forming along that outflow boundary over the next couple of hours. Again, if you're just now tuning in, severe thunderstorm watch for the entire area until 5 a.m. Severe thunderstorm watch until 5 a.m. PJ says, how fast are these storms moving? Very quickly, so that helps mitigate the severe weather threat, or excuse me, the flooding threat here. When we have these storms move quickly, I mean, they're moving at about 50 miles an hour. So imagine driving from Beckley to Lewisburg, getting there, Beckley to Lewisburg is about 60 miles, so a storm that's in Beckley will be in Lewisburg in roughly about an hour or so. That's how quickly they're moving. Tyler's the worst past Boone. Yes. Boone County pretty much in the clear. There's some steady rains and still some lightning back to your west. But the threat for severe weather is pretty much wrapped up for you, Tyler, so hope that helps. Tabitha says, the worst of the storm passed through Marmette about 30 minutes ago, and it was rough. Susan says, Pocahontas County fairly quiet, but won't stay that way. Doesn't look like. That would be correct. You've got some storms headed your way, already starting to get kind of active in the northern part of the county. And again, if you're just now watching, we are live on the Storm Tracker 59 page. We are live on the 59 News page, and we are live also at the on my page, Joe Fitzwater, meteorologist. North side of Beckley, about to get hit with some lightning, big time. Let's look at a couple of cameras here. Let's pop the Pioneer Community Bank camera back up. So it is now raining. Yeah, look at the wind. So the wind is picking up in Beckley right now as that storm is working its way through. So again, this is what we're seeing in downtown Beckley. This is kind of on the north side of town there. I kind of want to call it north. It's kind of north center. So the worst of this will stay off to your north. But again, you can see the wind is blowing. We're looking at this live. This is the Pioneer Community Bank camera. And again, heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds. Look at that wind there. So yeah, the wind is really picking up there. Blowing the flags around. That's probably some 30, 40 mile per hour winds that we're seeing there on the camera. And I'm periodically trying to check and see if we're seeing anything as far as reports. Not seeing it too much just yet. Keeping a close eye on that. Woo! Look at that. Look at that wind. Wind-whipped rain there in Beckley right now. And again, this is live. So I'm looking at this at the same time that you are. And this is what's blowing through Beckley right now. So this is pretty gnarly. Pretty gnarly stuff that we're seeing in Beckley. Lily says, she was on earlier. She's saying it is hailing in Harper's Heights in Beckley. So she's saying it is hailing there. And again, the wind is definitely whipping there in Beckley. Roy says, how much is Beckley supposed to get? You're about to get it right now. Could see another half inch to an inch. Is Ray Toller on here? I did see Ray Toller. Ray, how's it going? Big fan of Ray Toller. Just want to give him a shout out. He's over in the Wyoming County Sheriff's Office. I've worked with them a little bit on some side projects with some of the Christmas stuff that they do over at the Walmart there in Mabscott. So, Ray, hope you're doing well. And I hope everybody's doing well on here. Somebody told Ray it's past his bedtime. Let me tell you something. Ray Toller never sleeps. Ray Toller is always working. Heavy rain just arrived at West Side. Wow, that was a huge flash on that Beckley camera. That was probably right on the side of the camera there. That was a humongous flash. Man, if only we had sound, folks. That was a doozy right there. Goodness. Heavy rain just arrived at West Side High, says Ray. Yeah, so Ray down there in West Side, seeing the rain. We'll pop that radar back up over in that way here in just a minute. The lightning in Glen Daniel is bad, says Haley. So somebody was asking about Fairdale a second ago. That's kind of the next community to the west of Glen Daniel. Probably seeing about the same song and dance there. And again, that was a really impressive flash. That was right by the camera there. So that was pretty gnarly. That was pretty cool that we got to see that live. Let's see. Just storm for about 20 minutes in Wyoming County toward Copperston. It passed fast. A little bit of wind, heavy rain, some thunder and lightning, says Sean. Somebody's asking if that supercell is going to make it to Bluefield. No, not expecting that. Not sounding too good outside right now in Beckley. You know what, Tracy? You might be on to something there. Looks like it's not fun to be around in, and that's why we're keeping the camera up just for a minute. I know a lot of folks are probably wanting to know what's going on outside of Beckley, and we'll get to you here in just a second, so just hang on here for a bit. But not too often that we get to see these cool camera shots. And again, if you were on about 2 minutes ago, we had an insane lightning strike on this camera just a bit ago. So we've been on here for about an hour. We're just tracking the storms as they're working their way through. Just kind of talking. Again, appreciate everybody that is commenting what they're seeing. That is really important. I think people really appreciate that in the chat. I appreciate it. So again, appreciate you guys going out and doing that. Somebody was asking about Crawley over in Greenbrier County. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in Greenbrier County right now for that thunderstorm that we were talking about just a few moments ago. Let's see. Some spots of Anstead had some hail about a minute ago. So again, sorry, I was checking with our director. Again, I want to give some love real quick to our director. That is Bree Comer. She is literally on standby in case we've got a break in for severe weather. So we are ready to rumble here at 59 if we do have anything rough, really rough that gets in as far as having to break into TV. I don't anticipate that happening at this point, but we are ready in case, and Bree is a really good sport about that. It's never fun staying late on a Friday night when you want to go and enjoy your weekend. So I want to always give a special shout out to folks that make that possible. And I definitely couldn't do what I do without the people that work here at the station. We're literally a team. Jessica says, "Do you have the Princeton camera?" I do. We'll start utilizing that here in just a bit. Megan says, "I'm tired. I want to go to bed." Yeah, I'm kind of in the same group with you on that, pal. Same group. Megan, the cars look like they're going 100 miles an hour because we had a little bit of lag there. This camera is old, just being completely honest with you. And sometimes it lags a little bit. The high-definition cameras do not do that. So like this one, you will not see lag on. But the Pioneer Community Bank camera is a little bit older, and so sometimes they get a little laggy, especially when there's weather around. Let's look at Lewisburg real quickly because we're likely going to start to see some good lightning on this here in a little bit. So we will go back to that. Let's go back to the radar because folks are commenting about some different areas. All right, and let's take a look here. So we have all of this. This is a wall of rain that is moving its way into Greenbrier County and into eastern parts of Fayette County. And for Beckley, downtown Beckley not hit quite as bad, but the northern part of the county certainly is. You get up into, let's say, Mount Hope and the Bradley areas, for example, and those areas certainly seeing some very heavy rain, quite a bit of lightning. That also goes up into parts of Pocahontas County. This is not severe thunderstorm warned, but that is certainly some pretty strong wind gusts that are possible. Some impressive lightning, heavy rain. But again, if you're in western parts of Greenbrier County, Rupert, Rainelle, it is raining cats and dogs out there. A lot of lightning, raining cats and dogs, big time. I'll tell you what, we could see a severe thunderstorm warning issued shortly for this storm here in Wyoming County. This is a doozy of a little storm right now that is working its way east into, and this would eventually be toward our area here in Gent. Let's put the tracker on this. See if we've got one first off. Yeah, so there we go. This is going to be, again, kind of working its way towards Salisville, over toward Beechwood, Black Eagle, eventually toward Fireco and Coal City, and then toward Coolridge, out toward Gent, toward Streeter. I always like mentioning Streeter because I run out there quite a bit. Out toward Ellison Ridge, and out toward Odd as well. This is a little doozy of a storm. It's not very big, but it is packing a punch in all likelihood. So if there's anybody in the chat that is living in the Pineville area, especially just north of Pineville, let me know what you're seeing. Probably seeing a good bit of, probably seeing a pretty good bit of lightning with this. This might start weakening here shortly, though, because that outflow boundary is starting to race out ahead of it. So that outflow boundary is starting to scoot off to the east, and it's right over the Hinton area. So we're going to see some pretty good lightning strikes showing up in Hinton here momentarily as those storms get organized. Farther back down to the south and west into McDowell County, let's give our Coalfield spot some love here. That is some very heavy rain showing up there, moving into the western portions of the county toward Ike's Fork, toward Yeager, eventually toward the northern part of the county. So that would be toward Welch, eventually up into parts of Wyoming County, kind of straggling the Wyoming, McDowell County border, so out toward Davie, for example. That's a heavy downpour. And then again, we have this thunderstorms. These are weakening, which is great news. So our tornado, so watch this, our tornado that we were looking at is wrapping up. So this is great. It's getting absorbed into that outflow boundary, which is some great news here. So we love to see this. We don't even have a tornado warning for this at this point. So that's good. That is very good news. This is still a severe thunderstorm with damaging wind gusts in eastern Kentucky, but we're not seeing anything as far as major rotation. I'm watching this. This is major improvement from what we had about a half hour ago. So that is certainly great to see here at this hour. So in the short term, no tornado threat at all. And you can see what we've got. We've got a developing, this line is really starting to get organized here. And this is all going to push down to the south and to the east here over the next, hour to 2 hours. And again, once you get on the other side of this line, you're in good shape. So for example, Anstead, probably going to be just fine. It's going to rain. It's good sleeping weather if you ask me. Up toward Logan, even on Beckley, you give Beckley about 10-15 minutes, and you're going to be in the clear of the severe weather threat. And then this line of thunderstorms will continue to race its way down to the south and east. And again, we'll be watching our southern counties here over the next hour to 2 hours. This is thankfully for the sake of getting some sleep and for the sake of folks that are anxious about the weather. This is moving rather quickly, so again, I would say about another hour, hour and a half, maybe 2 hours max, and we're going to be completely done with this threat. In fact, I'll show you how much this has moved just in the last hour. So we were all the way back here across central parts of Kentucky an hour ago, and now we're all the way we're starting to get close to the Virginia border. So this has really moved quite a bit. We love to see that. But again, this is what we're looking at. Let's go back home a little closer. Whoops. Well, real quickly, for those that are tuning in, again, severe thunderstorm watch for the counties in pink. That's every county in our region. That goes until 5 a.m. That could be allowed to expire early, and I would not be surprised if that is the case. Tornado watch for eastern Kentucky, western parts of West Virginia, far western parts of Virginia. That goes until 3 a.m. So that's in the yellow. That does not include any counting in our region, though. So we're in good shape there. And then where you see the oranges, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. That goes until 2 a.m. for Greenbrier County, as well as south central parts of Nicholas County, eastern parts of Fayette County. So severe thunderstorm warning until 2 a.m. For those areas. And then severe thunderstorm warning for Letcher County in Kentucky until 1:15. So those are the active warnings that we are seeing right now. We pop the reflectivity back up. And this is just turning into kind of a wall. This is just a mess of rain with lightning. And again, I always like to use these lightning strikes as kind of a determinator on whether we're seeing things strengthening or weakening. And you're going to notice that we're seeing this number dropping. This number continues to drop, and it's dropping rather significantly. So this is a good sign here for areas downstream toward Monroe, toward Summers, Mercer, Giles, and Blaine counties, that these storms may be weaker by the time that they make their way toward you. Kelly says, Anstead severe weather is done, just rain. Yes, you're just looking at rain and some rumbles. Caitlin says, I'm not going to bed till the storm is done. Yeah, you're still seeing the heavy rain up in Summersville. But give it a few minutes, Caitlin. You're going to still have some rumbles around, but you're going to be in good shape. Going to be just fine. Robert says we've had, it seems, 3 different little storms in Elkview. They last maybe 5 to 10 minutes, but the thunder was rolling and lightning like crazy. Wind was decent in the first one. The other 2 wasn't horrible, but blood good. Appreciate the reports, Robert. I went to high school with Robert. Robert's a good dude. Erica, Jesse, West Virginia, lots of lightning. I believe it. It's over there in the northern part of Wyoming County, right where that cell went through. And now you got this cell, and again, we might see a severe thunderstorm warning getting issued for this here shortly. Would not be surprised to see that. This gent camera is going to come in real handy here in a minute. Bradley just had the loudest thunder I've ever heard. I believe it. A lot of lightning that was with that storm that's now worked its way off to the east. Susan says it's here. Droop Mountain, heavy rain starting and lightning. Take a look at some of the other commenters. And again, trying to check everybody here. Lakota, what about Bluefield? Okay right now. We'll be watching these storms, although the sign is that they're weakening. Same thing for Spanishburg for those asking about Mercer County. Caitlin says Mother Nature sounds mad. Tiffany says Oceana getting heavy rain. Caitlin says, Joe, I won't be going to bed till all these storms pass. Well, join the club, pal. Join the club. I'm glad it is Saturday. I'd probably be a little moody, to be honest, if this was on a Monday, because then you got that whole week of work that you got to get through. At least I can sleep tomorrow. It's my nephew's birthday tomorrow, so I'll be up in Charleston for a birthday party, but I don't have to be there till 2:30, so I'll probably sleep right until I got to go. The life of a weather person, right? Jacob says bright lightning in Mount Hope. Yep, I believe it. Thank God Summers County is looking okay at the moment. Yeah, looking okay. Again, we do have some storms that are approaching you, but they are not at severe limits. They are not severe right now. And again, Tiffany saying Oceana getting heavy rain. Storms picked up in Chatteroy Williamson, says Betty. Lightning crazy in Mount Nebo, said Keisha. Me too, sleepy. Yep. Listen, enjoying it in stride, though. Always enjoying it in stride. Nick says, how about Gent? Hey, buddy, we're going to find out. We're going to pop that camera up. That's some good lightning, though, that's about to move in. So I have a feeling that's going to be a decent little storm there for Cool Ridge, for Gent, for Blue Jay, and those areas here in a bit. Janelle says, what is Bradshaw expected to get? You got that line of storms coming in here, so you'll have some downpours here shortly within the next hour, Janelle. Same thing for Crum and Kermit. You've got those storms back to your west. Did I see an Eric? Yeah, I did see Eric. Eric's on here too, man. This is a 59 News party. Eric, you be thankful, buddy, because Bree's holding down the fort here this evening. She's still here at 1 o'clock in the morning. I like to give Eric a hard time, but I love him. Let's see. Remington, Quinwood, seeing the storms working their way through here. We'll kind of do another radar tour here in a minute. I just wanted to get caught up on some of these comments. Is it over in Beckley? Yeah, pretty much. Some lightning still, some rain, but the severe part is working its way out of the region. The severe part is working its way out of the region. This is mainly a wall of rain back to the west. Judy says, rain beginning in Princeton now? Okay. Not much going on showing up there on the radar, but hey. Vicky says Daniel's getting much. Yeah. Got some scattered storms. I need to switch the radar over because we're not giving a true representation of what is happening in Gent. In fact, let's do that real quickly. This is what is headed toward Gent. Yeah, that is a lot. This is going to be a doozy here in Gent here in a minute. So yeah. Going to be a fun time here in Gent here momentarily. And again, what I'm going to do, stand by here. Yeah, wow, that's a doozy of a storm. This needs to be severe thunderstorm warned. So let's hope that gets issued here shortly. This definitely needs to be severe thunderstorm warned. Let's pop the Gent camera back up here. So if you're in Gent, if you're in Cool Ridge, yeah, we're going to leave this up for a minute. I think this is going to be quite the lightning show here in a minute. If you're in Cool Ridge, if you're in Gent, if you're in Rodell, Odd, those areas, this is a doozy of a storm that is about to work its way through. This is a doozy of a storm. A lot of lightning. We might get some bolts on this one. I'm feeling pretty confident that we're going to see some lightning bolts on this camera. what was it, a couple of days ago? The last time that we did the Facebook Live, we had probably the best lightning strike I've ever seen on the I think it was on the Lewis Nissan camera. So let's see if the Gent camera can beat that here. And again, we're going to leave this camera up for a minute. This is a doozy of a storm that's about to work its way through. And this part of that storm will try to skirt through the Daniels area for Vicky that was asking. And again, let's see, do you believe with us getting these storms now, the severe threat will be done sooner? Yes, Jacob, that's a good question. He says, do you believe with us getting these storms right now, the severe threat will be done a little sooner? Yes, I do think so. I'd say we're going to be pretty much done with this here in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Which does not hurt my feelings. I don't think it hurts anybody else's feelings either. Got lots of lightning showing up here. We're going to get a free lightning show here. Eric, by the way, said raining thunder in Rock Creek. Thank you for that, buddy. Thank you. We've got quite a few people that are showing up here. We'll pop the radar back up in a bit, but wanted to show off the Gent camera here for a minute, our Segra Tower cam. This is going to be a good lightning show here in a bit. Sure is. This is right on the skirts of crossing Gent here in a bit. You can see those clouds moving rather quickly. A lot of lightning with this storm. I'm surprised it is not severe thunderstorm warned, if I'm being honest with you. But you can't catch them all. Perhaps even some small hail with this storm. Again, right now, this is out toward the Fireco. This is out toward Odd right now. This is out to the south and east of Rodell. And this is scooting its way, basically about to cross the turnpike here shortly. And you can see the camera is starting to shake. So we're starting to get in on the wind. We are probably about a minute or two away from the wind really kicking up and that rain starting to pick up here. Whew. Oh yeah, there was a good bolt. We had a bolt right there. So again, free lightning show on the Gent camera. We're going to leave this up for a couple of minutes and then we'll go back to the radar. I like showing off our cameras when we do have something to look at. And we have a good vantage point with this camera as well. We should get a good viewing opportunity here as the storm works its way off to the north and to the east. And again, the camera shaking. We're looking kind of generally speaking up to the north and west. So this is going to be a pretty good vantage point here momentarily. Whew, that was a big one. I'm going to start hearing some of these at the station here in a second. This storm is continuing to strengthen. Oh yeah, that was a loud one there. I don't know if you picked that up on the face or on my microphone or not, but that was a loud one. Wow, big old lightning show showing up here on Gent. And again, this is about to cross. It's gonna start pouring down a rain here in a second in Gent. And again, this continues to work its way off to the north and to the east. So we'll stay on here for a minute. Starting to see a couple of raindrops popping up. So again, this is going to turn into a real doozy here in a All right. Well, let's see. We're working on getting things back up. Trying to see if we're still... Yeah, it looks like we're back. Awesome. All right, folks, we're back. We took a power hit at the station. Give a shout out to our producer, Alexia, who let me know that we are back on here. So the good news, we have good news and bad news. The bad news is I don't think the tower camera is doing too good. We had a lightning strike right here by the station. Ooh, we've still got some stuff that we got to work out here. We've lost some internet stuff. So let's we'll keep an eye on that. Let me see here. I might have to restart links. That's our computer system here. But we are back, so that's good. So I thought we were going to lose the feed, so I'm actually kind of surprised that it didn't do that. So, but no complaints. I will take that. But we are back. And yeah, we had a heck of a lightning strike right. I don't know if it hit the station, but it got pretty dang on close if it didn't. It was very impressive, to say the least. And this storm was kind of a doozy as it worked its way through. I believe we did have some small hail at the station. I went and used the restroom while waiting to see if the internet was going to come back. And it sure sounded like we had some hail that was falling. Some small hail, but still, some hail nonetheless. Again, I'm kind of stand by just for a second while we kind of get back going here. Because when we lose the internet like this, it is very hard on our system. So I might have to close out here and see what we got. Let me see if we've got radar data coming through. We do have radar data, so we've got that. This is that storm. Wow, look at that. Wowee. This storm was a doozy. This is the strongest storm we've probably had in here all night, and it's not a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not throwing shade here. I'm just stating facts here. That is a nasty storm. We have lost our lightning data. Wait. I think I see what's going on. So we have lost all but our radar data for a moment, but it will be back. It will be back. Let me stand up here. I've got to fix something. Yes. We will have the cameras back here in about 5 minutes. Basically, just had to restart the server computer. So once the server computer's back, we will have lightning data back. We will have all the data back. So that will be nice. That will be nice. But we do have radar data. And again, this should be a severe thunderstorm warning cell. No doubt about it. This cell down toward Welch probably could put us in the same conversation here, if we're being quite honest. Again, if you're just now tuning in, maybe if you disappeared and came back, we lost electric here for us just a second. It just kind of blinked enough to where it took out the internet here. But we are back, and we should be back for a while now. I don't imagine us having much more in the way of issues as far as that is concerned. If you are in the Hinton area, you need to look out big time. This storm is a big deal. That was a gnarly storm that just came through. In fact, I'm actually going to text Roanoke right now. That storm that blew through Gent and is heading to Hinton is ripping. All right. Again, just stand by here. We should start getting. You should see lightning data here in a moment. So we'll have everything back up momentarily. I appreciate you guys being patient. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to have a power hit. And when these things happen, things get a little chaotic. So again, I appreciate you hanging with us here. I'm working on getting everything back up. We're almost back going here. And so I gotta just kind of checking all the data sources here. I just want to make sure all of our systems are working. We should start to see that data coming through here in a moment. Nick asking about that cell in Summers County, if it's rotating. It is not rotating. It is just nasty. Nasty, nasty. Damaging winds. And let's see, we are getting back. We're doing a lot better now. I'm just waiting for that lightning to come back. Once the lightning comes back, we will be back to 100%. I gotta check a couple of things here. Make sure. Let's see, that is on. I might have to step off just for a second, guys, to check that server computer. But otherwise, we'll be in good shape. Let's see, we're getting radar data, which is good. We need to get lightning data, and we need to get camera data. And this might be something as simple as I might need to close out of links for a second. So if that's the case, just bear with me. But I'm going to step up here just for a second. Again, bear with us. We had a little bit of a lull here. We had some issues. There we go. That should get us back going right there. Okay. I'm working on getting this back on. I'm going to close out of this here for a second, guys, so just bear with me. I'm trying to get our lightning data back. Which direction is that storm in Welch heading? It is heading to the east. It is heading to the east, Michael. So that's going to be eventually toward the Princeton area here in a bit. And again, the strongest storm at the moment is about to push right into downtown Hinton. About to push into downtown Hinton. Man, and I'm here to tell you that storm was ripping in southern Raleigh County there for about 5 minutes. And again, we should have everything back up here momentarily. Just trying to get data back going. Looks like we've got some data coming through. So I'm just kind of testing a few things here. You get to see the background of our computer, so how about that? Oh, actually you don't. It just turns into black and gray. Yeah, you have to stand by here for just a second while I get everything loading back up here. Kind of waiting to see if this lightning data is coming back. So again, just to update everybody, we had a power hit here at the station while we were doing our Facebook Live. So that kind of threw a wrench into the data just for a second. Our systems do not like it when the power shuts things off abruptly. It's always a problem. So we're just kind of waiting on everything to load here. So stand by. Worst case scenario, we just won't have lightning data. Can't tell if that's back going yet or not. But I will know here in a second. Meanwhile, Brandon asking what we can expect in Lewisburg. It does not look like it's back yet, so I'm going to try one more thing, but if not, then we might just be out of luck. Okay, so the cameras are back. That's a good sign. So we have our cameras back. So now, at least we have that. So the only thing it looks like we're missing at this point is the lightning data. So we might just not have lightning data for a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's come back yet. So we'll watch and see if that comes back. But for now, it is not back. So we might just have to continue this without lightning until I can get into the system and get us fixed back up. But at least we have everything but lightning at this point. All right, so let's see. Salinas is getting some nice cracker streaks. Probably talking about the lightning there. Shirley, what to expect in Wood County? That's up to the north. Should be okay up that way. Is it over in Glendaniel? Yeah, we still got some. We've still got some rain, some gusty winds, but nothing severe expected in Glendaniel. Kyle says wind becoming more frequent in Princeton. No rain yet, at least near Mercer Street. It is going to rain soon, and you're going to see some lightning and some gusty winds. And I dare to say we've got about an hour to an hour and a half of this left, and then we're going to be done. That's about how long we've got. I'm going to try one last thing here to get the lightning data back. So bear with me here. Nathaniel asking, where is that system rotating in eastern Kentucky? It is weakened. It is weakened. That is some great news. It has weakened. Okay. I went ahead and restarted that server computer one last time. And you guys kind of get to see a little bit of the behind the scenes with some of the issues at hand as far as when we lose power. Kind of having to balance a few things at once here. Appreciate you guys being a little bit patient here. All right, but I think we're back in pretty good shape overall. Either I might just have to kind of roll with the flow as far as whether we get our lightning data back or not. The only severe thunderstorm warning that we have currently is in Greenbrier County until 2 a.m. That storm over Hinton, though, is meaning business. Still meaning business. Here it is. This was that storm as it kind of worked its way from the Rodell area, and it moved right over the news station, right there, and that was gnarly. That was real gnarly as it crossed the turnpike there, and then now is scooting off to the north and east, and that is still that's a legit storm that we are looking at right over downtown Hinton right now. So again, not severe warm by any stretch, but still a pretty impressive storm nonetheless. Farther back down to the south and west again, folks were asking about that storm that was rotating earlier in this live cast in eastern Kentucky. That is not rotating anymore, so that is good news. It is severe warned, but it is not rotating. We love to see that. This is the last of the line here, so this is kind of what we've got going for us. We're just kind of waiting on this line to work its way down to the south and east. If you are north and west, if you're up in this area, you are smiley face. We are good here. It's in the southern half of our region at this point, south of Beckley, that we have to worry about severe weather now. So we're kind of on the back nine of the severe weather threat at this juncture. On the back nine. So folks are asking, let's see, is it over for the Coal City Beaver area? Yes. I would dare to say yes. You're in good shape. Quiet so far in Bluefield. Things will pick up in intensity here in a bit. We've got these storms back to the west. Daniels and Beaver looking good. Glen Daniel is done with the severe threat. The storm that's going through Welch, is that coming for Jane? Yeah, we'll kind of see that slide to the south, though. And let's see, here's a look at the cameras. Let's take a look at the Jink camera, actually. Let's see if it's back yet. It is back. How about that? I'll have to go back in the Facebook Live when our camera froze. I have a feeling that either this tower may have gotten struck or something very close by did. I mean, it was a very loud strike that was right here at the station. So, but yeah, we're doing okay on that front. Literally, the only thing we don't have is just lightning. We've got some weird stuff going on here, though. Still, why? Like, there we go. Like, why did it do that? Hey, our lightning is back. All right, we are cooking. The lightning is coming back. Cool. I was kind of worried about that. It's gonna be like that was gonna be something I was gonna have to deal with after we get done with this Facebook Live. I don't like going home and having. I'm somebody. If I got a problem, I've got to stay until it's done. So glad to see our lightning data coming back. And again, so we're back to 100% now, and I appreciate you guys being patient. We had about, 15 minutes there where we kind of had some things going haywire, but we are in good shape now. Let me get a drink of water, then we're going to go back to work here, talk about what's going on across the region. So we've been live, for an hour and a half? It's been a long time since I've been live for 3.5 hours on Facebook in a single day. We're having fun. All right, so let's take a tour across the region. So let's pop the Roanoke radar on. Man, this needs a severe thunderstorm warning. This storm right here is ripping in the Hinton area. That is by far the strongest storm that we've got right now. It is not even close. That storm is ripping right over Hinton. I bet if there's anybody in the chat, if there's anybody in the chat that lives in Hinton, I would love to hear what you're seeing. We've got about 175 people in the chat right now, so if you are in... Somebody says, it feels like this day has lasted forever. As someone who has been here for a while, I agree. Labor of love. Labor of love. But again, this storm near Hinton, this is going to kind of push its way toward Roncevert if it can hold together. And again, Nick, all due respect, we've been talking about damaging wind gusts pretty much all for the last several hours. I'm not really looking at much of a tornado threat, so I hope that's helpful to you. But yeah, the only area that we were concerned about earlier was back in the parts of eastern Kentucky, but thankfully that is congealed into this main line here, and at this point, the risk of anything rotating is very, very small. But we still have this storm that is in Summers County. Man, you get up toward, let's say, that's right over there by the Avian Center. Boy, right there on top of that mountain, I bet it is absolutely storming bunches up there. And again, this is now to the north and east of downtown Hinton, but I'd be curious to see what just happened. Yeah, Nick says I'm very close to Hinton. If you're on the north side of Hinton, you got smacked. If you're on the south side of Hinton, you're probably fine, though. But yeah, downtown Hinton definitely was hit hard by that. And that continues to work its way to the east. All right, let's take a look at Princeton, because that's the next area that's going to get hit that we're going to start using cameras for. Princeton's far enough away to where I don't have to worry about the power being hit, so that's nice. But we're likely going to start seeing some lightning showing up on the Princeton camera here shortly. So this will be the next area that starts to see some action from these thunderstorms. Doesn't look like we're seeing much just yet. But give it time. That will change as we've got some heavy showers and thunderstorms just back to the west here across northwestern parts of Mercer County. This is out toward Spanishburg, out toward Beeson, eastern parts of Wyoming, and McDowell counties. And again, this is all part of that outflow boundary. So this part of the storm is going to strengthen here as it works its way toward Princeton and Athens and crosses the I-77 corridor. So this is going to strengthen here for a bit. Again, you can't really see it. Can't really see it on the Charleston radar because of that beam being blocked. And that severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Greenbrier County, that will go away at 2 a.m. But again, this is the storm that needs severe thunderstorm warning. Look at all the lightning with this. Northeastern parts. This is over by Brooks, right there by the visitor center there in off the interstate. There at the Hinton exit, there at exit 139. They are getting hammered up that way with some big-time lightning. There is a ton of lightning with this system. Let me put the counter back up. 26 doesn't sound like a lot, but for this small storm, that's a ton of lightning. Just to the north of Penn Springs. Let's see. Nick says it's got some wind that's gusting around, held here. a little bit and very, very heavy rain where I am. Appreciate that report, Nick. You're good, Nick. Yeah, we got two different Nicks. There's another Nick asking about Monroe County. You're good, Nick. Don't worry about it. But yes, Nick Lucas, appreciate that report there. And again, that is the strongest storm we've got in our region right now. Although, this storm that's approaching Princeton is catching up to that. Because again, this is right along that outflow boundary. And if you're close to the outflow boundary, you're going to strengthen. So, this is all strengthening. This is going to perhaps produce quite a bit of lightning here momentarily. As this works its way into the Princeton area. We zoom out. Let's put the national radar up. This is a look at the national radar. We have to wait until this line of storms scoots down to the south and east. But once it does, and we're getting close. I mean, we're within about an hour, hour and a half of this being out of our region and then us being done with this. And then we're going to be in good shape here for this weekend. This weekend's going to be some great, fantastic weather that we've got in store. We got to get through this first. If you are north of Beckley, you are pretty much in the clear at this point. North of Beckley, you're in good shape. Somebody was asking about Logan. There's still going to be some rumbles during the overnight. We're still going to have those scattered showers. But overall, you're going to be okay. Sorry, I'm talking to the director real quick. Sorry, guys, got to do a little bit of communicating. All right, so again, this is the wide perspective. And here's what we have seen over the last hour. There's going to be probably a little radar skid. Not so bad. We've got the radar data caught back up, so everything is good. Still hearing the steady rains outside the station here. And let's zoom back in. Obviously, you do not need me as a meteorologist. You do not need me to tell you this is the strongest storm. And it's not even close. Out across northeastern Summers and now pushing into western Raleigh counties. Although this is a wall of rain that's about to hit Princeton and areas north along I-77. That is not going to be fun to drive in at all. They're along, let's see, Camp Creek, Spanishburg. Let's see, Jessica says, is it safe to go to bed in Mercer yet? I think so. We're not looking at tornadoes or anything like that. However, it is going to rain cats and dogs here for about the next 15 to 20 minutes in Mercer. So if you're not a fan of that, you may want to wait just a little bit. But aside from that, going to be just fine. Let's see. We have a tree reported down on Army Camp Road in Prince. So that occurred about 45 minutes ago in Prince. That was when that storm was rolling through Beckley. So tree down on Army Camp Road in Prince. It's the latest storm report that has come on in here. Again, these are the two areas where we're seeing the strongest storms. That's why I've got them circled. Santina, McDowell tornado chances. The tornado risk is dropping tremendously. I mean, we're pretty much almost at zero. Almost at zero. Samantha says green sulfur. It's lightning pretty bad. Quinwood, pretty much in the clear at this point. Mandy says major lightning in Ronceverte. And again, that storm is right on your doorstep. This is a doozy of a storm. You might get some small hail with this as it pushes in. So you're going to see some really heavy rain, Mandy, here in a few minutes. So just FYI, good bit of lightning that's going to pick up still yet over in your neck of the woods. Yeah, Bridget saying it is in Ronceverte. Yeah, the rain's really going to pick up in Ronceverte here in a second. How's Gent looking? Says Bobby, we've got some steady rains that are pushing through, but that's the severe stuff is done. And yes, Bobby is confirming that hail in Gent. I thought I heard that. I went to the restroom while the power was kind of recycling itself. And definitely thought I heard some hailstones outside. So, yes, we had some small hail in Jen, it seems like. Wind blowing really bad. Thunder, lightning near Pence Springs. How much more for Beckley, Glendaniel area? Really just light to steady rains in those spots. And the only thing that is of concern, and it doesn't seem like it's been as bad here recently, but down here we have had a half inch or so of rain over the last hour or so. So those low-lying spots, can't rule out an isolated issue here, but we do not have any flood warnings or anything like that. And again, there's the kind of the wider picture. The good thing is it does appear that our storm near Ronceverte is starting to weaken. And again, it's moving away from that outflow boundary. Here's the boundary right here. That's why the storm toward Princeton is strengthening, because it is near the boundary. So as these storms move away from the boundary, they start to weaken. So perhaps in the near term, the strongest storm is going to be right near Princeton. Let's pop that camera back up here. Pop the Princeton camera back up. We'll see the wind is starting to pick up here. And we'll leave that camera up here for a moment while we await the storms to work their way through. It is going to absolutely pour down on this camera here momentarily. Sweeneysburg in Beckley's. Crazy rain. Thank you for that report, Christina. The worst of it is over for you, though. That storm is hitting Muddy Creek Mountain and Alderson hard right now. Lots of lightning and wind. I believe it. It's right over your area. Right over your area. Oh, no problem, Jessica. Have good rest. Again, big thanks to you guys for commenting what you're seeing out there, because that really helps. Kind of helps explain what I'm telling folks, and then you guys say, hey, this is what I'm seeing in my house, or this is what I'm seeing in my backyard. It really does help more than you realize. So, thank you for that. We've had a lot of good information that has been spread in this, and this is the point of these Facebook Lives. I mean, it's one thing to hear me talk for a couple hours, whatever, or listen to Bradley talk, whatever, but it really helps when you've got folks also helping out, providing that information. Joey is on here. Joey Chris, he's a weather guy. He is over at, last I heard, he was over at Mississippi State working on getting a degree. Wish you the best of luck doing that. And I think we have a future broadcasting career, perhaps. Susan, why is lightning different colors? Yellow, pink, bluish. Bradley's more of an expert on lightning than I am, but it does have to do with color, or it does have to do with heat. Daryl Howell, Golly Bridge area. Is the show over for the night? Yep. Good sleep and rain with some rumbles. That's what you're going to be seeing in there in Golly Bridge. I'm leaving this camera up here in Princeton for a moment because the wind is picking up and so is the lightning. Raining hard in Bluefield. Thunder, lightning, and rain, says Joanne. That storm just came through Cool Ridge. It was a bad one. Yes, can confirm. I think it's Dina. I want to make sure I say your name correctly. I like the way that's spelled. I'm here to tell you, folks, it takes a lot for me to say that storm was a doozy. We had a doozy of a storm for about 3 or 4 minutes here at the station. Didn't last long, but boy, was it nasty. Jacob, thank you for the kind words. Again, saying that, giving me a shout out for kind of pushing through there when we lost data and whatnot. We kind of scrambling there for a second. Real quick for 30 seconds or so, when you lose, so we have a bunch of computers here at 59 News, here in the Storm Tracker 59. Yeah, look at this rain. Oh, this is about to really get exciting. All right, but when we lose power at the station here, and all these computers are on at once, it's not good for the computers. So there's a lot of steps that have got to be done to make sure that everything is working okay. So I appreciate you guys being a little patient, making sure that everything was working okay before we kind of got back in. And then again, I want to give a shout out to Director Bree and our producer Alexia for telling me that we were back. I actually thought I lost this channel or lost the connection for this for a moment, but we came right back. So That's pretty awesome. Lisa says it's the third round today for us. Yep, a lot of us have gotten through about 3 rounds. Lisa, where are you at, Lisa? I didn't see your location. I see you saying you're wondering how much longer, but I don't see where you're located. Are you in Wyoming County? If you're in Wyoming County, you're in pretty good shape. We'll pop the radar back up here. Depends on if you're on the western or eastern part of the county. If you're in the eastern part of the county, you've still got some action that's going to be scooting through. For example, it is raining cats and dogs outside the station here right now. And keep in mind, the station is located right about here. We're just kind of in between Gent and Coolridge. A little closer to Gent than Coolridge. So Coolridge is up here. Yeah, that's about right. And the rain really coming down. And man, oh man, this is a nasty storm about to push through Lewisburg. Let's pop the Lewisburg camera up real quick. Let's pop the Lewisburg camera up. This is going to be a great camera here in a second. That is a nasty, nasty storm that's getting ready to push through. And again, I'm a little surprised if this is not severe thunderstorm warned. Little surprised. But that's okay. We're on here still talking about it. There could be some small hail with this down toward Fairleigh, in between Ronceverte and Fairleigh. That would be the area most likely to see some small hail. That is certainly possible here as this works its way in. Our in-house product said that when this crossed through Gent, we saw about a half-inch hail. About half-inch. Oops. But again, man, this Lewisburg camera is going to be legit here in a second. That storm that went through Gent is about to push through Lewisburg now. That goes to show, wow, look at that. That was an awesome strike of lightning. Wow. That was awesome. Okay. That was really cool. I really like a good lightning strike. I hope you guys saw that. That was amazing. Okay. Well, let's leave this up for a second and see if we can get another one. That was so cool. All right. Sorry, I get a little excited when we see lightning like that. Nicole says, pea-sized hail just checked. Hail on Muddy Creek. If you're able to send pictures on off your porch when things calm down, that would be great. Man, this is going to be an amazing shot here. This Lewisburg camera, we got to keep this up for a second, guys. We'll check back the radar here in a second, but this storm is about to cross into Lewisburg, and it's putting on a real light show. I mean, a real light show. So let's keep this on for a second. Just updating real quickly. We'll take a look at a moment until 2:30. New severe thunderstorm warning for western parts of McDowell County. We got a little storm down there right along that main line. Wow, look at this lightning, man. This lightning here is awesome. We do have a storm that is working its way into western McDowell. We'll take a look at that here in a moment. But a severe thunderstorm warning, that is the only warning in our region. And honestly, this Lewisburg storm is probably stronger. It is probably stronger. Tracy, if you give yourself about a half hour or so, things are going to be a lot better here in a minute. Susan, I don't know if it struck the tower or not. I was wondering that myself. I'm going to take a screen grab of that and share it with them, share it with the folks, and see what happens. I need to go back and clock the time on that. What was that? Probably about 1:41. Talking about how long we've been on Facebook Live here. So hour and 41 minutes. That way I can go back and cut that because I would love to look at that. Again, we'll leave this camera up for another minute or two, and then we'll pop back to the radar. Just want to see if we can get one more lightning strike. That is probably the best lightning strike I've ever seen on one of these cameras. Oh, that was a good one too. Man, we are so close. That's a lot of cloud-to-cloud lightning, not a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. There is a difference between the two. There is a difference between the two. Let's see. Yeah, in Pineville, says Lisa. Yeah, that you give it a few minutes and you'll be doing a lot better, Lisa. You'll be doing a lot better here in a few minutes. What about the Cobo-Herndon areas of severe weather for the night? Yeah, over in Herndon should be about wrapped up. Just about wrapped up. You've got one little cell back to your west. So I would say if you're over in the Herndon area, wait about another 10, 15 minutes, and you'll be in good shape. You'll be in good shape, Evan. You'll be in good shape then. Should be in good shape by then. And let's see, I'm looking at that Princeton. Looks like that storm in Princeton is now well off to the east. They never got too terribly strong. Haven't gotten any reports. This cell near Lewisburg is the real deal. This cell here is nasty. And again, this is literally about to cross right now. We're going to see this camera absolutely pouring here momentarily. Let's see, Nicole. It's going to be a strong one in Lewisburg, but it will be super quick. That's how it was here just now. I believe it. She was in Alderson. She says basically passed now. Good. That's great. Great reporting, Nicole. So I appreciate you commenting that. And if you guys are just happen to be hopping in, maybe you're like in Lewisburg and you just happen to see that we were live and you're curious, go back a few minutes and look at the lightning strike on this. That was awesome. Let's see. We just had a huge lightning bolt hit somewhere right beside us, turned our power and only ours off, and we live right beside 59 News. Oh, okay. Appreciate that, Madison. For the record, I am in the business of looking for a house near the station. I live in Beckley right now. I'm hoping to be a gent resident here before too long. So, the power is on here. We are not running on generator. So I'm not sure exactly how close you are to the station, Madison, but again, we are still hanging on here, and it's 2:05 in the morning, having some fun. Felicity, the weekend anchor, an absolute rock star on the weekends, does awesome for us during the week too. This station is really thankful to have Felicity. Hope you're doing well. What the heck are you doing up though? Go to bed. I'm just giving her a hard time. Mike Mann is on here, man. All the cool people are coming out here tonight. Mike Mann, one of the coolest people I know. Monroe County finest right there. Love me some Mike Mann. Hope you're doing good, Mike. Let's see. Yeah, so again, we are tracking things. We'll go ahead and pop off the camera here. Let's go back to the radar. It's starting to rain. There is that storm in Lewisburg. So again, this is a gnarly little storm in between Lewisburg and White Sulphur Springs. And that is scooting off to the north and to the east. We've got this doozy of a storm that is now heading into the southern portions of Summers County. This is going to rattle some windows down toward Melrose, over toward Athens, down toward Pipestem. Somebody earlier was asking about Pipestem. They're seeing quite a bit of activity. We've got yet another little storm that's about to cross Gent once again. Man, Gent's just been the free spot here the last half hour or so. We've been getting rocked. Another little cell. That's the end of it, though. So once we get past this, we're in good shape. And again, we're on the back nine of this. Big time. If you are north and west of this line, so if you're up here, you're just all smiley faces. We are good in these areas. You might still have some rumbles of thunder. You might still get some rain, but you are in the clear from Beckley points north. It is all south and east of Beckley, primarily for the exception of McDowell County. And again, we kind of have these storms that are jutting their way down to the south and east. I would say in the next hour to hour and a half, maybe, we will be wrapping up our coverage here. We've still got a little bit of time. Again, I want to give a shout out to our director, Bree, who is still chilling at the station in case we were to have to break into coverage. Felicity said she took a 4-hour nap. You sound like me. See, I'm the king of the nap. I'm the king of the nap. She is awake now. Yeah, I bet that storm was a doozy out there. And again, we're seeing some pretty strong gusts. Let's see, eastern Wyoming County. Let's get that off there for a second. 58, 59 miles an hour. That's severe wind gust right there. So, again, we may see another severe thunderstorm warning issued here across eastern Wyoming, southern Raleigh County here momentarily. These are some strong storms that are kind of racing their way down to the south and east. Again, damaging wind gusts continuing to be the main threat. You see a lot of red here. This is some heavy, heavy rain that is continuing to race its way through. But again, if you are watching this and you are north and west of Beckley, you are clear. You can go to bed. You're going to have some rumbles tonight. You're going to have some rain, but you are in the clear. If you are south and east, you are not in the clear yet. Our strongest storm is east of Lewisburg, heading right toward White Sulphur Springs. That's a little hail core that's headed to the east. So again, that one is out toward Dixon, eventually out toward Caldwell, and then that'll move just north of Crows there in Virginia as it crosses the border. Doozy little storm. And then again, we have this outflow boundary. Like so. So this storm right here is rather strong. They're in southern parts of Summers County. That's down toward True, Pipestem. They're down there at the resort. Back to the south and east toward, or south and west toward Lorona. Back toward Melrose. All that area. That's going to scoot into Monroe County here in a bit. So we had Nick watching. You're going to get a good rumble here in a minute. Here in about 15-20 minutes. It'll be some strong winds and some lightning and some very heavy rain. Here at the station, if you live in Gent, if you live near Coolridge, you got another downpour coming here in a minute. Heavy rain with thunder and lightning in Dorothy for almost 2 hours now. Almost 2 hours of rain. Still coming a good one in Davie. Yeah, we're still getting some heavy rain in McDowell County. But this is the end of it. This is the last round that's scooting through McDowell County. Some of those streams and creeks probably going to be running a little muddy, perhaps running a little up. Deidre saying the severe thunderstorm warning not quite including Yeager. It includes just literally the extreme southwest corner of McDowell County. To be quite honest, not really sure why they issued a warning for that. There's not a ton of lightning with this. There is very heavy rain. Nick asking, are we going to get another storm? Yep, we sure are, buddy. Not as bad as the last one, though. This is just going to be heavy rain. We are going to get another storm here in a second. And again, we're kind of checking all the comments. Kimberly, you got it? Susan, you're having a lot of signal issues. Are you talking about with the TV or with Facebook? Can you elaborate a little bit, Sheila? Yeah, let me know on that, because if we are having issues, if you think we're having issues with our TV signal, I'll need to let our engineer folks know that. So just let me know in the comments. Obviously, I can't tell because I'm here. So, Mackenzie, just now tuning in. Interesting that you're tuning in at 2:11 in the morning. I'm just teasing you. Beckley looking good. We have rumbles. Definitely got some rumbles. But Beckley itself is fine. We're not looking at severe weather any longer. But again, we do have this downpour in the southern part of the county that's getting ready to cross Gent. Yeah, Jessica knows what's up. Way to go, Jessica. Let's see. Mike May, been there, done that in the booth. Yeah, Mike is a director legend. Literally legend tier. I want to put you guys live. Hope she doesn't have to. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have to go live on TV. I don't think we're going to have any tornadoes, Mike. And yeah, hanging in there. Just chilling at 59 News, man. Living a dream. Always come back. He used to work here. I've known Mike since, I don't know, Mike, how long have we known each other? Probably 2017, 2018. You've known me for a long time. I don't even know how we started talking, because you worked down here and I worked up in Charleston. Sharon Stories here at 2 o'clock in the morning. Nick says, I live in the middle of Gent and Coolidge in the Mountain View area. Man, I love running out there. If you ever see some idiot running out there in the middle of the night, that is not somebody trying to break into somebody's house. That's me running. I run out Mountain View Road all the time, Nick. Just FYI. And it's usually at like 1 o'clock in the morning. It's not going to be tonight, though. Not going to be tonight. Is it over in Fairdale? We can have still some rumbles of thunder, but the severe threat is over. The severe threat is over, Kristen. Let's see. Santana says, will McDowell be in the clear by 2:30? It's 2:13 now. Let's say 2:45. Be in the clear by 2:45. Let's see. Let's pop the Gent camera back up for a second because it's about to pour. About to pour once again. Switch the camera back up. Agree, Nick. I'm surprised we didn't lose power, from being honest with you. when it struck right around here, I thought we were going to be on generator power there for a while, but we've held up. Rain is starting to pick back up here on the Gent camera. And Stephanie, you will see the downpours picking up here in a second, down in Coolidge. Just a heads up. You are getting ready to see another downpour. Oh, okay. Sheila's saying self-signal on my end. Got you. Okay. I was going to say, if we were having any kind of TV signal issues, that is definitely an engineering issue because it is entirely possible that our tower got struck when that big flash happened. I don't know what got struck, but something very close by did. I mean, probably either the tower or something in the parking lot, or it was something very close. Vanessa, anything happening in Jackson County? You're in good shape down there, or up there. Good shape up there. Mandy said Ronsford had quite the storm. Muddy Creek Mountain had some pea-sized hail. Appreciate that. Pea-sized hail over in Muddy Creek Mountain. Been up there for backyard barbecue, Mandy. Hung out with the Feemsters. That was fun. Played some cornhole. They took it easy on me. Bree says, Joe, you might need to restart the TV bug. Oh, did the crawler go away? The crawler go away. Guys, I'm going to take 2 minutes to go ask her that real quick. I will be back in 2 minutes. I'm going to pop the radar back up, see if the crawler is broken here. Give me 1 second. Be right back. All right, we are back. All right, we're good to go. Just got to get the crawler back up, so bear with me for a second. Our news crawler is down, so we're going to pop that back up here. It doesn't take long. Does not take long at all. Let's see what we got going on here. Y'all be patient just for a quick second if you don't mind. Just call it probably take about 90 seconds. All right. So again, we're still seeing a lot of heavy rain that is taking place here this evening, folks. But again, our severe weather risk is scooting quickly down to the south and east. So Beckley is clear. Pineville is clear. Lewisburg now is clear. Oak Hill is clear. Now, when I say clear, it's still raining. It is still seeing some rumbles, but the severe weather risk is over, and that is certainly some great news. So let's stop that. I'm working on our news ticker just for a second. Stand by here. I got to use my brain here for a second. Let's see. Which one is it? Okay. I think we're back up. Cool. And our director should let us know here in a second if we're back. She says we're good. Awesome. It's been really awesome having a director back here to help things out, especially with the internet going out. All right. So if you tune into 59 News on the TV channel right now, the news crawler is working. It was frozen a second ago. That was what I was fixing. So, all right, so let's take a look at the comments, and then we'll get back. So just to kind of update everybody, at this moment, literally, we have about 2 square miles of our region under a severe thunderstorm warning. And that is this storm in western McDowell County. Honestly, that is sub-severe at this point. I would say the strongest storm is in western Monroe County. Mike, I know Mike Mike is checking that news crawler. Thanks, pal. I appreciate it. Yeah, that thing was broke there for a second. And yeah, so he says 2017. Yep, we were at Wild Caves. So we did weekends. Ah, that's right. Yeah, I would fill in for... I would help out when the old chief, when Heidi was out. So, yeah, okay. I was trying to think how that happened. So I appreciate you reminding me that. All right, Maxwell and Lewisburg Airport. Lots of lightning, some thunder, and heavy rain, but no hail or wind. Good. And that is scooting off to the east. Again, if you are in Beckley, if you are in Lewisburg, you are good. Even if you're in Welch at this point, you are fine. It's basically this area that we are watching. If you are north and west here, you are fine. This is the Somali area. This is all good. This area now is the area we watch. So we've got, probably another hour or so. And then we're going to be in the clear, folks. We're going to be in good shape from there. Let's look at this from a wider perspective. This is what we've been seeing. Let's put this over the last 3 hours. Kind of watching how this has come in. I can hear the rain picking back up here at the station. So there is kind of the metamorphosis of this line of storms. And the main energy with this does seem to be pushing farther south. That's good news for us. That is not good news for friends down in North Carolina and Tennessee. So again, the main part of the energy with this is pushing down toward the south, toward North Carolina. And that's going to push this out of here even faster. So honestly, by about 3 o'clock, we might be done with this entirely. Might be done entirely by 3 o'clock. So let's pop the radar back up. And again, the strongest storm at the moment in our region is in Monroe County. This will cell right here. That's right near Ballard. Ballard's right here. This is out toward Greenville. Of course, it's some farm country. This is going to head right toward Union. So I know Mike, I don't know if Mike's still on here, but you might want to watch out there, Mike. You got a good little storm coming in. Selena says out toward MacArthur. Do you see the one heading into Monroe being severe? It's borderline, mainly for that small hail, the lightning, Nick. But pretty. I don't think they'll issue a warning for that, especially considering that there was not a warning issued for the storm in Lewisburg and Gent. That storm in Gent absolutely should have been severe warned earlier. Let's see. Sheila says, I've had 3 giant pine trees in my yard come down in the last few years. And these kind of storms rattle my nerves now. I get that. Definitely get that. Mandy says, tons of trees falling around us. Sorry to hear that. Again, please remind me where you are again. You in Ron? I'm thinking she said she was in Roncevert. That is good perspective, Teresa. Yeah, it is. We're going to have a lot of. There's going to be some bad news coming out of Kentucky in all likelihood over the next 24 hours. And yes, Nick, it is raining cats and dogs here at the station once again. I can hear it. I don't know if it's picking up on my mic or not, but let's see. Is the storm in Princeton, Bluefield going to be severe? We've got this storm. This is sub-severe, but definitely very heavy rain. We're seeing some lightning. We're seeing some gusty winds with this. But this is not severe. This is now pushing into Tazewell County as well. So again, this is kind of the last part of this severe weather. So as soon as this line scoots through, we're done with the severe weather threat for tonight. And we're not seeing any storms that are severe in the area currently, although this storm in Monroe County is not far off of it. It's scooting off toward Union, providing some lightning in those areas. We pop the Princeton camera back up. There's the Gent camera. Raining very hard in Princeton, but notice there's not a ton of lightning showing up. We've now been live for a little over 2 hours. So we've been having a blast out here today. A lot of Facebook Live today. I like doing these Facebook Lives, so if you guys are a fan of them, we'll try to keep doing them more. Kanawha County, Cross Lanes, we're getting big storms again. Let's take a look at that real quick. It's probably just some embedded lightning with some steady rains. I think your severe weather threat's pretty well wrapped up. Let's take a look at that, though. Yeah, this is just some steady rains that are working their way through up toward Charleston. Again, you can see where the area of concern is. That's the line. But kind of broken and unorganized. Much more organized farther down to the south. And that's where the big storms are. So, all things considered, folks, to be completely honest, I mean, these storms have been bad, don't get me wrong. There have been some moments where we've had some severe weather. We've had a lot of severe weather reports, but this could have been a lot worse. This could have been a lot worse. I just spilled a bunch of water on me. Erie is pouring now silent in Monroe County. I have a feeling it's about to get bad. Depends on where you are, Christina. If you're near Union, it's about to pour, though. Mike says, yep, just started hitting there in Union. Mike's as reliable as they come, folks. Tiffany, how about Bluefield, Virginia? Yep, you've got those downpours scooting through. That's a stout little storm right there, actually. That's going to hit real close to you. Of course, Bluefield, Virginia is about right here, so this is going to move up to your north. So if you're up toward Bluewell, there might be some small hail even. Let's see, do we have any hail? Not showing any hail. I wouldn't be shocked if we had some hail, though. Oops. Let's get some better data than that. We can do better than that. There we go. But notice the lightning count is much lower than what it was. But anywhere you see these purples, that's where we could see some heavy rain. And some small hail. Seeing another one there just west of Union. And this is definitely starting to turn borderline severe southwest of Union. So this is north of Rock Camp, east of Greenville. Let's put a little tracker on this. So somebody was asking earlier about Gap Mills. You're going to be in the path of this. This is going to be a stout little storm here for your area in about 15 or 20 minutes. Eventually that'll scoot over toward the Centennial region into the eastern portions of the county and then on out into parts of Virginia once it gets past Sweet Springs in the eastern parts of the county. Likely some small hail occurring right here. Likely some small hail. Not big hail, but definitely some small hail, perhaps half-inch in diameter. That is technically below severe limits, but getting close. Elsewhere, that's really the only thing at the moment that looks severe. Everything else looks sub-severe. Mandy says Second Creek, Vonsonville area, wind whips through the river bottom. Yep, believe that. Yeah, those river bottoms definitely could get ripped up pretty bad at times here. Teresa says the wind is blowing in Elkins. Wind is blowing in Elkins. Yeah, Jared. Yeah, again. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, you could definitely call it tonight if you're just hanging out, seeing if we got any severe weather. We're in the clear up in Gent at this point. In the clear. Jerry said big tornado hit Kentucky. Yes, big time tornado, folks. I would not be surprised. I don't like to speculate, but just my own personal opinion, we probably will have some reports of some casualties in parts of Kentucky from tonight's tornadoes. They were very bad. Very strong. Quite severe. Thankfully, we were very fortunate that we didn't have anything like that in our neck of the woods. The setup was right today for the potential for a tornado or two. Thankfully, we're not having to worry about this too much. Christina, I live in Ballard. My aunt lives in Greenville. Well, man, you guys probably just got smacked by this little cell that's working its way through. Again, Union, It's going to be gnarly here in a second. It's already raining hard, but perhaps some small hail coming in. Nick, sorry to hear about your uncle. Hope he's okay. Those tornadoes were bad. Very bad. Stephanie says, really coming down in Princeton. Yeah, this is just a wall of rain that's coming through with some embedded lightning strikes. Sheila said, I'm in Williamsburg, Greenbrier County. Something we get nasty. Winds right off the mountain ridge to the west of us. Sounds like the wind or the rain is pretty much stopped here at the station. So that's nice. Checking to see if we've got any new storm reports. Not seeing anything right off. So that's great. Again, the potential is there for some small hail east of Greenville and then south and west of Union in Monroe County. That's the strongest storm by far that we are seeing currently. So I was catching up on some of the storm reports and whatnot. And we're now pushing almost, we're about 20 minutes or so from this being completely out of West Virginia. Glad to hear that, Nick. He said he made it out, but lots of damage and power outages. I believe it. Really terrible stuff that's coming out of Kentucky. I had a chance right before. That was one of the reasons why I was waiting to hop on social or hop on Facebook to do live. I was wanting to see some of the reports that had come down from that, and definitely not good. Definitely not good. Looks like Joey got some really good lightning photos in Ansted. Oh, and Joey got a picture of the lightning strike. Let's show that. I'm going to show this real quickly for those that did not get to see this earlier. Real quick, I want to show this. So I'm going to pop up my Twitter feed here for just a second. And Joey, give him a follow on Twitter. There's a picture of that lightning strike I was talking about. Pretty awesome stuff. How about that? Pretty cool. So thank you, Joey. Very neat. He just saved me some work. I was probably going to do that when I got off here before I went to bed. All right, let's pop back on here. And again, we're kind of on the back nine with these storms. And we've been live on here for about almost 2.5 hours, I believe. And just tracking the storms, chilling, just kind of hanging. Tracy says, I know the feeling, I can't sleep with this going on. I tell you what, I mean, if I'm in Beckley right now, this is some great sleeping weather. But that's just me. Of course, this stuff down here, far southeastern parts of West Virginia, of course, this stuff is a little bit heavier, a little more significant, but farther back up to the north and west. Linda says it's bad in Ravencliff. Yeah, it's still raining hard in spots, folks, and we're still seeing some lightning strikes, right? This is that classic lightning that makes a lot of noise. It's noisy. But it's not severe. It's not even really close to being severe, if we're being quite honest. But definitely still an inconvenience for folks that are sensitive to sleeping. Definitely still going to keep you up. But here's the good news. We're not far away from being done here. In fact, I don't even think it's raining in Huntington now. Yeah, it's not raining at all in Huntington. So that gives you an idea that we don't have far to go. This line continues to head down to the south and east, and we're cruising. And now, I dare to say, if you are north of this line, you are in the clear. So we don't have a lot left. This is the only area that we have to worry about the severe weather risk here at this point. Sorry, it's just doing some communicating. Rainfall totals. Let's take a look at those for the last 24 hours. Pretty impressive. 2.5 inches in western portions of McDowell County. A lot of areas, 1.5 inches, 2 inches. Pretty impressive. That's enough for those creeks to be running a little high, so just keep that in mind. Of course, please do not cross any high water spots. Please. We ask. There are no flood warnings or anything like that. No flood warnings. But again, we do ask that you not try to cross high water here. Remember to turn around. Don't drown. Lexi, did the Beckley storm an hour ago have hail? Yeah, I believe it did. I believe there was some small hail. Selena, the lady that is right above you, would have a better idea of that. I believe she was talking about that. And yes, folks, it's still stormy, okay? We're going to have some lightning strikes around here for the next couple of hours. But the risk for severe weather, the risk for damaging wind gusts, is almost over. We're pretty much done. Tammy and Peterstown, yeah, that's one area that could still see some storms. Let's pop the radar, back up. Wow, look at that. Eastern Monroe County, that storm is ripping. Definitely seeing some small hail over here toward Gap Mills. So if you're at Gap Mills, you're going to see some hail here in a second. And this is strong enough to where I would probably severe thunderstorm warn this personally. This is going to be in West Virginia for about another 10 minutes. Would be an unbelievable lightning show up top Hanging Rock right now. Would be an absolutely incredible experience. Kind of wish I was up there. Look at all the lightning here. Big time. This storm is not going to be fun to be in. This is a very rural area. I mean, Monroe County in general is rural, but in general, if you are up toward Gap Mills, over toward Centennial, and then eventually out toward Potts Creek, this storm is, in my opinion, severe warranted. There should be a severe thunderstorm warning on this as this continues to push its way to the east. Big time. I say these things, but I want to emphasize I love the National Weather Service. The Blacksburg office, they're incredible folks. But they're also tracking a lot of other stuff. So we have the ability, we only are focusing on 13 counties, so we can kind of really hone in on what's going on and kind of see little intricacies and whatnot. But this lightning count is impressive. And this is right over Gap Mills, scooting off to the east-northeast. And again, that's headed right for Centennial. That's a small community there in the eastern portions of the county. And that's headed east toward Potts Creek. Toward Potts Creek there in the northern parts of Craig County. So Craig County is right here. And that's where this is headed. That is a nasty, nasty storm. By far the strongest storm that we have. That storm in western Tazewell County is also rather strong. There could be a severe thunderstorm warning issued for this here momentarily for the southwestern portions of the county before it has a chance to scoot down to the south and east. This is all scooting down to the south and east, generally speaking. So this is going to be a problem for Wytheville here in about 45 minutes. But once it's down toward Wytheville, it'll be out of our region. Princeton still seeing some very heavy rain. Bluefield seeing some heavy rain as well. But again, for the short term, this is a very stout thunderstorm in portions of Monroe County. And folks, still talking about the lightning. A lot of lightning tonight. So Julie, still lightning in Panther. Western McDowell County, thunder shook. The windows, the ground, the house. That will occasionally still be something that we're going to see here for a little bit. So that lightning's going to be around. Marcia, storming bad in Bramwell. Stormy in Peterstown, says Tammy. Jerry says, we need a few weeks of sunny and 70 weather, 0 storms. Hey, we've got a few days coming up that are going to be nice. Saturday, aside from the breeze, it will be breezy tomorrow. But Saturday afternoon is going to be great. Sunday looks great. Monday also looks great. So we've got a good stretch of weather coming. Bridget says it's now pouring just outside of Roncevert. It's pounding on the tin roof, the thunder, and the lightning is bright. The worst of that is scooted down to your south, though. So that's good. Pouring rain and nonstop thunder. And lightning in Linside, says Tammy. Again, if anybody's watching toward Gap Mills, there's going to be some hail scooting through the eastern portions of that county here momentarily. I'll put the tracker back on this. It's moving to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So this is going to be in Centennial by about 2:43. Out towards Sweet Springs there by the Virginia border by 2:51. Potts Creek by 2:54, which it'll be out of our region by then. And then heading into portions of Virginia as we head toward the 3 o'clock hour. So we have that, and then again, this storm on the southwest, just south of Richlands. This is pretty stout. This is borderline severe here across southern parts of Tazewell County. So this is down south of Tazewell, south of Richlands. Still plenty of lightning out there. But the worst of the storm is away from you. Princeton's still seeing the heavy rain. Bluefield's still seeing steady rains. Still seeing the steady rains up toward Beckley. You see the yellows. Again, good sleeping weather with the occasional loud rumbles, if you can handle the loud rumbles. Nick says the worst is past me and Pickaway. Yep, you are good. Not doing too bad in Pickaway. Not doing too bad down there. But again, for most of us, this is pretty well wrapping up here. So we're going to be good. Probably going to hang on here for a few more minutes. We're going to wait till this line is out of the region still. But for a lot of us, the severe weather threat is over. So we're not going to see any new storms developing that are going to push through or anything like that. We're going to be fine on that front. What we're seeing now is the extent of the storm activity. So, again, that'll be kind of the extent of the severe weather threat. Oh, sorry guys, I have to shift around because I'm cramping up a little bit. Been sitting in the chair too long. Yeah, you guys are welcome. I see a couple people saying thanks and whatnot. That's what we do here at the station, and we're happy to do it. Glad to be able to do this. I will say, the one area that might get a warning here in a little bit, a severe thunderstorm warning, could be down toward Tazewell. That is a strong storm down there. Again, just kind of this little section right here, scooting down to the south and east. We'll put this into motion. Oops, that's way too far out. Let's do the last 30 minutes. There we go. Probably going to see a severe thunderstorm warning down toward Marion here in a second. But this line is really propagating quickly. Again, the fact that this is almost out of here at 3 o'clock in the morning is doing pretty good, to be quite honest with you. This is moving rather quickly. And again, heavy rain, the reds showing up. So we're seeing some heavy rain in Tazewell County. We're seeing heavy rain still in Mercer County. We're seeing heavy rain in northern parts of Blaine County. That's now kind of pushing into the county. Haven't seen a lot of action in Giles County just yet, but that's about to change. We're about to see some pretty heavy rain there. And then again, you can literally see that outflow boundary. It's right there. Oops, I kind of missed it there. Look at that thing right there. You can just barely make it out. See how that little line is kind of pushing its way down to the south? That's the outflow boundary. So, as a result of that outflow boundary being farther away from that Monroe storm, we're going to start to see that storm weakening as it pushes out of the county and pushes into portions of Virginia. Meanwhile, though, down here, again, this is a stout storm that's getting ready to exit Tazewell County. Means business here. That storm in Tazewell means business. This is some strong gusts likely that are occurring right there along the Tazewell County border there. So let's see. We have Wythe County right here. That's Blaine County, Tazewell County, and then we have Smith County. There where Marion is. And again, wouldn't be surprised if we see a severe thunderstorm warning come out for that. Glad the severe threat is out of Mount Hope. Area just steady rain, great sleeping weather. Yeah, Jacob, I am gonna sleep like a baby. This is some Joe Fitzwater type sleeping. Nick, this is going to be the radar you're going to want because this is the one closest to you. This is the Roanoke radar. So I'm not exactly sure what you're asking there. But that would be the one that you'd want to see because it's the one that's right by you there. If we were looking at our Charleston radar, it would look a lot messier because it'd be scanning the radar. It'd be scanning the storm at about 10,000 feet. This, at this point, should be severe thunderstorm warning in southern Tazewell. If you're in Richlands and Tazewell, you're good, but this little section right in here, this should be probably severe thunderstorm warned. We're seeing some very strong wind gusts, likely some small hail, a lot of lightning. This is right along the border. This is out toward Asbury's, Osborne Store. And to be honest, this is one of the very few areas I have not traveled in. I've been to Tazewell, I've been to Richlands, I've been to Raven, I've been to Liberty, but I've not been south of Liberty. So I'm going to have to do that at some point. One of the very few areas I haven't been in. But you can kind of see the bowing with this. And that's the concern here in Smith County here. Smith County is outside of our region, but maybe you have some friends and family that live there. This is definitely very windy. This has got a good wind signature with it as it scoots down to the south and east. Elsewhere, we're sitting pretty. We're looking good. Giles County is looking fine. That storm is exiting Monroe County, so we're looking good there. Will the storm in Tazewell come into Bluefield, says Kelly? No, you are good. This is way south of Tazewell. I mean, this is on the Tazewell-Smith County border, so this is headed away from you. And again, folks, one thing to emphasize here as we continue to talk, I'm saying that the severe weather threat is over, but you could still see some rumbles of thunder, some lightning. They could be rather loud, right? This is one of those soft to steady rains with the lightning, right? But the severe weather threat, the damaging wind gusts, the super wicked lightning, right? And the hail, that is all about wrapped up. In fact, I think at this point, unless we see any big changes in the next 10 minutes, the only area in our region that has to worry about severe weather at this point is in southern Tazewell County. That would be about it. I think everybody else is in pretty decent shape. Those are some storms. Those are some loud storms pushing through Bland and Giles counties, but those are not near severe levels. And our storm that it was borderline severe level in Monroe County is exiting into Craig County as we speak. So, again, yeah, this is nasty. This is a nasty storm in southern Tazewell County, though. So we're going to hang on here until that storm crosses into Smith County and out of Blaine County as well into Wythe County, and then that'll probably be the end of this cast. That will be the end of our severe weather risk. So we're at about two and a half hours we've been chilling on here, but this is a rather strong signature that we are seeing here at the moment in Tazewell County, and this is getting stronger by the second. So this thing is really ripping here momentarily, and you see the black. I mean, we're talking about the potential for some rather impressive hail to be showing up here. This is pushing toward Asbury's. We're likely going to see a severe thunderstorm warning issued for this momentarily. Anytime you start seeing the purples, we'll switch over to the Charleston radar. Yeah, again, it's not really kind of. I'd say that Blacksburg radar is still probably closer. And again, definitely showing some signs of some small hail showing up. This will probably pick up in intensity on the next update. But likely some small hail taking place at least. Again, right on the Tazewell-Smith County border. So if you're watching this, if you happen to be watching this in Richlands, you're totally fine. I mean, there's still lightning around, but the severe threat is over. If you're watching this in Tazewell or Richlands, you're in good shape. The main thoroughfares are good. Even if you're watching this in Liberty, you're clearing out now. The worst of this is down to your south and east, but this is nasty. This is real nasty. Nick, no problem at all, man. Happy to help. Always happy to answer questions. Again, Tazewell County, though. Yeehaw. Southern parts of that county, I don't like the looks of that. So, again, we're going to hang on here until the threat is over. And it's not over in Tazewell just yet. Elsewhere, we're in pretty good shape, though. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of these severe thunderstorm watches getting canceled here momentarily. A lot of lightning with this. And there we go. There's that severe thunderstorm warning right there. So, new severe thunderstorm warning. And this is going to go until 3:30. And that goes for south central parts of Tazewell, west central parts of Blaine County. Not surprised to see this at all, based on this the way that this is showing up here. Yep, Kelly just warned it in Tazewell. Yep. So again, glad that they were able to do that. Again, damaging wind gusts with this. Let's put the tracker on it. So we move about, well, it's moving at about 55 miles an hour. So again, this is going to be out toward Burton Shop at 254. Ellendale by 255. We can kind of pinpoint the worst of this storm here. Again, moving at about 55 miles an hour to the south and east. And this is going to be toward Sharon Springs at 308. F-Nut 311. Eagle Oak by 314. And this is part of a bigger part of this complex of thunderstorms that is continuing to organize now. I mean, this is about as organized as this line has been all night. And again, kind of the last hurrah here in our region as we encroach on 3 a.m. We've been live since shortly after midnight. Had quite a lot going on. We had quite a bit of severe weather. We even had a lightning strike right here by the station. That was pretty exciting. And yes, most of these severe thunderstorm watches have now been allowed to expire. The only areas still in the watch are Tazewell, Bland, Giles, Mercer, Summers, Monroe, and Greenbrier. Everybody else has been allowed to expire, so McDowell, Wyoming, Raleigh, Fayette, Nicholas, and Pocahontas counties have expired. And I think this is going to be the last warning that we see here for tonight. We'll hang on here until this crosses and then call it a night. It's not going to take long. Man, that storm is just ripping down there in southern Tazewell. This is a strong storm. Anytime you see like little curlicues like this within the actual flow of the storm, that's just nothing but wind. So over at Asbury's, man, they're probably getting a pretty gnarly storm right now. A lot of lightning. This is going to scoot through western parts of Blaine County here momentarily. Toward Sharon Springs. Elsewhere, we're looking good. A lot better. Still seeing the lightning, though. Kelly says, my mom lives in Tazewell. Tazewell's fine, so we're good there. But farther down to the south, not so good. Kirkland, nothing severe tonight over there in Barber County. It's way on up. That's BOY land. Megan, lightning was crazy when the storm started in Mount Hope. I believe it. Trudy says it's been raining here for 2 hours in Pineville. Thunder and lightning and thunder. And you got more of it coming. We're still going to be seeing some rain, some light to steady rain that'll occasionally be heavy at times. Thankfully, we haven't had too much in the way of flooding issues. Really fortunate on that side. Trying to get caught up on a few reports here. Checking to see if we got any new storm reports that have come in just while we're watching this. And again, this is really the only concern that we have here at this point, folks. So again, this is south and east of Tazewell. Tazewell's right here. Richlands is right here. We're good there. But down across the border with Smith County, man, that entire border is just not going to be any fun right now. Not at all. And you see the purples here, so this could be some small hail that's showing up. This could be some strong wind gusts as well. We could take a look at that, actually. Yeah, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Sure is looking like it. So that would be the explanation for the severe thunderstorm warning based on that and the presentation of the structure of this storm. Lebanon is good. Yeah, Pamela, you're fine. That's out of our region, but I can tell you the worst of it is down to your south and east. And this line, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the national radar back up so we can see the extent of this. So here's the line now. And as you can see, this thing is now all the way down into parts of Tennessee. It's a big old line, and it actually extends all the way back into parts of western Tennessee as well. This area here is going to be a real problem for flooding. Thankfully, our area, not so much. We put this into motion over the last 2 hours. And you can see how these areas are kind of seeing those storms moving over the same areas, while our area is seeing these storms moving through rather quickly, which certainly helps. That helps with that flood threat, that's for sure. So let's pop the local radar back up. Curious to see how many storm reports we're up to. We're up to over 900 storm reports across the country today from the severe weather, including 26 tornado reports. And of course, the last of those was that tornado that was in Kentucky, not too far from Somerset. Marcia, you are welcome. Another nice rumble of thunder. Need to pop the local radar back up. There we go. And again, the worst of this is scooting into western portions of Blaine County. In the little tail of Blaine County, as I like to call it. So again, we kind of put the tracker on this. This is going to be over into Eagle Oak by 312, Kegley's by 314, Sutherland by 314, Petunia by 316. And that is it on the severe weather. That's gonna be about it. This is our far western portions of Blaine County. We are in the clear elsewhere. We're completely in the clear from basically about Bluefield points north. Bluefield and Parisburg points north. We're in the clear. Yes, we're seeing lots of yellows and oranges, but that is plain rain up here. This is all rain with just some embedded lightning strikes. And granted, some of those lightning strikes are impressive, but we are pretty well done with the severe weather threat. Completely done. I don't know why I said pretty well. We're completely done. Another big old rattler right there at the station. I don't know if you guys heard that. Marie says the thunder was really bad just a few minutes ago, no kill. Lightning is going to continue for a couple more hours, folks. We're going to have lightning going on until 5, 6 o'clock in the morning in some spots. Joseph, as the storm's over, the worst of it is definitely over, except for in western Blaine County. Except for in western Blaine County. All right. And this storm is pushing out now. So, again, I think we're going to be in pretty good shape. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. This storm is going to be heading toward Wytheville here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And it actually does look like it's weakening quite a bit, I might add, as well, on top of that. Yeah, it's still fairly strong. Take that back. Didn't have the right radar location here, but that is getting ready to push out of Blaine County now, and here in the next few minutes will be completely gone into Wythe County. Farther up to the north in Giles County, we've got some storms, but these are sub-severe. Same thing up toward Craig County in Virginia, and then again, this is just plain rain. Let me switch the radars here back to Charleston, and this dark green and yellow. This is all just steady rains with embedded lightning strikes that are taking place in those areas. The only spot left is just western parts of Blaine County. And we're going to have lightning again for a couple more hours for a lot of folks. I'm going to be sleeping to it peacefully tonight. That is for sure. And a lot of lightning strikes. So still, 40 strikes. That's a lot. I mean, you think about it. 3 o'clock in the morning, how often is it that we see this many kind of lightning strikes here across the region, right? It doesn't happen very often. Tazewell, you're good. Richlands is in good shape here at this point. And again, this is kind of starting to move out of Blaine County. So if anybody's got any last questions, happy to answer them. Otherwise, here in a couple minutes, we're going to wrap this up after almost 3 hours of being on Facebook Live. Appreciate the fun that everybody, I mean, it's not fun tracking severe weather. I don't want any damage or anything like that, but I enjoy getting to talk with severe weather with you guys and talking about what's going on. I love the ground truth that you guys provided, so really appreciate that. It's been an active day, but we got through it, and now we're going to get to reap the benefits here and enjoy what's going to be a really nice weekend ahead. So again, if anybody's got any last questions, if anybody has any last questions, we'll answer them. But otherwise, we'll hang the hat here. Let's see. Patrick says we just had a whole tree fall at our house in Gray because of the wind. Wow. When you say Gray, where are you talking about? I'm not familiar with Gray. So let me respond real quickly, Patrick, about that. I want to know where that is in Gray. Yes, I have been here for a minute, Colin. Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I got here about 11, a little after 11 this morning. So appreciate you guys letting me hop on here, have some fun today, get to talk. Got to see what it's like to have a power hit here at the station. So that was fun. And again, great job for you guys as far as providing the reports. Again, it's great to be able to talk about what's on radar. Radar is my favorite part of weather. I love studying radar, so this is something I really like to do. But having that radar information and then you guys commenting what you're seeing just makes it so much better. So you guys are a big part of that, and I really, really appreciate that. And so thank you all on that front for that. But yes, I am definitely going to enjoy the weather here the next couple of days. That is for sure. Hopefully you guys get a chance to enjoy the weather as well. Again, tomorrow, so just as a quick summary here as we wrap things up, we may have a couple sprinkles in the morning here, waking up about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. I will not be awake then. But for those that are waking up at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, we will have a couple of showers around still. Basically just going to be waiting on this complex to scoot down to the south and east on that front. Then, as we head toward the afternoon, we see plenty of sunshine. As we see the sunshine, it will be breezy. So Saturday is going to be a breezy day. We'll see high temperatures in the mid-70s. We could see some gusts in the neighborhood of 30, 35 miles per hour. So it will be a blustery day tomorrow. But we'll see plenty of sunshine and temperatures again in the mid-70s. Great looking day on Sunday. The wind will relax. We'll see plenty of sunshine and highs in the mid-70s. So really good looking day here as we head into Sunday. Monday we are also dry, and then we have to keep an eye on Tuesday and Wednesday, not so much for severe weather, but for the risk for some heavy rainfall. Some of the model outputs are throwing out some pretty decent rain totals here as we head toward the Tuesday, Wednesday time frame. Could see an inch, maybe 2 inches. So, I mean, it's not going to be anything monumental, I don't think, at this point, but we could see some impressive rainfall as a result. Let's see, Tracy. Could you please look over around Penn Spring? Sounds like some of these storms are coming from that area. Yeah, so again, to emphasize, we could have some thunder this evening, tonight, some lightning, some real window rattlers. This lightning is loud. We've got some low-level clouds around that makes those lightnings a bit brighter and a bit louder. And we did have a little lightning bolt near Penn Springs not too long ago. Penn Springs is up here. But again, we're not looking at any kind of strong to severe weather or anything like that at this point. We were pretty much done. And again, this storm in Bland, I was just kind of waiting out that cell in Bland County to work its way down to the south and east, but it has now done so. This storm is now not severe in Bland County. It is only severe in Wythe County. If you have any friends in Wythe County, though, tell them to look out. That's going to be nasty as it works its way through. All right, folks. We are done with the severe weather threat in our region. Again, we could see some lightning. We could see some thunder for the next couple of hours. that could still be loud. So keep that in mind. But it's no severe weather. And we'll have some steady rains for the next couple hours as well. Keep an eye on those streams and creeks if you do live near one that is a common low-lying issue. But most of us should be okay. We do not have any flood warnings or anything like that here for our neck of the woods, thankfully. And I don't anticipate there being anything added on top of that. Again, lastly, thank you everybody for tuning in. It has been a long day. It's been a fun day. But it is 3:10 now. We have been live on this Facebook for about 3 hours. And I know you guys want to get some sleep, and so do I. So we're going to wrap things up here. I'm going to tie a few ribbons here at the station. Make sure everything's working okay after that power hit. And forecaster John Marcy will be in tomorrow here in about 10 hours or so to keep you updated on what's ahead here as we head toward this weekend. Thanks so much, guys. Have an awesome weekend. And thank you again for tuning in here this evening.